This is the story of a man who would reshape Europe, a military genius who crowned himself emperor, and a revolutionary who forever changed warfare. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte. The island of Corsica rises from the Mediterranean Sea, like a mountain range thrust up from the deep blue waters. Its rugged landscape of granite peaks, dense forests and sheltered bays has bred a fierce, independent people for centuries. It was here in the coastal town of Ajaccio, on August 15, 1769, that Napoleon Bonaparte entered the world. His timing was significant. Just 15 months after France had annexed the island from the Republic of Genoa, the boy who would one day rule France was born, not French by heritage, but by the recent stroke of politics and conquest. The Bonaparte family occupied an unusual position in Corsican society. They were minor nobles with Italian origins, respectable but far from wealthy. Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, was a lawyer who had fought against the French occupation before pragmatically switching sides when resistance proved futile. This early lesson in political flexibility would not be lost on his second son. The Bonaparte home in Ajaccio was modest by noble standards. Young Napoleon grew up in a household where money was often tight, but education highly valued. He spent his childhood playing in the narrow streets of Ajaccio, climbing the surrounding hills, and absorbing the distinctive Corsican culture, with its emphasis on family honor, vendettas, and fierce local pride. Napoleon's relationship with his father shaped him profoundly. Carlo was ambitious, charming, and constantly seeking advancement for his family. He secured a royal scholarship that would allow Napoleon to be educated in mainland France, a path that would separate the boy from his beloved island, but open doors that would have remained forever closed in provincial Corsica. At just 9 years old, Napoleon left the sun-drenched shores of his homeland for the military school at Brienne-le-Château in northern France. The transition was brutal. Unable to speak French fluently, marked by his thick Corsican accent, and noticeably poorer than his aristocratic classmates, young Bonaparte found himself an outsider. The other boys mocked his name, his accent, and his island origins. These early experiences of isolation hardened something within him. Rather than seeking friendship, Napoleon retreated into books and study. While other boys played, he could be found in the library, devouring histories of great conquerors. Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, and Charlemagne became his companions and role models. He memorized battle tactics and strategies, determined that one day his name would rank alongside theirs in the annals of history. His teachers noted his exceptional abilities in mathematics and his intense concentration. One instructor wrote that the boy possessed the ambition to devour the world. During winter training exercises, Napoleon organized the other students into armies, building snow fortresses and devising battle plans with remarkable tactical insight for one so young. When Napoleon was 15, his father died of stomach cancer. As the family's situation grew more precarious, his educational success became even more crucial. He accelerated his studies and was admitted to the prestigious École Militaire in Paris, the finest military academy in France. He completed a course in 1 year that typically took 3, graduating as a second lieutenant in the artillery at just 16 years old. The young officer who emerged from these formative years was complex and contradictory. Napoleon was simultaneously proud of his Corsican heritage, yet determined to succeed in French society. He was fiercely independent yet fascinated by order and hierarchy. He was distant and sometimes awkward in social situations, yet capable of inspiring deep loyalty in those who came to know him well. These years had forged Napoleon's legendary self-discipline. He trained himself to sleep only 4 to 5 hours a night, a habit he would maintain throughout his life. He developed the ability to focus intensely on whatever task was before him, blocking out distractions and discomfort. Every aspect of his character was subjected to his iron will. As Napoleon stepped into adulthood and received his commission, the world around him was changing dramatically. The French Revolution was beginning to shake the foundations of European society. Old certainties were crumbling, and men of talent suddenly found paths opening before them that had previously been blocked by birth and privilege. For an ambitious young officer from Corsica, the timing could not have been more perfect. The artillery regiment that Napoleon joined was stationed in Valence, in southern France. As he took up his position, no one could have imagined that this reserved, studious officer would soon rise to command armies, crown himself emperor, and redraw the map of Europe. The stage was set for one of history's most remarkable journeys from obscurity to world-changing power. The France that young Lieutenant Bonaparte entered was a powder keg about to explode. The royal treasury was nearly bankrupt from years of war and excess. The common people struggled under heavy taxation while the nobility lived in luxury. When Napoleon took his post with the Lafayette Artillery Regiment in 1785, few could imagine that within 4 years, angry crowds would storm the Bastille and the world's most powerful monarchy would begin to crumble. For the serious young officer from Corsica, these early years in the military were marked by long periods of leave. Napoleon often returned to his island home, dividing his time between military duties and family matters. He read voraciously during this period, not just military texts but works of philosophy, history, and politics. His notebooks filled with observations on everything from tactics to the nature of society. Even then, his mind was preparing for greater things. When the revolution erupted in 1789, it presented both danger and opportunity for military officers. Many who came from noble families fled France, fearing the growing violence against aristocrats. Others stayed but found themselves under suspicion due to their backgrounds. Napoleon, with his minor noble status but outsider origins, navigated these dangerous waters with remarkable skill. Initially, Napoleon saw the revolution as a chance for his native Corsica. He returned to the island and became involved with Pasquale Paloli, the famous Corsican nationalist who had returned from exile in England. For a time, the young lieutenant imagined himself as a liberator of his homeland, perhaps even writing a history of Corsica that would inspire his countrymen. He obtained extended leave from the French army and threw himself into local politics. But Napoleon's vision for Corsica soon collided with Paloli's. The older leader grew wary of the ambitious young officer, who seemed increasingly aligned with revolutionary France rather than with traditional Corsican values. The relationship deteriorated, and by 1793, the Bonaparte family found themselves on the wrong side of Corsican politics. Their home in Ajaccio was looted by Paloli's, and the family was forced to flee to mainland France. This exile proved decisive in Napoleon's life. Whatever Corsican identity had remained was now severed. France was no longer just his adopted country, but his only possible future. He embraced his French military career with renewed focus and determination. The timing was fortunate. The revolutionary government was at war with much of Europe, and skilled artillery officers were in high demand. Napoleon was promoted to captain, and soon found himself dispatched to Toulon in southern France, where royalist rebels had surrendered the vital port to British naval forces. It was at Toulon in December 1793 that Napoleon first displayed the military genius that would eventually make him famous. Though only a captain, he took control of the artillery forces besieging the city. He identified the key strategic position, a promontory called Les Goulettes that, if captured, would make the harbour untenable for the British fleet. Against conventional thinking, he insisted on placing guns there despite the difficult terrain. Napoleon personally directed the placement of batteries through days and nights of fighting. During one assault, he was wounded in the thigh by a British bayonet, but continued leading his men. His plan worked perfectly. The French captured the position, the British ships were forced to withdraw, and the city fell. For this victory, the 24-year-old Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general, an extraordinary advancement for someone so young. The Committee of Public Safety, the powerful governing body during the revolution's most radical phase, noted his exceptional military talent and republican commitment. In a time when many officers were being executed for suspected disloyalty, Napoleon had proven both his usefulness and his loyalty to the revolutionary cause. The young general was next assigned to the Army of Italy, tasked with planning operations against the Kingdom of Sardinia. His strategic plans impressed his superiors in Paris, but before they could be implemented, political winds shifted again. Maximilien Robespierre, who had supported Napoleon's career, fell from power and was executed during the Thermidorian reaction of July 1794. Napoleon, associated with the Robespierrists, was briefly arrested and imprisoned. For 16 days, Napoleon sat in a cell, uncertain if he would face the guillotine. He wrote a desperate letter protesting, "I have been a little shaken by this cruel blow. I have been judged without being heard." Eventually he was released and reinstated, but placed on inactive status, a general without an army. This setback proved temporary. By October 1795, the new government, the Directory, faced a dangerous royalist uprising in Paris. With the rebellion threatening the seat of government itself, Paul Barras, a director who knew Napoleon from Toulon, called on the unemployed general for help. Given command of the defense of the convention, Napoleon acted with characteristic decisiveness. He ordered artillery pieces brought up a whiff of grapeshot, as he famously described it, and positioned them to control key approaches to the government buildings. When the royalist mob advanced on October 5th, Napoleon gave the order to fire. The carefully positioned cannons tore through the crowded streets, and the uprising collapsed. The Directory was saved, and Napoleon, now seen as the savior of the revolution, was rewarded with command of the Army of the Interior. At just 26 years old, he had become one of the most powerful military figures in France. His meteoric rise had only just begun. It was during this period in Paris that Napoleon met the woman who would become his first wife. 6 years older than Napoleon, a widow and a survivor of the terror that had claimed her first husband, Josephine moved in the highest social circles of the Directory period. Napoleon was instantly captivated by her sophistication and charm. Despite her initial reluctance, they married in March 1796. Just 2 days after the wedding, Napoleon left his new bride to take up his next command, the Army of Italy. The Directory, impressed by his loyalty and abilities, but also wary of his growing popularity in Paris, was sending him to what seemed like a secondary theatre of war. Little did they know that this appointment would transform both the war and Napoleon's career, launching him toward heights of power that even he could scarcely have imagined. Spring sunshine spilled over the maritime Alps as General Bonaparte arrived to inspect his new command in March 1796. What he found might have disheartened a less determined leader. The Army of Italy was in shambles. Its 38,000 men were poorly equipped, irregularly paid, and low on morale. Many soldiers lacked proper uniforms, with some even missing shoes. Food was scarce, and desertion rates were high. The army had been stuck in defensive positions along the Italian Riviera for years, making little progress against the combined forces of Austria and Piedmont Sardinia. Napoleon, still only 26 years old and physically unimposing at 5 feet 6 inches tall, stood before his officers. Many regarded this newcomer with skepticism. He was younger than most of them, with little battlefield experience compared to veterans who had been fighting for years. Yet something in his manner, the intensity of his gaze, the clarity of his speech, the absolute confidence in his voice, commanded attention. His first address to the troops got straight to the heart of their concerns. "Soldiers, you are hungry and naked. The government owes you much, but can give you nothing. Your patience and courage do you honor, but give you no glory. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will be in your power. There you will find honor, glory, and riches." With these simple words, Napoleon transformed the mindset of his army. No longer were they defending distant revolutionary ideals with little personal reward. Now they were embarking on a glorious adventure with tangible benefits. The response was electric. Officers and men alike felt a new sense of purpose and possibility. Napoleon immediately reorganized the army's structure, replacing the old system with a more flexible arrangement of divisions that could operate independently, yet combine quickly when needed. He promoted officers based on merit rather than seniority, surrounding himself with talented commanders like André Massena, Pierre Augereau, and Jin Lan, men who would follow him for years to come. The strategic situation facing Napoleon was daunting. His army was outnumbered by the combined forces of Austria and Piedmont Sardinia. The conventional approach would have been caution, perhaps even a defensive posture. But Napoleon saw opportunity where others saw problems. The Allied armies were separated, with Austrians in the east and Piedmontese in the west. More importantly, they were commanded by generals who operated by the slow, methodical rulebook of 18th century warfare. Napoleon planned to use speed and surprise to defeat his enemies separately before they could unite their forces. He would throw the bulk of his army against one section of the enemy, achieve local superiority, win that battle, and then rapidly redeploy to face the next threat. His artillery experience gave him a deep understanding of how to use cannons not just defensively, but as offensive weapons to punch holes in enemy lines. On April 12, 1796, the campaign began. Napoleon drove his army forward into the Montagnot Valley, wedging between the Austrian and Piedmontese forces. At the Battle of Montagnot, he defeated the Austrians. Then, rapidly shifting his forces, he crushed the Piedmontese at Millesimo and Digo. Continuing his relentless advance, Napoleon won another victory at Mondovi. In just 10 days, he had fought 4 battles and won them all. The Piedmontese, seeing their army shattered and their capital threatened, sued for peace. With his western flank now secure, Napoleon turned to face the Austrians alone. What happened next stunned Europe. Napoleon drove his army toward the Po River, crossing it in a daring move that caught the Austrians by surprise. At the town of Lodi, he faced a seemingly impassable obstacle. The Austrians held the far side of the Adda River, with artillery positioned to sweep the only bridge. Conventional military thinking deemed a frontal assault suicidal, but Napoleon was already thinking beyond conventional limits. On May 10th, he ordered his grenadiers forward across the narrow bridge in a dense column. The Austrian cannons tore into the advancing French, but Napoleon had positioned his own artillery to provide covering fire. He personally directed the assault, exposing himself to danger and inspiring his men. The French soldiers called this battle the terrible passage of the Bridge of Lodi. They succeeded, driving the Austrians back and securing a victory that seemed impossible. It was after Lodi that Napoleon's soldiers gave him the nickname that would follow him throughout his career, the Petit Caporal, the Little Corporal. Despite his rank, he had shown a common touch, speaking directly with ordinary soldiers and sharing their hardships. They had watched him positioning artillery pieces himself, getting his boots muddy alongside them. This combination of brilliant leadership and personal connection forged a bond between Napoleon and his army that would become legendary. With the road to Milan now open, Napoleon led his victorious army into the city on May 15th. The capital of Lombardy welcomed the French as liberators from Austrian rule. For many Italians, especially those influenced by revolutionary ideas, the arrival of the French army represented hope for political change. Napoleon encouraged these sentiments while simultaneously extracting resources to support his army and the French government. The French Directory had ordered Napoleon to focus on military objectives and leave politics to civilian commissioners. But the young general had other ideas. He negotiated directly with Italian states, established new republican governments, and collected war contributions and artistic treasures to send back to France. The Louvre Museum in Paris would soon display masterpieces from Italy's greatest collections, seized as war prizes under Napoleon's direction. To the Directory in Paris, Napoleon sent glowing reports of his victories, carefully crafted to emphasize his own role while minimizing the contributions of others. Each dispatch became a tool of political propaganda back in France, where newspapers eagerly printed accounts of the brilliant young general's triumphs. Napoleon was building not just a military reputation, but a public image that would serve his future ambitions. The Austrians, meanwhile, were not giving up. They sent a new army under Field Marshal Dagobert von Wurmser to retake their Italian possessions. Once again facing superior numbers, Napoleon employed his strategy of central position and rapid movement. He temporarily lifted the siege of Mantua to concentrate his forces, winning victories at Lonato and Castiglione in early August 1796. When Wurmser attempted another offensive in September, Napoleon defeated him again at Bassano and forced him to take refuge in Mantua. A third Austrian relief attempt under General Joseph Alvinci met defeat at the dramatic Battle of Arcole in November. There, Napoleon personally seized a flag and led his troops across a bridge under heavy fire, narrowly escaping death when he fell into a marsh and had to be rescued by his soldiers. By January 1797, the Austrians made one final attempt to save Mantua, sending yet another army under Alvinci. At the Battle of Rivoli, Napoleon orchestrated his most brilliant victory yet. Perceiving the key terrain features, he positioned his forces to repel attacks from multiple directions, shifting reserves rapidly to meet each threat. The Austrian army broke apart, and Mantua finally surrendered on February 2nd. In less than a year, Napoleon had defeated 4 Austrian armies, each larger than his own. He had conquered northern Italy, forced Piedmont Sardinia out of the war, created new republican states, and sent millions of francs in treasure back to France. And he was still only 27 years old. Now he turned his attention toward Austria itself. In March 1797, Napoleon led his army across the Alps into Austria, advancing to within 75 miles of Vienna. The Habsburg monarchy, seeing its capital threatened, agreed to peace negotiations. On April 18th, Napoleon signed the Treaty of Leoben, bringing Austria to terms without waiting for instructions from Paris. The final treaty, signed at Campo Formio in October 1797, represented a diplomatic triumph as impressive as his military victories. Austria recognized France's gains in Italy and the Low Countries, and agreed to a peace that would allow France to concentrate on its remaining enemy, Great Britain. Napoleon returned to Paris as a national hero. The Italian campaign had transformed him from an obscure general to a figure of near mythical proportions. Artists painted his portrait, poets wrote verses about his victories, and ordinary citizens spoke his name with awe. More importantly, the Directory now viewed him with a mixture of admiration and fear. His independent actions in Italy had demonstrated that he was a man who made his own rules. As Napoleon walked through the streets of Paris, his mind was already turning to new horizons. The conquest of Italy had been just the beginning. Now, with his reputation secure and a devoted army at his command, he set his sights on an even more ambitious target, one that would take him far from Europe to the ancient lands of Egypt and the East. The streets of Paris embraced Napoleon like a returning hero in December 1797. Crowds gathered to glimpse the conqueror of Italy, and the Directory held magnificent celebrations in his honor. Yet beneath the adulation, political tensions simmered. The revolutionary government was unstable, plagued by corruption and infighting. France remained at war with Great Britain, its most persistent enemy, and Napoleon, now famous and ambitious, represented both an asset and a threat to those in power. For the young general, resting on his Italian laurels was never an option. His mind constantly reached for new horizons, new conquests, new glory. During quiet evenings, he pored over maps of distant lands, his imagination fired by histories of Alexander the Great and the ancient empires of the East. While politicians debated the next move against England, Napoleon conceived a bold strategy that would strike at British power indirectly while building his own legend. Egypt became the focus of his vision. This ancient land, nominally part of the Ottoman Empire, but effectively ruled by the Mameluke warriors, occupied a crucial position. Control of Egypt would threaten British trade routes to India, the jewel of their colonial empire. It would give France a foothold in the Middle East, and potentially open the way for further eastern conquests. And for Napoleon personally, it offered the allure of following Alexander's path to glory in the exotic lands of the Orient. Napoleon presented his plan to the Directory with characteristic persuasiveness. The Egyptian expedition would advance French strategic interests while removing him temporarily from the volatile political scene in Paris. The directors, perhaps secretly relieved to send the increasingly popular general far from France, approved the ambitious project. Preparations proceeded with remarkable secrecy and efficiency. By May 1798, a massive fleet had assembled at Toulon, 400 ships carrying 38,000 soldiers, 10,000 sailors, and an unprecedented group of 167 scientists, engineers, artists, and scholars. This commission of sciences and arts revealed Napoleon's vision extended beyond military conquest. He intended not just to occupy Egypt, but to study it, map it, and unlock its ancient secrets. On May 19th, the expedition sailed from Toulon, somehow evading the British fleet, commanded by Admiral Horatio Nelson, that patrolled the Mediterranean. Their first target was the island of Malta, controlled by the Knights of St. John. This ancient order, weakened by years of declining relevance, surrendered with barely a fight on June 12, giving France control of a strategic Mediterranean base. After a brief stop to reorganize Malta's government, the fleet continued toward Egypt, still managing to avoid Nelson's searching warships. On July 1, 1798, the minarets and domes of Alexandria appeared on the horizon. Napoleon ordered an immediate landing, knowing that delay would only increase the risk of British intervention. As the sun rose over the Egyptian coast, French troops waded ashore. Napoleon issued a proclamation to his army that captured his romantic vision. "Soldiers, you are about to undertake a conquest whose effects on civilization and world trade are incalculable. You will strike a blow at England, which will touch her most deeply until the day when you deliver the fatal blow that will forever end her existence." Alexandria fell quickly, its ancient walls no match for modern European military tactics. Napoleon then divided his forces, sending a naval contingent up the Nile, while leading the main army on a grueling march across the desert toward Cairo. The heat was intense, water scarce, and the terrain unfamiliar. Soldiers struggled through sand in their heavy European uniforms, suffering from thirst, dysentery, and occasional attacks by Arab horsemen. Napoleon shared these hardships, marching on foot alongside his men rather than riding. When soldiers complained about the lack of water or food, he rebuked them by dipping a finger in the sand and licking it, saying, "There's nothing unclean in the hands of a soldier." Such gestures reinforced the bond between the general and his troops, maintaining morale through the desert crossing. On July 21st, the French army reached the village of Mbaba, near the pyramids of Giza. Across the plain waited the Mameluke army, approximately 21,000 strong. These warrior aristocrats, famous for their horsemanship and bravery, had ruled Egypt for centuries. Their cavalry was considered among the finest in the world, but they had little experience with modern European warfare. Before the battle, Napoleon gathered his troops and delivered one of his most famous motivational speeches. Pointing to the ancient monuments looming in the distance, he declared, "Soldiers, 40 centuries look down upon you from the heights of these pyramids." With these words, he connected the present moment to the grandeur of ancient history, inspiring his men with the sense that they were making history themselves. The Battle of the Pyramids demonstrated Napoleon's tactical genius. Anticipating the Mameluke cavalry charge, he arranged his infantry into large squares with artillery at the corners and cavalry in reserve. When the Mameluke horsemen attacked, they broke against these disciplined formations like waves against a cliff. French musket fire and artillery decimated the charging cavalry. By day's end, thousands of Mamelukes lay dead, while French losses numbered only about 300. Cairo surrendered without further resistance. Napoleon established his headquarters in the city and began organizing an administration for Egypt. He established a governing council of local notables, abolished certain taxes, and introduced elements of French revolutionary governance. He also issued proclamations suggesting respect for Islam, attending Muslim festivals, and expressing interest in Islamic culture. Meanwhile, the scientists and scholars of the expedition set to work. They established the Institute of Egypt in Cairo, a center for studying every aspect of the country, its geography, natural history, antiquities, and culture. Teams of researchers traveled throughout Egypt, measuring monuments, collecting specimens, recording inscriptions, and drawing maps. This scientific aspect of the expedition would ultimately prove more lasting than the military occupation. Among their most significant discoveries was the Rosetta Stone, found in July 1799 by French soldiers reinforcing a fort. This artifact, with its inscription in 3 scripts, hieroglyphic, Demotic, and Greek, would eventually provide the key to deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphics, unlocking the written language of ancient Egypt after centuries of mystery. But while scholarly work flourished, Napoleon's strategic position deteriorated rapidly. On August 1, 1798, disaster struck. Admiral Nelson, having finally tracked down the French fleet, attacked it in Abukir Bay near Alexandria. In the Battle of the Nile, Nelson destroyed almost the entire French fleet, sinking or capturing 11 of 13 French ships of the line. Only 2 French warships escaped the carnage. This naval catastrophe had profound implications. The French army in Egypt was now cut off from France, with no way to receive reinforcements or supplies. News of the defeat encouraged resistance to French occupation among the Egyptian population, and in Europe, emboldened by the French setback, Austria, Russia, Naples, and the Ottoman Empire formed a new coalition against France. Napoleon, characteristically, refused to appear discouraged. He intensified the civic improvements in Cairo, establishing workshops, hospitals, bakeries, and even theaters to maintain French morale. He continued to cultivate Egyptian leaders and study Islamic customs, but privately he recognized that his Grand Eastern ambitions were now severely constrained. In February 1799, seeking to expand his position and possibly open an overland route back to Europe, Napoleon led an army into Syria. Initial successes at El Arish and Gaza were followed by the capture of Jaffa, where controversy erupted when Napoleon ordered the execution of several thousand Ottoman prisoners, claiming he lacked resources to guard them. The advance continued to Acre, a fortified coastal city defended by Ottoman forces and supported by British naval units commanded by Sir Sidney Smith. Here, Napoleon's momentum finally stalled. Despite multiple assaults over 2 months, the French failed to capture the city. Plague broke out in the French camp, ammunition ran low, and morale suffered. On May 20th, Napoleon ordered a retreat back to Egypt. The Syrian campaign, his first significant military failure, tested Napoleon's leadership. During the grueling march back across the desert, he demonstrated both his callousness and his commitment to his troops. When plague victims became too numerous to transport, he allegedly suggested they be given fatal doses of opium mine, a proposal his chief medical officer refused. Yet Napoleon also gave up his own horse to carry the wounded and walked alongside his suffering soldiers. Back in Egypt, Napoleon won a final victory against an Ottoman force that landed at Abukir Bay, site of the previous naval defeat. but by now his thoughts were turning toward France. Newspapers smuggled through the British blockade brought troubling news of French military defeats in Europe and political instability in Paris. His Egyptian adventure, while not without achievements, had reached a strategic dead end. In a decision that would later draw accusations of abandonment, Napoleon secretly prepared to return to France. On the night of August 22, 1799, he slipped away from Egypt with a few trusted officers, leaving General Jean-Baptiste Kleber in command of the stranded army. In a letter to Kleber, he justified his departure as necessary for France's welfare, but many saw it as a self-serving abandonment of the troops he had led into isolation. Through a combination of good fortune and daring, Napoleon's small group of ships evaded the British blockade. After a 6-week voyage, they landed near Frejus on the French coast on October 9, 1799. News of his return spread quickly across the country. Despite the failure of the Egyptian campaign, the French public welcomed Napoleon as a returning hero. His legend, carefully cultivated through proclamations and bulletins sent back from Egypt, had overshadowed the reality of strategic defeat. As Napoleon journeyed toward Paris, his mind was focused not on the army he had left behind in Egypt, but on the political opportunity before him. The Directory was weaker than ever, the war effort was faltering, and France seemed ready for a change of leadership. The general who had sought glory in the shadow of the pyramids now set his sights on power in France itself. The Egyptian campaign had not given him an Eastern empire, but it had burnished his image as a man of destiny, a leader who operated on a grand historical scale. The stage was set for Napoleon's most audacious campaign yet, the seizure of political power in his adopted homeland. As he approached Paris in October 1799, few could have predicted how completely this Corsican artillery officer would transform France and Europe in the years to come. The France to which Napoleon returned in October 1799 was a nation in crisis. 10 years after the storming of the Bastille, the revolution had lost its way. The Directory, the 5-man executive that governed the country, was widely seen as corrupt and ineffective. They had survived through political manipulation and military force rather than popular support. War continued against the second coalition of European powers, with recent French defeats threatening the nation's borders. The economy was in shambles with runaway inflation and a government nearly bankrupt. Royalist insurgents operated in the West, while political extremists threatened stability from both left and right. As Napoleon traveled from the coast to Paris, he was greeted by cheering crowds in every town and village. Despite having abandoned his army in Egypt, his reputation remained remarkably intact. The French people, weary of political chaos and yearning for strong leadership, projected their hopes onto the general whose carefully cultivated image represented victory and glory. Napoleon understood this public psychology perfectly and played to it with calculated statements about the need for national unity and stable government. Upon reaching Paris, Napoleon maintained a deliberately low profile, appearing in civilian clothes rather than his general's uniform. He met quietly with key political figures, assessing the landscape of power. His modest house on Rue de la Victoire became a hub of political activity as visitors from across the spectrum sought his support. Many expected him to take sides in the ongoing struggles between the Directory and its opponents in the legislative councils. But Napoleon was planning something more dramatic than merely joining an existing faction. Among those who saw opportunity in Napoleon's return was his brother Lucien Bonaparte, who had been elected president of the Council of 500, the lower legislative chamber. More crucial was Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, one of the 5 directors and a venerable revolutionary figure who had drafted the pamphlet, What is the Third Estate?, that helped spark the revolution in 1789. Sieyès had been planning a coup to strengthen the executive branch of government, and he saw in Napoleon the military support needed to execute his plan. Napoleon and Sieyès made an unlikely partnership. The intellectual, reserved Sieyès looked down on military men, once remarking, "I am looking for a sword." Napoleon, far more politically astute than Sieyès realized, later quipped to his associates, "He has found a sword, but the sword has brought its head along with it." From the beginning, Napoleon had no intention of being anyone's puppet. The plot that emerged, known to history as the coup of 18 Brumaire, November 9th on the revolutionary calendar, was a complex affair combining legal maneuvers with the threat of military force. The conspirators included Sieyès and fellow director Roger Ducos, Napoleon's brother Lucien, Foreign Minister Talleyrand, Police Minister Fouché, and several key military commanders loyal to Napoleon. The strategy was to create a pretext for moving the legislative councils outside Paris, where they would be vulnerable to manipulation and intimidation. On the morning of November 9th, CS and his allies in the Directory spread rumors of a Jacobin plot against the government. Using this as justification, they persuaded the councils to move to the palace of Saint Cloud, several miles outside Paris, allegedly for their own safety. Napoleon was appointed commander of all troops in the Paris region, giving him control of any military response. The next day, November 10th or 19 Brumaire, the two legislative councils convened at Saint Cloud, surrounded by troops loyal to Napoleon. The plan called for the councils to approve a change in government that would replace the Directory with a temporary consulate of 3 men, CS Ducos, and Napoleon II would draft a new constitution. But things immediately began to go wrong. Napoleon first addressed the Council of Elders, the upper house, making a rambling, uncharacteristically nervous speech about saving the Republic from unspecified dangers. When challenged to provide details of the alleged plot against the government, he stumbled and made vague threats. It was a surprisingly poor performance from a man known for his charisma. Matters grew worse when Napoleon entered the more hostile Council of 500, where his brother Lucien presided. Here, representatives shouted accusations of dictator and outlaw. Some physically threatened Napoleon, who reportedly went pale and had to be escorted out by his grenadiers. For a moment, the entire coup seemed on the verge of collapse. It was Napoleon Bonaparte who saved the situation. Stepping outside to address the troops surrounding the building, he dramatically drew his sword and swore to kill his own brother if Napoleon ever became a tyrant against French liberty. This theatrical gesture, combined with false claims that daggers had been drawn against Napoleon inside, persuaded the soldiers to clear the council chamber. Grenadiers entered with fixed bayonets, and the representatives fled through doors and windows. With the council dispersed, Lucien reconvened a rump session of supportive members who dutifully voted to abolish the Directory and establish a provisional government of 3 consuls. The military coup was complete, thinly disguised with a veneer of legality. That evening, Napoleon, Sieyès and Ducos took an oath as the new rulers of France. The French Revolution, born in the name of liberty a decade earlier, had given way to military rule. In the weeks that followed, Napoleon quickly outmaneuvered Sieyès in drafting the new constitution. The original plan had called for Sieyès to be the primary consul, with Napoleon in a secondary role focusing on military affairs. Instead, Napoleon insisted on becoming first consul, with powers far exceeding those of the other 2 consuls. Sieyès found himself shunted aside into a meaningless position in the new Senate. The Constitution of the Year the 8th, as it was officially known, created the appearance of representative government while concentrating actual power in Napoleon's hands. A complex system of electoral colleges, a tribunate, a legislative body, and a senate gave the impression of checks and balances, but in reality, most of these bodies had limited authority. As first consul, Napoleon controlled the army, appointed all government officials, initiated all legislation, and directed foreign policy. The other 2 consuls, Cambacérès and Lebrun, had only advisory votes. To give this new government legitimacy, the constitution was submitted to a national plebiscite in February 1800. The officially announced results showed overwhelming approval, 3,011,007 in favor, with only 1,562 opposed. These numbers were almost certainly manipulated, but there is little doubt that many French citizens genuinely supported the new regime, hoping it would bring stability after years of revolutionary turmoil. Now secure in power, Napoleon moved quickly to consolidate his position and address the nation's problems. He established his residence and governmental offices in the Tuileries Palace, former home of French kings, symbolically linking his rule to France's historical tradition of strong central authority. His living quarters were modest, but the ceremonial spaces became increasingly formal, with a growing court etiquette that hinted at monarchical aspirations. Napoleon's approach to governing revealed his extraordinary energy and capacity for work. He typically arose at 3 a.m. to begin reading reports and dictating letters to his secretaries. He mastered complex details across all areas of government, from military logistics to legal reforms, financial systems, and educational policy. One minister remarked, "The first consul sees everything, remembers everything, undersigns everything, and decides everything." His most pressing challenge was to end the war against the Second Coalition. Britain, Austria, Russia, Naples, Portugal, and the Ottoman Empire had united against France, and recent battles had gone poorly for the Republic. Napoleon understood that military victory would strengthen his political position at home. In a bold move, he decided to lead the Army of the Reserve across the Alps into northern Italy, where the Austrians had reversed many of French gains from his earlier campaigns. In May 1800, Napoleon led his forces over the Great St. Bernard Pass, a daring alpine crossing that caught the Austrians by surprise. The subsequent Battle of Marengo on June 14th nearly ended in French defeat until a last-minute counterattack turned the tide. Who had almost lost both the battle and possibly his newfound political position, ensured that official accounts portrayed the victory as the result of his brilliant planning rather than the desperate gamble it had actually been. The victory at Marengo, followed by General Moreau's triumph at Hohenlinden in December, forced Austria to make peace. The Treaty of Lunéville, signed in February 1801, secured France's natural frontiers at the Rhine, Alps and Pyrenees. With continental enemies subdued, Napoleon then negotiated the Treaty of Amiens with Britain in March 1802, bringing a temporary peace to Europe for the first time in a decade. These diplomatic successes enhanced Napoleon's popularity and allowed him to focus on domestic reforms. He recognized that France needed more than military glory. It needed functional institutions and reconciliation after years of revolutionary conflict. The Napoleonic settlement that emerged balanced revolutionary principles with practical governance and selective restoration of pre-revolutionary institutions. A cornerstone of this settlement was the Concordat with the Catholic Church, signed in July 1801 and ratified in 1802. This agreement ended the religious conflicts that had plagued France since the Revolution's attempt to control the Church. Catholicism was recognized as the religion of the great majority of French citizens, but not the state religion. The government would pay clerical salaries and have a role in appointing bishops, but the Church regained control of its internal affairs. Equally significant was Napoleon's overhaul of the legal system. He personally presided over many sessions of the Council of State as they drafted what would become known as the Napoleonic Code, promulgated in 1804. This comprehensive legal framework incorporated revolutionary principles of equality before the law and religious freedom, while strengthening property rights and patriarchal family structures. It became Napoleon's most enduring legacy, influencing legal systems throughout Europe and the world. Financial reforms stabilized the currency and restored public credit. The Bank of France, founded in 1800, provided monetary stability. A new system of tax collection proved far more efficient than revolutionary methods. Napoleon also established the Légion d'honneur, a system of awards for civilian and military service that recognized merit regardless of social origin, though it reintroduced distinctions that the revolution had sought to eliminate. Education received similar attention, with the creation of a centralized system of lycée, secondary schools, and later the Imperial University, to oversee all education. These institutions emphasized subjects useful to the state, particularly mathematics, science, and engineering, while also instilling discipline and loyalty. For émigrés who had fled the revolution, Napoleon offered amnesty and the return of unsold properties, further healing national divisions. However, this reconciliation had clear limits. Political activity outside approved channels was not tolerated. Police Minister Fouché created an extensive surveillance system. Newspapers were strictly censored, and opponents from both the Jacobin left and royalist right faced arrest or exile. As the consulate stabilized France, Napoleon moved to make his position permanent. In 1802, a plebiscite approved his appointment as consul for life with the right to name his successor. New constitutional revisions further reduced the already limited powers of representative bodies. France was becoming, in essence, if not in name, a monarchy with republican trappings. By 1804, Napoleon was ready to formalize his status as France's ruler. A manufactured plot against his life, involving both Jacobin and royalist elements, provided the pretext. Government officials and military officers urged Napoleon to establish a hereditary throne to ensure stability. On May 18, 1804, the Senate proclaimed Napoleon Emperor of the French. Another plebiscite approved this transformation, and plans were made for a coronation ceremony that would surpass all previous displays of power and legitimacy. On December 2nd, 1804, in Notre Dame Cathedral, Napoleon crowned himself emperor, taking the crown from the hands of Pope Pius VII and placing it on his own head. It was a gesture rich with symbolism, Unlike the kings of France who claimed divine right, Napoleon was asserting that his power came from his own achievements and the consent of the French people. The artillery officer from Corsica, once an outsider in military school, had completed his extraordinary rise to become the most powerful man in Europe. As emperor, Napoleon stood at the pinnacle of power, but the transformation from revolutionary general to imperial ruler raised fundamental questions. Could the principles of the revolution coexist with one-man rule? Would France's neighbors accept an empire that continued to spread revolutionary ideas while expanding through military conquest? And could any system so dependent on one extraordinary individual survive in the long term? The answers to these questions would unfold in the dramatic years ahead, as Napoleon's ambitions extended far beyond France's borders. The golden bees, ancient symbols of immortality chosen to replace the Bourbon fleur-de-lis, now decorated the imperial robes of Napoleon Bonaparte. As 1804 drew to a close, the transformation was complete. The revolutionary general had become Emperor of the French, ruler of a domain that stretched from the North Sea to the Mediterranean. The coronation at Notre Dame had been a dazzling spectacle, carefully designed to blend revolutionary legitimacy with ancient grandeur. Jacques-Louis David, the official court painter, captured the moment in a massive canvas. Napoleon, crowned and ermine-cloaked, lifting the imperial crown toward his kneeling wife Josephine. For many observers, the emperor's coronation represented the final burial of the French Revolution, yet Napoleon himself insisted otherwise. "I am the revolution," he declared, presenting his rule not as a rejection of revolutionary principles, but as their fulfillment. The empire would preserve the fundamental gains of the revolution: legal equality, careers open to talent, religious tolerance, while providing the strong central authority needed to secure these achievements against both internal division and external threats. The day after his coronation, Napoleon reviewed 30,000 troops on the Champ de Mars. This juxtaposition was no accident. The new emperor understood that his legitimacy rested ultimately on military success. The fragile peace established by the Treaty of Amiens had already collapsed in May 1803, with Britain once again at war with France. By 1805, Russia and Austria had joined Britain in the Third Coalition against the French Empire, ensuring that Napoleon's reign would be baptized in fire. Napoleon responded to this challenge with one of the most brilliant military campaigns in history. With Britain commanding the seas after Admiral Nelson's victory at Trafalgar in October 1805, Napoleon focused on defeating his continental enemies. He rapidly moved the Grande Armée from the English Channel, where it had been preparing for a possible invasion of Britain, to Central Europe. Through a series of lightning maneuvers, he surrounded an Austrian army at Ulm, forcing its surrender without a major battle on October 20th. The path to Vienna now lay open. Napoleon occupied the Habsburg capital in November, the first enemy to do so since the Turkish siege of 1683, but the main Russian and Austrian forces remained intact, gathering to the north. On December 2nd, 1805, the first anniversary of his coronation, Napoleon faced them at Austerlitz in modern-day Czech Republic. The Battle of Austerlitz represented Napoleon at the height of his military genius. Deliberately appearing weak, he lured the Allied armies into attacking his right flank while concealing his main strength in the morning mist. When the sun broke through, the famous Sun of Austerlitz that Napoleon would recall nostalgically in later years, French forces smashed through the weakened Allied centre before wheeling to entrap those attacking the flank. By day's end, the Third Coalition was shattered. Austria sued for peace, and Tsar Alexander I withdrew his defeated armies to Russia. "I have fought 60 battles," Napoleon would later say, "but none like Austerlitz." The victory cemented his reputation as a military mastermind and strengthened his grip on power at home. The victorious emperor returned to Paris to jubilant celebrations. France had not simply defended its territory, it had established itself as the dominant power in continental Europe. Napoleon quickly capitalized on this dominant position. The Treaty of Pressburg, signed with Austria on December 26, 1805, forced the Habsburgs to cede territories to Napoleon's German allies and recognize French control over Italy. More dramatically, in 1806, Napoleon dissolved the Holy Roman Empire, that thousand-year institution which had provided the framework of Central European politics since Charlemagne. In its place, he created the Confederation of the Rhine, a collection of German states under French protection. These moves alarmed Prussia, which had remained neutral during the War of the Third Coalition. In October 1806, the Prussians finally entered the conflict, only to suffer catastrophic defeats at Jena and Auerstedt. Napoleon occupied Berlin and pushed eastward into Polish territories, where he fought the Russians to a draw at Eylau in February 1807, before decisively defeating them at Friedland in June. The subsequent Treaty of Tilsit, negotiated personally between Napoleon and Tsar Alexander I on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, represented the pinnacle of Napoleonic diplomacy. Russia recognized French dominance in Western and Central Europe, joined the continental system against British trade, and became a French ally. With Russia neutralized, Austria humbled, and Prussia reduced to a second-rate power, Napoleon stood as the unquestioned master of Europe. The empire that Napoleon built during these years of triumph reshaped the European map. The French Empire directly annexed territories along the North Sea coast, including Belgium, the Netherlands, and parts of northern Germany. In Italy, Napoleon ruled as King of Italy, with his stepson Eugène de Beauharnais serving as viceroy. The kingdom of Naples was given to his brother Joseph Bonaparte. Other family members were similarly elevated. His brother Louis became King of Holland, while his brother Jérôme was made king of the newly created Kingdom of Westphalia in Germany. His sister Elisa ruled the Principality of Lucca and Piombino, later becoming Grand Duchess of Tuscany. Caroline, another sister, became Queen of Naples when Joseph was promoted to the Spanish throne in 1808. Marshal Joachim Murat, who had married Caroline, succeeded Joseph in Naples. This family system, forming what Napoleon called a federal Europe, was designed to secure French interests while spreading revolutionary reforms. The Napoleonic Code was implemented across these satellite kingdoms, abolishing feudal privileges, establishing legal equality, and introducing modern administration. Jews were emancipated from legal restrictions, education was reformed, and infrastructure improved. These changes earned Napoleon the support of middle classes, intellectuals, and religious minorities across Europe. At home, Napoleon's regime combined authoritarian control with administrative efficiency. The complex structure of government allowed limited debate on practical matters while ensuring that final decisions rested with the emperor. The Council of State developed detailed legislation. The Senate provided constitutional legitimacy. The legislative body and tribunate offered restricted venues for discussion. Below these institutions, a hierarchy of prefects, sub-prefects, and mayors extended imperial authority to every corner of France. This administrative machine operated with remarkable efficiency, collecting taxes, conscripting soldiers, building roads, and implementing the emperor's will. Napoleon personally reviewed endless reports and memoranda, dictating responses to his tireless secretaries. "Power is my mistress," he once said, explaining his capacity for relentless work. "I have worked too hard at her conquest to allow anyone to take her away from me." Court life at the Tuileries Palace and later at Fontainebleau followed an increasingly elaborate etiquette. The modest living arrangements of the early consulate gave way to imperial splendor, with ceremonies choreographed to enhance Napoleon's dignity. Former revolutionaries now appeared in embroidered court dress, while military officers added peacetime glamour to their wartime prestige. A new imperial nobility was created, rewarding talent and service rather than birth, with titles like Duke, Count, and Baron bestowed on generals, officials, and scientists. Yet beneath the glittering surface, problems were emerging. The most personal of these concerned the imperial succession. Napoleon and Josephine remained childless, threatening the future of the dynasty. Though he had named his brothers and their children as potential heirs, Napoleon increasingly considered divorce and remarriage to produce a direct heir. Josephine, who had shared his rise from obscurity to empire, lived in constant fear of repudiation. More broadly, the empire faced the fundamental contradiction of trying to maintain a revolutionary heritage while establishing a new dynastic order. Many of Napoleon's original supporters, especially Republican generals like John Victor Moreau, became alienated from what they saw as a betrayal of revolutionary principles. Others, like his former comrade John Bernadotte, nursed personal rivalries with the emperor that would eventually have strategic consequences. Economic challenges also mounted. Britain's naval supremacy made the continental system. Napoleon's attempt to strangle British trade by closing European ports to its goods. difficult to enforce. Smuggling flourished, corruption spread, and the economy of France and its satellites suffered from the disruption of normal trade patterns. Colonial possessions were largely lost, with the Louisiana Territory sold to the United States in 1803 and remaining Caribbean islands falling under British control. Most significantly, the Napoleonic system generated its own opposition. The spread of French influence sparked nationalist reactions, particularly in Spain, Germany, and eventually Russia. The imposition of revolutionary values on traditional societies, the burden of taxation and conscription, and the arrogance of French officials all contributed to growing resistance. What had begun as liberation increasingly felt like occupation. These contradictions first became evident in Spain. In 1808, Napoleon deposed the Spanish Bourbon monarchy, installing his brother Joseph on the throne. What should have been a simple dynastic change triggered a massive popular uprising. The Spanish resistance, supported by British troops under Arthur Wellesley, later Duke of Wellington, became a bleeding wound in the imperial body. Napoleon himself led an army into Spain in late 1808, winning conventional battles but failing to suppress the guerrilla warfare that sapped French strength. The Spanish Ulcer, as this conflict became known, revealed the limits of Napoleonic power. Even as French armies controlled much of the Iberian Peninsula, they could never secure the countryside. For every town occupied, a dozen rose in revolt. The Catholic Church, nobility, and peasantry united against the foreign invaders, demonstrating that bayonets could conquer territory, but not necessarily hearts and minds. While the Spanish conflict continued, Napoleon faced a renewed challenge from Austria. In April 1809, the Habsburgs launched another war, hoping that French entanglement in Spain provided an opportunity. Napoleon hurried from Spain to take command, but found his armies scattered and Austrian forces advancing. After an initial setback at Aspern-Essling, his first major battlefield defeat, Napoleon regrouped and won a hard-fought victory at Wagram in July. The peace that followed brought another territorial reorganization of Central Europe and, more personally significant, a new imperial marriage. In December 1809, Napoleon finally informed Josephine of his decision to divorce her for reasons of state. The emotional scene that followed, with both Napoleon and Josephine in tears, reflected genuine attachment, but political necessity prevailed. In March 1810, Napoleon married Archduchess Marie-Louise of Austria, daughter of Emperor Francis I, cementing his alliance with the ancient Habsburg dynasty. This marriage symbolized Napoleon's evolution from revolutionary general to established monarch. The former Corsican outsider had joined Europe's oldest royal family, gaining the legitimacy that military victory alone could not provide. When Marie-Louise gave birth to a son on March 20th, 1811, immediately titled King of Rome, the Napoleonic dynasty seemed secure. Cannons announced the birth across the empire, and Napoleon reached what appeared to be the summit of his ambitions. Yet even at this moment of personal and political triumph, the contradictions of the Napoleonic system were reaching a breaking point. The continental system was straining relations with Russia, where Tsar Alexander chafed at its economic costs and the presence of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw on his border. In Spain, the guerrilla war continued to drain French resources, and in France itself, economic difficulties and constant warfare were eroding public support. Napoleon, however, remained confident in his star. From the splendor of the Tuileries, surrounded by courtiers and with Europe seemingly at his feet, he began planning his most ambitious campaign yet, the invasion of Russia. As 1811 drew to a close, the emperor, who had crowned himself amid unprecedented glory, now contemplated an enterprise that would test the limits of his military genius and the foundations of his vast empire. The man who had once said, "Imagination rules the world," was about to discover whether his imagination had exceeded the boundaries of the possible. The Grand Armée was gathering for what would prove to be its greatest test, while across Europe forces of resistance were stirring. The apotheosis of Napoleon's power contained within it the seeds of its destruction, as the next phase of this extraordinary story would reveal. A bitter wind swept across the vast Russian plain as Napoleon stood at the Kremlin walls, gazing out at the apocalyptic scene before him. Moscow, the ancient capital of Russia, was burning. Flames leaped from building to building, consuming wooden structures and stone monuments alike. The fire that had begun on September 14th, 1812, raged for days, eventually destroying 3/4 of the city. This was not the triumph Napoleon had envisioned when he led the largest army Europe had ever seen across the Russian frontier just 3 months earlier. The road to this catastrophe had begun years before, in the sunlit days of imperial glory. Even as Napoleon reached the zenith of his power after Tilsit, cracks were appearing in the grand edifice he had constructed. The most significant of these formed in Spain, a country that Napoleon had once described as an easy conquest, but which became instead an endless nightmare. Spain in 1807 was nominally France's ally, but internally divided. The weak King Charles IV, his scheming queen, and the ambitious royal favourite Manuel Godoy were opposed by supporters of Crown Prince Ferdinand. When Ferdinand attempted to seize power in March 1808, Napoleon saw an opportunity to replace the Bourbon dynasty with his own. He summoned both Charles and Ferdinand to the French border town of Bayonne, where through threats and manipulation, he forced both to abdicate in favour of his brother Joseph. The Spanish nobility and officials might have accepted this change, but the Spanish people did not. On May 2, 1808, the citizens of Madrid rose in revolt against French troops. The uprising was brutally suppressed, as captured in Francisco Goya's harrowing painting, the 3rd of May 1808, showing French firing squads executing Spanish civilians. But rather than intimidating the population, the violence triggered a nationwide insurrection. Napoleon, accustomed to fighting conventional armies, now faced a new kind of warfare. Spanish guerrillas, the word itself entered the military lexicon from this conflict, attacked French convoys, ambushed patrols, and assassinated isolated soldiers. When French forces concentrated to confront regular Spanish armies, the guerrillas controlled the countryside. When French units dispersed to counter the guerrillas, they became vulnerable to attack by regular forces, increasingly supported by a British army under Arthur Wellesley. In Spain, small armies are defeated, large ones starve, observed one French officer. The country became a quagmire, consuming French resources and manpower. Over 300,000 French soldiers were eventually tied down in the peninsula, troops that would be sorely missed in later campaigns. Napoleon himself led an expedition into Spain in 1808-09, winning conventional battles, but failing to resolve the fundamental problem of popular resistance. The Spanish ulcer, as Napoleon called it, demonstrated the limits of his military system. Treaties could be imposed on defeated governments, but not on mobilized populations. The same nationalist sentiments that the French Revolution had unleashed in France were now turning against French imperialism. Similar, if less violent, resistance was emerging in Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands. While Spain bled the empire, relations with Russia deteriorated. Tsar Alexander I had agreed to join the continental system against British trade at Tilsit, but the economic costs proved severe for Russia. Agricultural exports declined, imports became expensive, and the ruble depreciated. By 1810, Russia was effectively withdrawing from the system, allowing neutral ships to bring British goods into Russian ports. Napoleon viewed this as not just an economic issue but a direct challenge to his authority. Russia is ruled by a treacherous and shifting policy that changes according to the weather, he complained to his advisors. Other tensions compounded the problem. The French-created Grand Duchy of Warsaw, formed from Prussian-Polish territories, appeared to threaten Russian interests in Poland. Napoleon's marriage to an Austrian archduchess shifted the diplomatic balance, and personal relations between Napoleon and Alexander, once cordial, had cooled significantly. By late 1811, both sides were preparing for war. Napoleon assembled what he called the Grande Armée, a multinational force of unprecedented size. At its peak it numbered over 600,000 men, including French, Italians, Poles, Germans, Dutch, Swiss, and reluctant contingents from Prussia and Austria. This was the largest European military force ever assembled under a single command, equipped with 1,300 pieces of artillery, and supported by 250,000 horses. The logistics for such a massive force presented enormous challenges. Napoleon's genius for organization was evident in the preparation of supply depots, medical facilities, and pontoon bridges. But the fundamental problem remained how to feed and maintain such a large army in the underdeveloped expanses of Russia, where roads were few and resources scarce. On June 24, 1812, the Grande Armée began crossing the Niemen River into Russian territory. Napoleon's plan was characteristically aggressive: advance rapidly, force the Russians to battle, defeat them decisively, and dictate peace terms. "I will be in Vilna in a couple of weeks, in Vitebsk in a month, and in Moscow by autumn," he declared confidently. But the Russians, commanded by Barclay de Tolly and later by Mikhail Kutuzov, had no intention of obliging Napoleon with the type of decisive battle he sought. They retreated before the French advance, drawing the Grande Armée deeper into Russian territory. This strategy of trading space for time had two devastating effects on the French. First, it extended their supply lines to breaking point. Second, it exposed them to the brutal Russian climate and terrain. The summer of 1812 was unusually hot. French soldiers marched through clouds of dust on primitive roads, suffering from heat, thirst, and exhaustion. Horses died by the thousands, limiting the mobility of cavalry and artillery. The Russian scorched earth policy left little forage or food for the advancing army. Diseases, particularly dysentery, began to thin the French ranks. By the time they reached Smolensk in mid-August, the Grande Armée had already lost nearly a third of its original strength without fighting a major battle. Smolensk finally offered the prospect of combat, but after fierce fighting, the Russians again withdrew. Napoleon faced a critical decision: press on toward Moscow or halt for the winter. Prudence suggested consolidation, but Napoleon's instinct for the decisive stroke prevailed. "Peace is ahead of us," he told his doubtful marshal. "We need only one more success, and the Emperor Alexander will come to terms." On September 7th, the Russians finally stood and fought at Borodino, about 75 miles west of Moscow. The battle was the bloodiest of the Napoleonic Wars, with combined casualties approaching 80,000 men in a single day. Napoleon gained the field, but at a terrible cost. The Russian army, though battered, remained intact, and again retreated in good order. 1 week later, the French entered Moscow, expecting to find supplies, quarters, and perhaps peace negotiators. Instead, they found a largely abandoned city that soon erupted in flames. The fire, almost certainly set by Russian patriots, destroyed the potential winter quarters for the French army, and with it, Napoleon's hopes for a negotiated settlement. For 5 weeks, Napoleon remained in the charred ruins of Moscow, waiting for Alexander to sue for peace. No communication came. The Tsar, now in St. Petersburg, had vowed not to negotiate while a single enemy soldier remained on Russian soil. Meanwhile, the Russian army was regrouping. Cossack raiders were attacking French outposts and supply lines, and the first frosts warned of the approaching winter. On October 19th, Napoleon finally ordered a retreat from Moscow. It was already too late for an orderly withdrawal. The Grande Armée began retracing its steps through country it had already stripped of resources. The Russians harassed the retreating columns, attacking isolated units and cutting off stragglers. Then, in early November, winter arrived with full fury. Temperatures plunged below freezing. Snow blanketed the landscape, obliterating roads. French soldiers, many without proper winter clothing, began to die of exposure. Horses, starving and weakened, could no longer pull artillery or supply wagons, which had to be abandoned. Discipline broke down as hunger drove men to desperation. It was no longer an army, wrote one survivor, just a horde of ghosts wandering through the snow. The crossing of the Berezina River in late November became the most horrific episode of the retreat. With Russian armies closing from 3 directions, Napoleon's engineers frantically built bridges while what remained of the fighting force held off attacks. Thousands of stragglers and civilians following the army crowded the approaches. When the bridges were deliberately destroyed to prevent Russian pursuit, many were left behind to face capture or death in the freezing river. Napoleon himself had left the army on December 5th, traveling ahead by sleigh and carriage back to Paris. His presence was needed to stabilize the regime and raise new armies after news of the disaster spread. Of the massive force that had entered Russia, fewer than 30,000 bedraggled survivors recrossed the Niemen into Allied territory. The Grande Armée had been virtually destroyed. The Russian catastrophe dramatically changed the European balance of power. Prussia, nominally France's ally, but seething with anti-French sentiment, switched sides in February 1813. Austria, still led by Napoleon's father-in-law but increasingly assertive, offered mediation but prepared for war. Sweden, now led by Napoleon's former Marshal Bernadotte, who had been elected Crown Prince, joined the coalition against France. Britain increased its subsidies to continental allies while Wellington's army advanced from Spain into southern France. Napoleon, displaying his characteristic resilience, raised a new army of 350,000 men through accelerated conscription. Many were young and inexperienced, the Mary Louises, as these teenage soldiers were called, but they allowed Napoleon to return to the field by spring 1813. The campaign in Germany that followed showed flashes of his old genius, with victories at Lutzen and Bautzen in May forcing a temporary armistice. But the Allies were learning from experience. They adopted a strategy of avoiding battle when Napoleon commanded in person, while attacking his subordinates when he was absent. With greatly superior numbers and resources, they could absorb defeats while steadily closing in on France. After Austria formally joined the coalition in August, the noose tightened further. The decisive engagement came at Leipzig in October 1813, the Battle of the Nations involving over 500,000 troops. After 3 days of fighting, Napoleon's forces were overwhelmed by the combined armies of Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Sweden. The retreat from Germany became a near rout, with French forces abandoning positions that had taken years to secure. By January 1814, Allied armies were crossing the Rhine into France itself. Napoleon, commanding a dwindling force of loyal veterans, conducted a brilliant defensive campaign, rushing from point to confront separate Allied columns. The Champagne campaign, as it became known, showcased tactical brilliance but could not overcome the overwhelming strategic reality. Paris, largely undefended, fell to Allied forces on March 31, 1814. Political support for Napoleon collapsed with the capital. The Senate, long subservient to imperial will, suddenly discovered republican principles and voted to depose the emperor. Key officials, including the crafty foreign minister Talleyrand, negotiated with the Allies for a restoration of the Bourbon monarchy. Marshals who had followed Napoleon to Moscow now advised him to abdicate for the good of France. On April 6, 1814, at the Palace of Fontainebleau, Napoleon formally renounced the throne for himself and his son. In an emotional farewell to the old guard, he declared, "I cannot embrace you all, but I embrace your general. Bring me the eagle, that I may embrace it too. Dear eagle, may this kiss echo through the ages." Those present, hardened veterans of countless campaigns, wept openly. The Allies treated the fallen emperor with surprising generosity. He retained his imperial title and was granted sovereignty over the island of Elba, off the Italian coast. With an annual income of 2 million francs which would never actually be paid, a small navy, and a guard of 400 volunteers, Napoleon departed for his miniature kingdom. As his coach travelled through southern France, he occasionally faced hostile crowds, a stark contrast to the adulation he had once enjoyed. On May 4, 1814, Napoleon landed on Elba, apparently resigned to his diminished state. "I want to live from now on like a justice of the peace," he told a visitor. But those who knew him best recognized that his boundless energy and ambition could hardly be contained on an island measuring only 86 square miles. As news reached him of dissatisfaction in France under the restored Bourbon monarchy, Napoleon's thoughts turned increasingly to the possibility of return. The story of Napoleon Bonaparte, it seemed, was not yet complete. The chapter of imperial glory had closed with the retreat from Moscow and the fall of Paris, but another dramatic act still awaited, one that would both recapture the imagination of France and lead to final, irrevocable defeat. The eagle might be caged on Elba, but its wings were only temporarily clipped, preparing for one last, desperate flight. The island of Elba floated like a speck in the blue Mediterranean, just visible from the shores of Italy. Here, in a small villa overlooking the sea, lived the man who had once ruled half of Europe. Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of Elba, went through the motions of creating a miniature court, complete with miniature army, miniature navy, and miniature bureaucracy. He ordered roads built, mines reopened, and marshes drained. He received visitors with imperial courtesy, discussing literature, science, and history as if he were still the intellectual center of Europe, rather than its most famous exile. But beneath this calm exterior, Napoleon seethed with frustration and plotted his return. His situation on Elba was increasingly precarious. The French government had stopped paying the annual income promised in the Treaty of Fontainebleau. There were rumors of plans to move him to a more distant and secure location, perhaps the Azores or even Saint Helena in the remote South Atlantic. Most importantly, reports from France suggested growing discontent with the restored Bourbon monarchy. Louis XV, brother of the guillotined Louis XVI, had returned to rule a France very different from the one his family had left in 1789. The Bourbon Restoration attempted to turn back the clock, replacing the tricolour with the white flag of the monarchy and reinstating noble privileges. Veterans of Napoleon's campaigns found themselves dismissed from the army, replaced by royalist émigrés who had fought against France. The new regime seemed determined to erase not just the empire, but the entire revolutionary period from national memory. These policies created widespread resentment, especially among the military. Officers who had risen from the ranks under Napoleon now faced unemployment or demotion. Soldiers who had marched victorious through the capitals of Europe were insulted by royalists who had fled rather than fight for France. The blue, white, and red cockade of the Revolution and Empire became a symbol of defiance against the white cockade of the Bourbons. Napoleon, closely following these developments through visitors and secret correspondence, saw his opportunity. On February 26, 1815, he slipped away from Elba with a small flotilla carrying just over 1,000 loyal soldiers. The nearby British warship that was supposed to be monitoring his movements was conveniently absent, perhaps due to negligence, perhaps to conspiracy. Napoleon's small force landed near Antibes on the French coast on March 1st, ready to reclaim an empire. The initial reception was cool. The garrison at Antibes refused to join him. But as Napoleon's little army began its march toward Paris, following the route through the Alps rather than the more populated coastal road, the tide began to turn. At Grenoble, a regiment sent to intercept him instead rallied to his side after Napoleon walked forward alone and challenged them. "Soldiers of the 5th, you recognize me. If any man would shoot his emperor, he may do so now." Not a shot was fired. The soldiers broke ranks, shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" and embraced their returned leader. It was a scene that would be repeated throughout the march north, near Laffrey. The famous encounter with the 5th Regiment became immortalized as the beginning of the flight of the Eagle, Napoleon's metaphorical journey from Elba to Paris, flying from steeple to steeple. Marshal Ney, once one of Napoleon's most loyal commanders, had pledged to Louis XV that he would bring the escaped exile back to Paris in an iron cage. But when faced with his former leader, Ney's resolve crumbled. He and his troops joined Napoleon's growing army. The pattern repeated itself with each royalist force sent to stop the advance. On March 20th, exactly 3 months after leaving Paris in defeat, Napoleon re-entered the capital in triumph. Louis XV had fled the previous night, escaping to Belgium with a small entourage of loyal supporters. Napoleon found the Tuileries Palace exactly as the king had left it, dinner still on the table. "Well, gentlemen," he remarked to his companions, "it seems my good brother has left everything ready for me." The ease of Napoleon's return stunned Europe. The rulers gathered at the Congress of Vienna, who had been busy redrawing the map of Europe after Napoleon's first abdication, found themselves facing the nightmare they feared most: Bonaparte back on the throne of France. Their response was swift and unified. On March 25th, Austria, Russia, Prussia, and Great Britain signed a new alliance, pledging not to lay down arms until Napoleon was definitively removed from power. For Napoleon, the diplomatic isolation was complete. Not a single European power recognized his restored government. War was inevitable. The only questions were when and where the decisive battle would come. Napoleon's best hope lay in striking quickly before his enemies could fully mobilize their superior numbers. If he could defeat the nearest Allied armies, the British and Prussians assembling in Belgium, he might force a new negotiation from a position of strength. Domestically, Napoleon faced the challenge of rallying a weary nation for yet another war. His return had been welcomed by the army and in many rural areas, but urban liberals remained skeptical. To broaden his base of support, Napoleon issued the additional act to the constitutions of the empire, a hastily drafted liberal constitution that preserved the empire while incorporating parliamentary elements. Benjamin Constant, a prominent liberal critic of Napoleon's earlier authoritarianism, was surprisingly enlisted to draft this document. "I want peace," Napoleon told him, "but a constitutional peace. I no longer want to be the war despot feared by all of Europe." Constant was sufficiently convinced to support the new Rebellion, but many other liberals remained doubtful of Napoleon's conversion to constitutional principles. The additional act was submitted to a plebiscite, receiving official approval but with significantly less enthusiasm than Napoleon's previous appeals to the electorate. An elaborate ceremony on the Champ de Mars, attempted to rally public support by combining imperial pageantry with revolutionary symbolism. But the looming threat of invasion cast a shadow over these domestic arrangements. By June, Allied armies were massing on France's borders. The most immediate threat came from the 112,000 British, Dutch, and German troops under the Duke of Wellington and the 128,000 Prussians under Field Marshal Blücher, positioned in Belgium. Against them, Napoleon had assembled the Armée du Nord of 128,000 men, many veterans of earlier campaigns who had rallied enthusiastically to their emperor's standard. Napoleon's plan was characteristically bold: drive a wedge between the British and Prussian armies, defeat each separately, and then turn to face the slower-moving Austrian and Russian forces that were still mobilizing. On June 15, 1815, French forces crossed the Belgian frontier, beginning what would be the last campaign of the Napoleonic Wars. Initial French movements achieved tactical surprise. Napoleon's army struck the Prussian outposts, pushing toward the strategic crossroads of Quatre Bras. But the campaign quickly revealed problems in the French command structure. Marshal Ney, entrusted with the left wing, moved with uncharacteristic hesitation. Marshal Grouchy, commanding the right wing, failed to press the Prussians aggressively. Napoleon himself seemed to lack the physical energy and mental sharpness that had characterized his earlier campaigns. On June 16th, the French achieved a victory over the Prussians at Ligny, forcing Blucher's army to retreat, but the success was incomplete. The Prussians withdrew in good order rather than disintegrating as Napoleon had hoped. Simultaneously, at Quatre Bras, Ney fought an inconclusive battle against Wellington's forces. The golden opportunity to divide and destroy the Allied armies was slipping away. The next day brought heavy rain, turning the Belgian countryside into mud and delaying French movements. Napoleon dispatched Marshal Grouchy with 33,000 men to pursue the Prussians and prevent them from rejoining Wellington. This decision would prove fateful. Grouchy followed the Prussian rearguard toward Wavre, while the main Prussian army, recovering with remarkable speed after their defeat, marched west to support Wellington. On the morning of June 18th, Napoleon found Wellington's army deployed along a ridge near the village of Waterloo. Confident that Grouchy would keep the Prussians occupied, Napoleon prepared to crush the British-led force before him. But he delayed his attack until nearly midday, waiting for the sodden ground to dry sufficiently for artillery operations. This critical delay gave the Prussians additional hours to march to Wellington's aid. The Battle of Waterloo unfolded in dramatic phases. The initial French attacks against Wellington's right flank were repulsed. A massive assault by French infantry against the Allied centre made progress but ultimately failed to break through. The most famous moment came when Marshal Ney, mistaking a British redeployment for a retreat, launched a premature cavalry charge. Wave after wave of French horsemen crashed against the British infantry squares, creating an awesome spectacle but achieving little tactical effect. As the afternoon wore on, French pressure began to tell on Wellington's thinning lines. The farm of La Haye-Sainte, a key defensive position, fell to French attackers. Wellington reportedly muttered, "Night or the Prussians must come." Both were approaching. Around 4:30 p.m., the 1st Prussian Corps under General von Bülow appeared on the French right flank, forcing Napoleon to divert precious reserves to counter this new threat. The climactic moment arrived around 7:30 p.m., when Napoleon committed his last reserve, the Imperial Guard, in a final attempt to break Wellington's centre. These elite troops, veterans of countless victories, advanced in columns against the Allied line. For the first time in their storied history, the Guard faltered. Met by withering fire from British troops who had been lying concealed in the tall grass, the columns disintegrated. Across the battlefield, the cry went up, "La Garde recule." The Guard is retreating. The psychological impact was devastating. French units that had been fighting tenaciously began to waver and then break. As more Prussian troops arrived on the field, the French retreat turned into a rout. Only small units of the Guard maintained formation, forming defensive squares to cover the withdrawal. Napoleon, watching the destruction of his last army from a ridge behind the lines, reportedly turned pale. "All is lost for the present," he said to his staff. As darkness fell, he was persuaded to leave the field before being captured. The emperor, who had commanded victory at Austerlitz and Jena, now fled south toward Paris, his military reputation shattered, his political future destroyed. The scale of the defeat became clear in the following days. Nearly 25,000 French soldiers had been killed or wounded, with thousands more captured or scattered. More importantly, the Armée du Nord had ceased to exist as a fighting force. There would be no second chance, no miraculous recovery, as after the Russian disaster. Allied armies poured across the French frontier, virtually unopposed. Napoleon reached Paris on June 21st, still harboring hopes of raising another army and continuing resistance. But political support evaporated as news of Waterloo spread. The Chamber of Representatives, established under the Additional Act, demanded his abdication. Even loyal supporters like Marshal Davout, the Minister of War, advised that further military resistance was futile. On June 22nd, 1815, Napoleon signed his second abdication, this time in favor of his son, the 4-year-old Napoleon II. It was a futile gesture. Neither the provisional government that took power in Paris nor the advancing Allies had any intention of accepting a Napoleonic succession. The former emperor withdrew to the palace of Malmaison, once the home of his first wife Josephine, who had died the previous year. As Allied forces approached Paris, Napoleon offered his services as a simple general to help defend the capital. The offer was rejected. With no remaining options, he travelled west toward the Atlantic port of Rochefort, hoping to escape to the United States. But British ships blockaded the harbour. After several days considering increasingly desperate plans, Napoleon made a calculated gamble. On July 15th, he surrendered to Captain Frederick Maitland of HMS Bellerophon, writing to the Prince Regent of Britain, "I come like Themistocles to throw myself upon the hospitality of the British people." If Napoleon expected generous treatment as an honourable defeated enemy, he was quickly disappointed. The British government, representing the most consistent opponent of Napoleonic France, had no intention of allowing him any possibility of return. After keeping him aboard ship off the English coast, they announced his final destination, the island of Saint Helena, one of the most remote locations in the British Empire, 1,200 miles from the nearest mainland in the South Atlantic. Napoleon protested this decision as both legally improper and unnecessarily harsh. As a surrendered head of state rather than a prisoner of war, he argued he deserved more dignified treatment. But the Allies were unanimous. Bonaparte would never again be allowed to threaten European peace. On August 7th, he was transferred to HMS Northumberland for the long voyage to Saint Helena, leaving European waters and European politics forever. The Second Treaty of Paris, signed in November 1815, formalized the settlement imposed on defeated France. The boundaries established in 1814 were reduced, with additional territories lost. A war indemnity of 700 million francs was imposed. Worst of all for French pride, an Allied army of occupation would remain in the country's northern departments for up to 5 years. The Napoleonic era had definitively ended. The man who had crowned himself emperor now found himself confined to a windswept volcanic island, watched day and night by British sentries. His meteoric rise from obscure Corsican officer to master of Europe had been matched by an equally dramatic fall. Yet even in defeat and exile, Napoleon remained a potent symbol for his supporters, a hero tragically brought low to his enemies, a warning about the dangers of unchecked ambition and military adventurism. As the restored Bourbon monarchy attempted once again to turn back the clock, erasing the Napoleonic legacy from official France, the memory of the eagle's flight persisted in the hearts of many. Veterans treasured their medals and whispered stories of the emperor's victories. Images of Napoleon appeared in humble homes across France. His legal code, administrative systems, and educational reforms proved impossible to fully dismantle. In the wider world, too, the Napoleonic legend began to take shape even as the man himself faded into exile. Poems, paintings, and histories, some adoring, some scathing, attempted to make sense of his extraordinary impact on the age. The Congress of Vienna might redraw maps and restore thrones, but it could not erase the fundamental changes that the revolutionary and Napoleonic period had wrought on European consciousness. For Napoleon himself, the final chapter was yet to be written. On the tiny island of Saint Helena, he would wage his last campaign not for territory or power, but for how history would remember him. Through conversations with companions and the dictation of memoirs, he would craft a narrative of his life and achievements designed to shape his legacy for generations to come. And in this, his final battle for posterity, the fallen emperor would achieve perhaps his most enduring victory. The South Atlantic Ocean stretches out endlessly in all directions, its blue waters touching distant horizons under a vast sky. In this maritime emptiness sits the island of Saint Helena, a volcanic rock rising steeply from the sea, crowned with barren peaks and scattered patches of greenery. It was here, on this remote outpost of the British Empire, that Napoleon Bonaparte would spend the final years of his extraordinary life. The man who had once ruled from Madrid to Moscow now found his world reduced to a few square miles of rugged terrain, constantly swept by wind and rain. When HMS Northumberland dropped anchor at Jamestown, St. Helena's tiny port, on October 15, 1815, Napoleon got his first glimpse of his final prison. "It is not a pleasant place," he remarked dryly. After a brief stay in a local residence, he was transferred to Longwood House, a former farm building on a windswept plateau in the island's interior. The house, hastily converted for its imperial occupant, suffered from damp and decay. Rats scurried in the walls and ceilings. The persistent southeast trade winds brought mist and rain. It was, in almost every respect, an environment designed to break the spirit of a fallen enemy. Napoleon's daily existence on Saint Helena was regulated by strict protocols established by the island's governor, Sir Hudson Lowe. A career soldier with a rigid personality, Lowe viewed his assignment as primarily security-focused. Napoleon was officially designated General Bonaparte, deliberately denying his imperial title. He was required to be visually verified by a British officer twice daily. His correspondence was censored, visitors strictly limited, and movements confined to a portion of the island, unless accompanied by a British officer, a condition Napoleon found so humiliating that he rarely left Longwood's immediate grounds. The relationship between Napoleon and Lowe quickly deteriorated into mutual antipathy. Napoleon refused to meet the governor after their initial contentious encounters, communicating only through intermediaries. He complained bitterly about Lowe's petty restrictions and what he viewed as deliberate indignities. "He has the soul of a jailer," Napoleon declared. For his part, Lowe saw Napoleon as manipulative and difficult, constantly testing boundaries and attempting to undermine his authority. Despite these restrictions, Napoleon established a semblance of court life at Longwood. He was accompanied by a small entourage of loyal followers who had chosen exile with their emperor, Grand Marshal Enrique Bertrand, and his wife Fanny, General Charles Tristan Montholon and his wife Albine, General Gaspard Gourgaud, and his former secretary Emmanuel de las Cases, with his son. A few servants, including his faithful valet Louis-Joseph Marchand, attended to his personal needs. Daily life followed a routine that maintained imperial formalities despite reduced circumstances. Napoleon typically rose late, took breakfast alone, then spent mornings dictating memoirs or letters. Afternoons might include reading, chess games, or short walks in the Longwood Gardens when weather permitted. Evenings centered around dinner, followed by conversation, occasional readings aloud, or games of cards. Visitors to the island who obtained permission to meet the former emperor often found him charming and engaging, displaying flashes of the charisma that had once commanded the loyalty of millions. The most significant purpose Napoleon found in his exile was shaping how history would remember him. Through extensive dictation sessions with his companions, particularly Las Cases, Montholon, and Gourgaud, he crafted a narrative of his life and achievements. These dictations would eventually be published as the Memorial de Saint Helena and similar works, becoming foundational texts of the Napoleonic legend. In these dictated memoirs, Napoleon presented himself as the heir and protector of the French Revolution, who had been forced into wars by the aggression of other European powers. He portrayed his domestic achievements, legal reforms, infrastructure improvements, educational initiatives, as more significant than his military conquests. He depicted himself as a champion of liberal principles who had spread the benefits of the revolution throughout Europe. Most importantly, he presented his career as a coherent, visionary project, rather than the often opportunistic and contradictory path it had actually followed. "I closed the Gulf of Anarchy and cleared the chaos," he dictated. "I purified the revolution, dignified nations, and established kings. I have awakened peoples. I have given the French all the benefits of a strong government without the inconveniences. I have fought for unity and have sown the seeds of European federation." While constructing this self-justifying narrative, Napoleon also kept a keen eye on developments in Europe through the limited news that reached Saint Helena. The restored Bourbon monarchy was struggling to establish legitimacy in France. Liberal and nationalist movements were stirring across Europe, often inspired by the very principles Napoleon claimed to champion. The world was changing in ways that made his memory more powerful than the British captors might have anticipated. Napoleon's health began deteriorating in 1817, with symptoms that included lethargy, swollen legs, digestive problems, and irregular heart palpitations. By 1820, his condition had worsened significantly. He spent more time in bed, suffered from severe stomach pains, and lost weight dramatically. The British doctors assigned to Longwood diagnosed various conditions, including liver disease and hypochondria, what might now be called depression, but their treatments proved ineffective. As his health declined, Napoleon made preparations for death. He drafted his will, dividing his remaining possessions among family members and loyal followers. Most poignantly, he requested that his body be returned to France for burial on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I loved so well. It was a request that would not be honored for nearly 2 decades. Despite his weakening condition, Napoleon maintained his dignity and occasionally his sense of humor. When his friend General Bertrand suggested calling an English doctor, Napoleon replied, "No, no, no, they will kill me with their remedies. Let me die in peace. I am going to join my brave fellows in the Elysian fields. They will be glad to see me again." On May 5, 1821, during a violent storm that rattled the windows of Longwood House, Napoleon Bonaparte died at the age of 51. His last coherent words, "France, Army, Head of the Army, Josephine," connected his final thoughts to the nation, institution, and person that had defined his extraordinary life. The British doctor Francesco Antomarchi conducted an autopsy, finding what he described as a stomach ulcer that had likely developed into cancer, though debates about the exact cause of death continue to this day. Napoleon was buried on Saint Helena in a location known as the Valley of the Geraniums, beneath simple stones that bore no name. The British governor refused to allow the inscription, "Napoleon, Emperor of the French," accepting only Napoleon Bonaparte. Even in death, the politics of his title remained contentious. At the graveside, the loyal Bertrand proclaimed, "Now he belongs to history." News of Napoleon's death reached Europe 6 weeks later, triggering an outpouring of emotion. In France, where the mention of his name had been officially discouraged under the Bourbon Restoration, people openly mourned. Poems, songs, and images commemorating the fallen emperor circulated widely. The government, alarmed by this resurgence of Napoleonic sentiment, attempted to suppress public displays of grief, but the effort was futile. In death, Napoleon achieved a mythic stature that transcended his military defeats and political failures. This Napoleonic legend only grew stronger in the decades following his death. Poets like Victor Hugo and Lord Byron found in Napoleon a quintessentially romantic figure, a man of destiny whose meteoric rise and tragic fall embodied the sublime drama of the age. Artists produced countless images of the emperor, from heroic battlefield portraits to poignant depictions of his exile. Thousands of veterans proudly wore their Napoleonic medals and told stories of campaigns fought under his command. The legend served various political purposes. Republicans and Bonapartists in France used Napoleon's memory to criticize the restored monarchy. Emerging nationalist movements across Europe found inspiration in his transformation of the political landscape, even as they had once resisted his conquests. The myth of Napoleon became adaptable to almost any cause that positioned itself against the conservative order established by the Congress of Vienna. In 1840, during the July monarchy of Louis Philippe, Napoleon's remains were finally returned to France in an elaborate ceremony known as Le Retour des Cendres, the return of the ashes. The frigate Belle Poule, specially painted black for the occasion, carried his coffin from Saint Helena to Paris, where it was placed with full military honors in the Invalides, the great military hospital and final resting place for France's war heroes. The ceremony attracted vast crowds and demonstrated the enduring power of the Napoleonic legend. This legend would have one more dramatic political manifestation. Napoleon's nephew, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, successfully exploited his famous name to win election as president of the Second French Republic in 1848. Following his uncle's example, he subsequently engineered a coup d'état and established the Second Empire, ruling as Emperor Napoleon III from 1852 to 1870. The Napoleonic idea, combining revolutionary origin with authoritarian practice, popular support with military strength, had returned to govern France. Beyond politics, Napoleon's legacy shaped the 19th century in multiple domains. His military innovations influenced warfare until the First World War. His legal code formed the basis of civil law across much of Europe and Latin America. His administrative systems provided models for modern bureaucracy. His educational reforms established patterns of meritocratic advancement that gradually undermined traditional aristocratic privilege. Napoleon's complex legacy thus transcends simple categories of hero or villain. He was both a man of the Enlightenment who rationalized government and society, and a precursor of modern totalitarianism who subordinated all institutions to his will. He spread revolutionary principles of equality while establishing a hereditary dynasty. He liberated peoples from feudal institutions while subjecting them to French imperial control. he embraced peace while preparing for war. These contradictions help explain why the Napoleonic legend has remained so enduring and adaptable. Each generation finds in Napoleon a reflection of its own concerns and aspirations. For some, he represents the triumph of merit over privilege. For others, the dangers of unchecked power. He can be seen as either the preserver or betrayer of revolutionary ideals, the unifier or divider of Europe, the visionary reformer or ruthless conqueror. Perhaps the most appropriate epilogue to Napoleon's story comes from his great adversary, the Duke of Wellington. Years after Waterloo, when asked who he considered the greatest general of the age, Wellington replied without hesitation, "In this age, in past ages, in any age, Napoleon." The boy from Corsica who dreamed of glory while reading histories of ancient conquerors had indeed secured his place in history. His ambition had carried him from obscurity to the most exalted heights of power before ending in the isolation of Saint Helena. But even in defeat and death, Napoleon achieved a form of immortality that few historical figures have matched. His name became synonymous with both spectacular achievement and tragic hubris, with the soaring possibilities and terrible costs of human ambition unleashed on the world stage. As visitors today stand before the massive sarcophagus of red quartzite that contains his remains in Les Invalides, they confront not just the memory of a man, but the complex legacy of an era that he did more than anyone to shape. Napoleon Bonaparte, general, emperor, lawgiver, exile, remains one of history's most fascinating enigmas, a figure who changed the world even as the world ultimately changed him. The waves crash endlessly against the rocky shores of Saint Helena, an island that seems to exist outside of time itself. Within the confines of Longwood House, a damp and deteriorating mansion on this remote Atlantic outpost, the final chapter of Napoleon Bonaparte's extraordinary life unfolded far from the battlefields and palaces that had once been his domain. Here, 6,000 miles from Paris, the former master of Europe spent his last years in a curious limbo, physically constrained, but mentally ranging across time and space as he worked to secure his place in history. The physical conditions of Napoleon's exile were deliberately harsh. Longwood House sat on one of the island's least hospitable plateaus, constantly buffeted by winds and frequently enveloped in mist. The house itself was plagued by damp, with green mold creeping across the walls and rats scurrying through the ceilings. Napoleon's bedroom was small and poorly ventilated, converted from what had once been a servant's quarters. Outside, the gardens offered some respite, but even these were visible to British sentries posted on surrounding hills, their telescopes trained on the fallen emperor's movements. "I am no longer anything," Napoleon once remarked during these years. "My strength, my faculties are no more. I am no longer Napoleon." Yet even as he uttered these words, he was engaged in his final campaign, the battle for how posterity would remember him. Each day, despite declining health and constant surveillance, Napoleon dictated his memoirs to loyal companions, particularly Emmanuel de las Cases, who would later publish them as the Memorial de Saint Helena. These dictations were carefully crafted exercises in historical revisionism. Napoleon portrayed himself as the defender of revolutionary principles, forced into wars by the aggression of other European powers. He emphasized his administrative achievements, the Code Napoleon, the educational system, the reconciliation with the Catholic Church, rather than his military conquests. Most significantly, he presented his career as a coherent ideological project, rather than the often opportunistic and contradictory path it had actually followed. "I closed the gulf of anarchy and brought order out of chaos," he claimed. "I rewarded merit regardless of birth, rank, or wealth. I sought to establish a universal equality of opportunity, a career open to talent for all, and a continual advancement based on merit and achievement." Through these dictations, Napoleon was constructing what historians would later call the legend, a heroic narrative that would long outlive the man himself. The small community at Longwood maintained a semblance of imperial etiquette despite their reduced circumstances. Napoleon was still addressed as Your Majesty by his entourage, which included General Henri Bertrand and his wife Fanny, General Charles Montholon and his wife Albine, General Gaspard Gourgaud, and a handful of servants, including his loyal valet Marchand. Meals were served with formal ceremony, though the quality of food declined over time. Napoleon dressed each morning in simplified versions of his familiar uniforms, maintaining his identity as emperor even as Britain insisted on addressing him merely as General Bonaparte. Relations with the island's governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, deteriorated quickly into mutual hostility. Lo, a rigid military man with little diplomatic finesse, viewed his primary responsibility as security rather than comfort. He implemented increasingly strict protocols as Napoleon found ways to communicate with sympathizers and smuggle letters off the island. Napoleon refused to meet Lo after their initial contentious encounters, referring to him as the jailer and the Sicilian lictor. For his part, Lo complained that the former emperor was more difficult to guard than a woman. As the years passed, Napoleon's health began to deteriorate. By 1818, he showed symptoms of what would later be identified as stomach cancer, the same disease that had killed his father. He suffered from severe abdominal pain, vomiting, chronic nausea, and progressive weakness. His once corpulent frame grew gaunt, his legendary energy diminished to occasional flashes amid growing lethargy. The British doctors assigned to his care offered treatments, including repeated doses of calomel, a mercury compound, but likely did more harm than good. Napoleon's declining health coincided with increasing isolation. Las Cases was expelled from the island in 1816 after attempting to smuggle out letters. Gorgor departed in 1818, partly due to personality conflicts within the small community. Books, newspapers, and correspondence arrived irregularly, leaving the former emperor increasingly cut off from current events. He spent more time reading classics of literature and history, particularly accounts of great figures like Caesar, Alexander, and Charlemagne, leaders whose ranks he had once aspired to join. Weather permitting, Napoleon would take short walks in the Longwood Gardens or occasional carriage rides around the limited territory he was permitted to access without British escort. He attempted to maintain a garden, even planting willows around a small spring to create a peaceful retreat. He sometimes played chess or cards with his companions, though his competitive nature made him a difficult opponent. Increasingly, however, he spent his days in his small study or bedroom, suffering from his advancing illness and lost in memories of past glories. By early 1821, it was clear that Napoleon was dying. His pain increased despite medication, and he could barely walk without assistance. He began putting his affairs in order, drafting his will, and giving instructions for the distribution of his few remaining possessions. On April 13th, he added a final codicil to his will with the famous line, "I wish my ashes to rest on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I loved so well." It was a wish that would not be fulfilled for nearly 2 decades. Napoleon's last weeks were marked by alternating periods of lucidity and delirium. During clear moments, he spoke of France, his son the young Duke of Reichstadt, living under Austrian control, and his first wife Josephine, who had died 6 years earlier. He received last rites from the Abbé Vignali, though his personal religious beliefs remained ambiguous to the end. On May 5, 1821, as a violent storm battered the island, Napoleon Bonaparte died at 5:49 in the evening, aged 51 years, 8 months, and 20 days. His final words, reportedly France, army, head of the army, Josephine, encapsulated the central elements of his extraordinary life. An autopsy performed the following day confirmed extensive stomach cancer, though conspiracy theories about arsenic poisoning would persist for generations. On May 9th, dressed in his colonel's uniform of the Chasseurs of the Guard, Napoleon was buried in an unmarked grave in the Valley of the Geraniums, a quiet spot he had admired during his rides around the island. The death of Napoleon reverberated across Europe when news finally reached the continent 6 weeks later. In France, where the Bourbon Restoration had attempted to erase his memory, people mourned openly. Images of the fallen emperor circulated widely, despite official disapproval. Veterans wore their imperial medals with renewed pride. Poets, including Victor Hugo and Heinrich Heine, found in Napoleon's rise and fall the quintessential romantic narrative, a story of limitless ambition confronting the boundaries of human possibility. For nearly 2 decades, Napoleon's body remained on Saint Helena, visited by occasional pilgrims brave enough to make the long journey. Then, in 1840, King Louis Philippe of France, seeking to bolster his own popularity, negotiated with Britain for the return of Napoleon's remains. The frigate Belle-Poule, specially painted black for the occasion, carried the emperor's body back to France in a magnificent ebony and silver coffin. On December 15, 1840, Paris witnessed one of the most spectacular funeral processions in its history. Napoleon's coffin, placed on a monumental funeral carriage drawn by 16 horses, traveled from the Arc de Triomphe to Les Invalides, through streets lined with an estimated 1 million spectators. Old soldiers who had fought under his command wept openly as their emperor made his final journey through the capital. Victor Hugo captured the moment: the people without their Caesar, the army without its Napoleon. The return of Napoleon's remains, Le Redouteur de Cendres as it became known, demonstrated the enduring power of the Napoleonic legend in French political life. This power would soon manifest politically when Louis-Napoleon Bonaparte, the emperor's nephew, successfully leveraged his famous name to win election as president of the Second Republic in 1848, then established the Second Empire as Napoleon III in 1852. The Napoleonic idea, combining revolutionary origins with authoritarian practice, military glory with administrative reform, had returned to govern France less than 4 decades after Waterloo. Beyond French politics, Napoleon's legacy shaped the 19th century in profound ways. Militarily, his innovative tactics and strategy influenced warfare until the mechanized battles of World War I rendered them obsolete. His legal code formed the foundation for civil law across much of Europe and Latin America. His administrative systems provided models for modern bureaucratic states. His educational reforms, emphasizing meritocracy over birth, gradually undermined traditional aristocratic privilege throughout Europe. Napoleon's campaigns, while ultimately ending in defeat, accelerated the development of nationalist sentiment across Europe. Spanish resistance to French occupation fostered a new sense of national identity. German states, humiliated by Napoleonic conquests, began the long process of unification, partly in response to French dominance. Italian nationalists, inspired by Napoleon's reorganization of the peninsula, continued working toward the unified Italy he had briefly foreshadowed. Even in Russia, the Great Patriotic Resistance to the 1812 invasion became a foundational national myth. The Napoleonic Wars also reshaped the global balance of power. Britain, having financed much of the continental resistance to France, emerged as the dominant world power of the 19th century. Its naval supremacy, secured at Trafalgar, went unchallenged for generations. Meanwhile, the United States benefited enormously from the Louisiana Purchase, Napoleon's pragmatic decision to sell France's North American territories to finance his European campaigns. The young republic doubled in size, gaining control of the Mississippi watershed and laying the foundation for continental expansion. Perhaps most significantly, Napoleon's career demonstrated both the possibilities and limitations of individual will in shaping history. His rise from obscure provincial origins to imperial throne embodied the revolutionary principle that talent, not birth, should determine one's station. Yet his fall illustrated that even the most exceptional individual cannot indefinitely impose his will against the combined resistance of other nations and the constraints of geography, economics, and social forces. This ambiguous legacy explains why Napoleon has remained such a contested figure. To some, he represents the betrayal of revolutionary ideals and the birth of modern military dictatorship. To others, he embodies meritocratic advancement and progressive reform. He has been portrayed as both a spreader of liberal principles and a reactionary despot, a military genius and a reckless gambler, a unifier of Europe and its would-be conqueror. "What a novel my life has been," Napoleon once remarked at Saint Helena. Indeed, the story of the boy from Corsica who crowned himself emperor and redrew the map of Europe before ending his days on a remote Atlantic island contains elements that would seem implausible in fiction. It is a story that continues to fascinate, precisely because it defies simple moral categorization, existing in the ambiguous territory where greatness and hubris, vision and blindness, achievement and catastrophe intertwine. Today, visitors to Les Invalides in Paris can stand before Napoleon's massive sarcophagus, crafted from red quartzite and placed on a green granite base, surrounded by 12 victory statues. The inscription reads simply, "Here lies Napoleon I, Emperor of the French." This magnificent tomb, like the legend it houses, reflects the French nation's complex relationship with its most famous son, a relationship mingling pride, ambivalence, and enduring fascination. In the 2 centuries since his death, Napoleon's shadow has never left us. His name remains synonymous with both spectacular achievement and tragic overreach. His story continues to be told and retold, analyzed and debated, admired and condemned. Perhaps the most fitting epitaph for this extraordinary life comes not from a supporter, but from his greatest adversary, the Duke of Wellington. When asked years after Waterloo who he considered the greatest general of the age, Wellington replied without hesitation, "In this age, in past ages, in any age, Napoleon." The final verdict on Napoleon Bonaparte, general, lawgiver, emperor, exile, remains as elusive today as it was when he drew his last breath on Saint Helena. His legacy, like the man himself, resists simple classification. What remains certain is that few individuals have left such an indelible mark on history or captured the human imagination so completely. The Corsican lieutenant who became emperor may have died 2 centuries ago, but the world he transformed still bears the imprint of his passage. Imagine a vast countryside stretching across Europe in the early 1700s. Dawn breaks over rolling fields where farmers rise with the sun, just as their ancestors had done for countless generations. The countryside is where most people live and work, with up to 90% of the population tied to the land in one way or another. Villages dot the landscape, small clusters of homes where life moves to the steady pace of agricultural cycles. In these rural communities, days are marked not by clocks but by roosters crowing and the changing position of the sun. Time has a different meaning here. Work is measured in seasons rather than hours. Spring for planting, summer for tending, autumn for harvest, and winter for mending tools and telling stories by firelight. The year is a wheel that turns with predictable certainty, and people move along with it. Inside humble cottages, families work together in what will later be called cottage industry. A mother spins thread while her daughters weave cloth on hand looms. A father carves wood while his sons learn to shape metal in a small forge. Everything is made by hand with tools that have barely changed for centuries. Production is slow, methodical, and limited by what human hands and simple tools can accomplish. A shirt might take weeks to produce from start to finish. First, sheep must be sheared for wool. The wool must be cleaned, carded, and spun into yarn. The yarn must be woven into cloth, which must then be cut and sewn. Each step requires skill passed down through generations, each piece unique in its own way. In this world, there is no such thing as mass production. Everything bears the mark of its maker. Transportation moves at the pace of hooves on dirt roads. Goods travel slowly by horse-drawn carts or on riverboats powered by wind or current. A journey that takes hours today might require days or even weeks. Villages tend to be self-sufficient out of necessity, producing most of what they need locally. Towns and cities are islands in a sea of countryside, connected by roads that turn to mud in the rain and dust in the summer. Social structure in this pre-industrial world is rigid and rooted deeply in tradition. At the top sit landowners and nobility, who control vast estates. Below them are merchants and craftsmen who form a small middle class in towns. At the bottom, and by far the most numerous, are peasant farmers and laborers who work the land. For most people, the station of birth determines the course of life. A farmer's son becomes a farmer. A blacksmith's daughter marries another tradesman's son. Knowledge travels slowly in this world. News from distant places might take months to arrive, if it arrives at all. Education is a luxury for the privileged few, with most children learning trades through apprenticeship rather than formal schooling. Books are expensive treasures, hand-copied and precious. The local church is often the center of community life and learning, with priests among the few who can read and write. Markets are local affairs where farmers bring produce and craftspeople sell their wares. Money exists, but many transactions still involve barter and trade. Banking is primitive by modern standards, with lending often done on personal relationships rather than formal institutions. Credit is scarce, and saving for purchases is the norm rather than borrowing. Yet this is not a world without innovation. Farmers experiment with crop rotation and new tools. Craftspeople refine their techniques and pass improvements to apprentices, but change comes incrementally, over generations rather than years. The grandchild might farm with slightly better tools than the grandparent, but the fundamental nature of the work remains the same. This measured pace of life would soon face an upheaval so profound that it would tear apart the fabric of this agricultural society. The steady rhythm of seasons would give way to the relentless tick of factory clocks. The intimate knowledge of crafts passed from master to apprentice would be replaced by the repetitive tasks of machine tenders. The self-sufficient village would yield to sprawling industrial cities dependent on global trade. The signs of change were already appearing on the horizon. In the fields, new methods of farming were increasing food production. In workshops, inventors were experimenting with ways to harness water and steam power. In manor houses, wealthy landowners were looking at their vast holdings with calculating eyes, wondering how to make them more profitable. The world stood at the edge of transformation, though few could see it coming. The agricultural revolution was about to set the stage for something even more profound, an industrial revolution that would reshape not just how people worked, but how they lived, thought, and related to one another. What had taken centuries to evolve would be upended in just a few short decades. The old world of field and cottage was about to give way to the new world of factory and city. The first steps of this transformation were already being taken on the land itself, where a quiet revolution in agriculture was creating the conditions that would make industrialization possible. New crops, new methods, and new ideas about land ownership were changing the countryside in ways that would soon send thousands of rural workers looking for a different kind of life. The pre-industrial world was taking its last breaths. Though its passing would not be quick or easy, its legacy would live on in culture, tradition, and memory, a simpler time that would be both romanticized and reviled by those who came after. But the wheels of change were already in motion, and there would be no turning back. The quiet fields were about to speak in a new voice. Across the countryside of England in the early 1700s, a revolution was taking root, not with banners and battle cries, but with seeds and soil. This agricultural revolution would become the hidden foundation upon which the industrial age would build its towers of steel and steam. For centuries, farming had followed ancient patterns. Fields were divided into strips where peasants grew the same crops year after year until the soil grew tired. A third of all farmland lay fallow each year to recover its strength. Harvests were often just enough to survive, with little surplus to trade or sell. A bad season meant hunger. 2 bad seasons in a row could mean starvation. But new ideas were sprouting among forward-thinking landowners and innovative farmers. They began to question age-old methods. Why let land sit unused? What if different crops could restore the soil instead? What if animals could be bred to grow larger and produce more meat or wool? These questions would lead to answers that would transform the landscape both physically and socially. One of the most important changes was the introduction of crop rotation. Instead of letting fields rest empty, farmers began planting different crops in sequence. Wheat might be followed by turnips, then barley, then clover. Each plant took different nutrients from the soil and returned others. Turnips and clover in particular restored nitrogen to the soil that grains had depleted. This new approach meant more food could be grown on the same amount of land. The clover and turnips served another purpose too. They fed livestock through winter. Before this innovation, farmers had to slaughter most of their animals in autumn because they couldn't feed them during the cold months. Now, with fodder crops, more animals could survive the winter. More animals meant more meat, more milk, more wool, and crucially, more manure to fertilize fields. Tools were changing too. In the fertile mind of Jethro Tull, an English agricultural pioneer, the seed drill was born. Before Tull's invention, farmers scattered seeds by hand, a method as old as farming itself. Many seeds were wasted, eaten by birds or blown away by wind. Tull's seed drill planted seeds in neat rows at the correct depth, covered them with soil, and used far fewer seeds to produce the same yield. His horse-drawn hoe allowed farmers to clear weeds between the rows, further increasing crop yields. Selective breeding of livestock transformed the very animals that worked and fed the countryside. Robert Bakewell led this quiet revolution by carefully choosing which sheep and cattle should mate to produce offspring with desirable traits. His methods produced sheep with more wool, cows with more milk, and cattle with more meat on their frames. Animals grew larger and more productive with each generation. Where once a mature cow might weigh 370 pounds, selective breeding would eventually produce animals weighing 800 pounds or more. Perhaps the most controversial change came in how land itself was organized and owned. For centuries, rural communities had worked common shared land where anyone in the village could graze animals or gather firewood. Fields were often divided into strips, with different families working adjacent sections. This ancient system began to crumble under new economic pressures. The Enclosure Acts passed by Parliament allowed landowners to fence off and consolidate previously open fields and commons. Fields that had once been divided into strips farmed by many families were now enclosed by hedges or stone walls and worked as single units. The commons where poor villagers had grazed a cow or gathered firewood became private property. Landowners claimed this created more efficient farms, and in purely economic terms, they were right. Larger, enclosed fields could be worked with new methods and machinery. Selective breeding was easier when animals weren't mixed together on common pastures. Crop rotation could be implemented across entire fields rather than negotiated among those who worked neighboring strips. But there was a human cost to this efficiency. Smallholders who had worked their strip of land for generations found themselves without fields to plough. Those who had kept a cow on the commons to provide milk for their children now had nowhere to pasture their animals. The landless poor, who had gathered firewood and berries from common land, found themselves cut off from these resources. Many rural workers, finding they could no longer sustain themselves in the countryside, began to look toward towns and cities for survival. This movement of people created a pool of workers that would soon power the factories of the industrial age. The agricultural revolution was creating not just more food, but a workforce uprooted from the land and ready to be transplanted into a new kind of labor. The numbers tell the stark story of transformation. In 1700, an English farm worker could produce enough food to feed 1.7 people. By 1800, that same worker could feed 2.6 people, and by 1900, the number would rise to 4.1. This surplus made it possible for more people to work in trades and industries rather than agriculture. The effects rippled through society. Better nutrition from increased food production led to population growth. The population of England nearly doubled during the 1700s, growing from about 5.5 million to over 9 million. More people meant more mouths to feed, but also more hands to work both on farms and increasingly in the new workshops and factories that were beginning to appear. The agricultural revolution and the industrial revolution became intertwined in a cycle of cause and effect. More efficient farming created food surpluses that allowed population growth. Population growth created both workers and consumers for new industries. These industries, in turn, would create tools that made farming even more productive. Iron plows replaced wooden ones. Horse-drawn mechanical reapers began to replace the age-old scythe. Each innovation increased yields while reducing the number of workers needed on farms. The countryside was slowly emptying as people moved toward industrial centers, pulled by the promise of wages and pushed by the lack of opportunity in their ancestral villages. By the late 1700s, the transformation of rural England was well underway. Fields that had been farmed the same way for centuries now followed new patterns of crop rotation. Animals were larger and more productive than their ancestors. Enclosed fields stretched to the horizon, marked by the straight lines of hedgerows rather than the meandering strips of traditional fields. The agricultural revolution was not a single invention or discovery, but a series of changes that together transformed how humans produced food. Like all revolutions, it created winners and losers. Large landowners prospered from increased production. Scientific-minded farmers found their experiments rewarded with better yields. But many rural poor found themselves displaced, their traditional ways of life no longer viable in this new, more efficient countryside. As the sun set on the changing rural landscape, it was rising on something entirely new. The agricultural revolution had prepared the soil in which the industrial revolution would take root. More food meant more people. More people meant more workers and consumers. Displaced rural families meant available labor. All that was needed now was the spark that would ignite these conditions into the blaze of industrial transformation. That spark was already being kindled in the workshops of inventive minds who were asking new questions about power, production, and possibility. The stage was set for the next great revolution, one of steam and steel, of machines and manufacturing that would transform human society even more profoundly than the changes in the fields had done. Water dripped from the ceiling of a dark mine shaft in northern England. Deep below the surface, men and boys worked by candlelight, digging for the black rocks that would fuel a revolution. Coal had always been valuable, but in the mid-1700s, it was becoming the lifeblood of a new age. The deeper miners dug for this precious fuel, the more they encountered a deadly enemy usuwater that flooded the tunnels and drowned both workers and profits. Mine owners used horses walking in circles to power pumps that removed water from the mines. But horses tired, required feeding, and could only generate so much power. The challenge of keeping mines dry sparked a series of inventions that would change the world far beyond the coal pits of England. Thomas Newcomen created an early steam engine in 1712 to pump water from mines. It was massive, inefficient, and consumed enormous amounts of coal pit, but it worked better than horses. For decades, these engines wheezed and puffed above mine shafts across England. Few people imagined that this crude machine contained the seeds of a global transformation. The true turning point came when a Scottish instrument maker named James Watt was asked to repair a model of a Newcomen engine in 1764. Watt noticed how much energy was wasted, as the cylinder was repeatedly heated and cooled. After years of experiments, he created a separate condenser that made the engine vastly more efficient. This seemingly small improvement would prove to be one of the most significant innovations in human history. In 1776, as American colonists were declaring their independence, Watt and his business partner Matthew Boulton began producing steam engines that used less than half the fuel of Newcomen's design. Mine owners rushed to buy these more efficient machines, but Watt's vision extended beyond pumping water from mines. He developed a way to convert the up and down motion of the pump into rotary motion, making it possible for steam to drive wheels, gears, and other machinery. The implications were revolutionary. For all of human history, work had been powered by muscle, human or animal, or by the inconsistent forces of wind and water. Now here was a source of power that never tired, wasn't affected by drought or calm winds, and could be placed anywhere fuel could be delivered. The steam engine freed production from the riverbanks where water wheels had been the only reliable source of power for mills. The textile industry was the first to be transformed by this new power source. For centuries, spinning thread and weaving cloth had been done by hand in homes across the countryside. The spinning wheel and hand loom had changed little for generations, but a series of inventions in the mid-1700s had already begun to speed up textile production before steam power arrived on the scene. James Hargreaves invented the spinning jenny around 1764, allowing one worker to spin multiple threads simultaneously. Richard Arkwright created the water frame in 1769, which produced stronger thread than the jenny but required water power to operate. Samuel Crompton combined elements of both in his spinning mule of 1779, which made thread that was both fine and strong. These innovations had already begun to move textile production from cottages to factories built along rivers, but steam engines freed factory owners from reliance on waterways. Now factories could be built anywhere, particularly near coal fields and urban centers with abundant workers. As steam-powered factories spread, they pulled more and more people from the countryside into growing industrial towns. Inside these early factories, the experience of work changed dramatically. Instead of the varied tasks of farming or craft production, workers now performed repetitive actions timed to the rhythm of machines. The skills of a lifetime spent learning a craft were replaced by the ability to tend a machine that did most of the work. Children as young as 5 or 6 were employed to crawl under dangerous machinery, fixing broken threads or cleaning components too small for adult hands to reach. The factories themselves were often dark, dangerous places filled with deafening noise and air thick with cotton dust or metal particles. Workers faced injury from unguarded machinery, lung damage from contaminated air, and exhaustion from workdays that could stretch to 16 hours or more. There were no safety regulations, no minimum wage, and no compensation for injuries sustained on the job. Yet people continued to stream toward these industrial centers. Despite the harsh conditions, factory wages offered a more reliable income than the increasingly enclosed countryside. Urban life, for all its squalor, offered opportunities and experiences that were not available in rural villages. Young people in particular were drawn to the excitement and possibility of the growing industrial towns. The textile industry was just the beginning. The combination of steam power and another revolutionary material, iron, would create a feedback loop of innovation and growth. The steam engine needed iron for its components. Iron production required coal for smelting. Coal mining needed steam engines to pump water from deep mines. Each industry drove the expansion of the others. Iron had been produced for centuries in small batches, but the growing demand for machine parts and tools required much greater quantities. Abraham Darby had discovered in 1709 that coke coal that had been heated to remove impurities could replace charcoal in iron smelting. This innovation made it possible to produce iron in much larger quantities, as forests no longer limited production. By the late 1700s, iron was being produced on an unprecedented scale. In 1779, Abraham Darby III constructed the world's first iron bridge over the River Severn in Shropshire, a symbol of the new industrial age. Iron would soon be used not just for machines but for ships, railways, buildings, and countless other applications that transformed the human environment. The machines that filled the new factories were themselves products of other machines. As the production of iron components became more precise, inventors created metal lathes, drills, and other tools that could shape materials with new accuracy. These machine tools made it possible to create interchangeable parts components that could be mass-produced and assembled into complex machines. This was a profound shift from the craftsmanship of earlier eras, where each part of a clock or gun was individually made and fitted. With interchangeable parts, production could be divided into simple steps performed by less skilled workers or by machines themselves. Products became more consistent, cheaper, and available in quantities that would have been impossible under the old system of craft production. Coal, the black rock that fueled this transformation, shifted from a convenience to a necessity. Between 1700 and 1800, coal production in Britain increased from about 3 million tons annually to nearly 15 million tons. By 1900, it would reach 225 million tons. This exponential growth reflected coal's central role in powering the steam engines that drove factories, pumped mines, propelled ships, and eventually pulled trains across the countryside. The environmental impact of this coal-powered revolution was immense. Cities like Manchester, Birmingham, and Sheffield became covered in soot. The clear streams that had once powered watermills turned black with industrial waste. Forests were cleared for fuel and building materials. The relationship between humans and nature was being rewritten by the demands of industrial production. Despite these costs, the transformation unleashed by steam and steel created wealth on an unprecedented scale. The output of British factories soared, producing goods in quantities and at prices that made them available to ordinary people for the first time. Textiles, tools, household items, and countless other products that had once been luxuries or expensive necessities became increasingly affordable. But the distribution of this new wealth was far from equal. Factory owners and investors saw their fortunes multiply, while workers often struggled in poverty despite producing more goods than any previous generation. This growing gap between rich and poor would become one of the defining features of the industrial age. By the early 1800s, the Industrial Revolution was spreading beyond Britain to other parts of Europe and North America. The knowledge, technologies, and systems pioneered in British workshops and factories were being adopted and adapted elsewhere. The world was being remade by steam and steel, by coal and iron, and by the machines that harnessed these materials to multiply human productive power. What had begun as a solution to flooding coal mines had become a force transforming human society more profoundly than any political revolution. The age of muscle power was giving way to the age of fossil fuels. The rhythm of nature was being replaced by the relentless beat of machines. And this transformation was just beginning to gather speed, as new forms of transportation were about to shrink distances and connect the industrial centers in ways that would accelerate change even further. The world was getting smaller. As steam engines transformed production in mines and factories, a question began to emerge in the minds of engineers and businessmen. Could this same power be harnessed to move people and goods across the landscape? For centuries, the speed of transportation had been limited by the pace of horses on land and the vagaries of wind at sea. These ancient limitations were about to shatter. In the early 1800s, goods moved across England much as they had for centuries. On land, horse-drawn wagons struggled along muddy roads that turned to quagmires in rain and dust bowls in drought. A journey of 20 miles could take an entire day. Rivers provided better routes, but they flowed where nature dictated, not necessarily where commerce needed them. Canals had begun to connect industrial centers, but barges moved slowly, pulled by horses walking along towpaths. The first attempts to apply steam power to transportation came on water. In 1802, a Scotsman named William Symington built the Charlotte Dundas, the first practical steamboat. It proved that steam engines could propel vessels without the need for sails or oars. In America, Robert Fulton developed the idea further with his North River steamboat in 1807, later known as the Clermont. Steamboats could travel upstream against currents that had once made river travel a one-way journey, transforming inland waterways into two-way highways of commerce. But the true revolution in transportation would come on land, not water. The concept of railways had existed for centuries in a primitive form. Mines used wooden rails to guide horse-drawn carts, loaded with coal or ore. In the late 1700s, iron rails began to replace wood, providing a smoother, more durable surface that reduced friction and allowed horses to pull heavier loads. The marriage of steam power with railways would prove to be one of the most transformative combinations in human history. Richard Trevithick built the first steam locomotive in 1804, demonstrating that steam engines could be made compact and powerful enough to move themselves and a load of passengers or freight. His invention pointed the way forward, but it would take another engineer to create the first truly successful steam locomotive. That engineer was George Stephenson. Born to a poor mining family, Stephenson had no formal education, but possessed a brilliant mechanical mind. In 1814, he built his first locomotive, the Blucher, which could pull 30 tons of coal up a hill at 4 miles per hour. While modest by later standards, this achievement sparked interest in the potential of steam-powered rail transport. Stephenson continued to refine his designs. In 1825, he opened the Stockton and Darlington Railway, the world's first public railway to use steam locomotives. Initially, the locomotive was used mainly for freight, while horses still pulled passenger carriages. But the proof of concept was established, and the next step would be even more ambitious. The turning point came in 1829 at the Rainhill Trials, a competition to select the best locomotive design for the planned Liverpool and Manchester Railway. Stephenson entered a locomotive called the Rocket, which featured several innovations including a multi-tube boiler that greatly increased its power and efficiency. The Rocket won the competition handily, reaching speeds of 29 miles per hour, faster than the swiftest horse could maintain. The Liverpool and Manchester Railway opened in 1830 with the Rocket and other steam locomotives, pulling both freight and passenger carriages. For the first time in history, people could travel overland faster than a galloping horse. The age-old limitations on the speed of human movement had been broken, with profound implications for society, economy, and human psychology. The success of the Liverpool and Manchester Railway sparked a frenzy of railway construction across Britain. In 1830, Britain had just 98 miles of railways. By 1850, it had over 6,000 miles. Towns that had once been a day's journey apart were suddenly accessible in an hour or two. Perishable goods could reach distant markets while still fresh. Ideas, news, and people circulated at unprecedented speeds. Railway construction was an enormous undertaking that transformed the landscape. Thousands of workers, many of them Irish immigrants fleeing the potato famine, dug cuttings through hills, built embankments across valleys, and constructed bridges and tunnels. These navvies, as railway construction workers were called, lived in temporary shanty towns that followed the advancing tracks. The work was dangerous and difficult, with many men losing their lives to accidents, disease, and exhaustion. The completed railways were marvels of the industrial age. Isambard Kingdom Brunel's Great Western Railway from London to Bristol featured elegant stations, massive bridges, and long tunnels that showcased the new engineering capabilities of the steam age. Railway stations became the new gateways to cities, often built with the grandeur of cathedrals to impress travelers and demonstrate civic pride. For ordinary people, railways offered a revolutionary experience. Most had never traveled faster than a horse could run. Now they could sit in relative comfort as the landscape rushed by at 30 miles per hour or more. Early railway passengers reported feelings of disorientation and even fear at these unprecedented speeds. One doctor warned that human minds might not be able to process scenery moving so quickly, but people soon adapted to this new velocity, and what had seemed terrifying became routine. Railways standardized time in a way that had never before been necessary. When journeys between towns took days, local time based on the sun's position was sufficient, but railway timetables required precision. A train scheduled to leave one town at 10 o'clock couldn't arrive at another at 9:45, even if local time differed. Railway companies began to use standard time across their networks, eventually leading to the time zones we know today. The economic impact of railways was enormous. They slashed transportation costs, making it practical to ship heavy or bulky goods like coal, iron, and agricultural products over long distances. Manufacturers could reach wider markets, leading to increased production and economies of scale. Raw materials could be brought to factories from far away, freeing industry from the need to locate near sources of materials. Railways created a vast new market for iron and steel, for the locomotives themselves, and for the rails that guided them. 1 mile of railway required about 300 tons of iron just for the rails. By 1850, railways were consuming half of Britain's pig iron output. This demand spurred innovation in iron and later steel production, driving down costs and improving quality through scale and experience. The social impact of railways was equally profound. They enabled mass tourism for the first time, allowing working-class people to take day trips to the seaside or countryside. Thomas Cook organized his first tour by rail in 1841, taking 500 people on a round trip for a temperance meeting. This was the beginning of the modern tourism industry. Railways also transformed mail delivery, with dedicated mail trains sorting letters en route. News traveled faster, helping to create a more unified national culture. Perishable foods could reach cities from the countryside, improving urban diets. Even courtship and marriage patterns changed, as young people could meet potential partners from further afield. While railways were revolutionizing land transportation, steam was also transforming movement at sea. Early steamships like the Savannah, which crossed the Atlantic in 1819, still relied primarily on sails, using steam only as an auxiliary power source. But as marine steam engines improved, ships began to operate independently of wind and current. The first regular transatlantic steamship service began in 1838, when the Sirius and Great Western made the journey from England to New York. The Great Western, designed by Isambard Kingdom Brunel, completed the crossing in just 15 days, half the time of a typical sailing ship. By the 1850s, steamships were regularly crossing the Atlantic with passengers, mail, and high-value cargo. Iron hulls began to replace wooden ones, allowing ships to grow larger and more durable. Brunel's Great Britain, launched in 1843, combined an iron hull with screw propulsion rather than paddle wheels, pointing the way to modern ship design. These innovations made ocean travel more reliable, comfortable, and eventually affordable for ordinary people. The combination of railways and steamships created a global transportation network that shrunk the world as never before. Goods, people, and ideas could circulate at speeds that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. A journey from London to New York that might have taken 5 to 6 weeks by sailing ship in 1800 could be completed in 10 days by 1870. With the ocean crossing by steamship and land portions by rail, this transportation revolution fueled the Industrial Revolution and was fueled by it in turn. Faster, cheaper transportation expanded markets for factory goods. Larger markets justified larger factories and greater mechanization. More machines required more coal and iron, which railways made easier to transport. It was a cycle of growth and innovation that accelerated throughout the 19th century. By the 1860s, the revolution in steam-powered transportation had spread far beyond Britain. Railways were being built across Europe, North America, and parts of Asia and Latin America. American engineers developed larger, more powerful locomotives, suitable for the vast distances and varied terrain of the United States. The Transcontinental Railroad, completed in 1869, linked the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, opening the American West to settlement and development. The transformation in how humans and goods moved around the world was creating a new kind of society, and increasingly dependent on a complex web of transportation and production. The foundations were being laid for the modern world, with its global markets, rapid movement, and constant exchange of goods and ideas. Yet even as steam-powered transportation reached its zenith, new technologies were emerging that would eventually replace it. In the latter part of the 19th century, electricity and the internal combustion engine would begin their rise, pointing toward yet another revolution in how humans would power their industries and movement in the century to come. The sky over Manchester darkened at midday, not from clouds but from the smoke of 100 factory chimneys that belched coal dust into the air. Below, thousands of people hurried through narrow streets, their faces and clothes stained with the same grime that coated every building and surface. This was the new urban world of the 1840s, a place unlike anything humanity had known before. Cities had existed for thousands of years, but the industrial city was something entirely new. Traditional cities had been centers of government, religion, and trade. The new industrial cities existed primarily for production. They grew not gradually over centuries, but explosively over decades as rural workers flocked to factory jobs. Manchester's population soared from about 25,000 in 1772 to over 300,000 by 1850. Similar explosive growth transformed once small towns across Britain, Europe, and eventually North America. At the heart of these new urban centers stood the factories, large buildings filled with machinery and workers. The earliest factories had been built along rivers to harness water power for their machines. But with the spread of steam engines, factories could now be located anywhere with access to coal. They clustered together in cities, creating industrial districts where the air was thick with smoke and the ground shook with the constant motion of machines. The factory itself represented a revolution in how work was organized. Before industrialization, most production had taken place in homes or small workshops where craftspeople controlled their own pace and methods. In factories, work was dictated by machines and factory owners. Workers had to arrive at specific times, work at the pace set by the machinery, and follow strict rules about behavior and production methods. Inside these early factories, conditions were often harsh and dangerous. Cotton mills filled the air with lint that caused lung diseases in workers who breathed it day after day. Metal works exposed workers to extreme heat, flying sparks, and toxic fumes. Machinery ran without safety guards, catching clothes, hair, and limbs of unwary or exhausted workers. Accidents that maimed or killed were commonplace and usually brought no compensation to the victims or their families. The working day was punishingly long, often 14 to 16 hours, 6 days a week. Factory windows were few and small, making artificial lighting necessary even during daylight hours. Whale oil lamps and candles provided dim, flickering illumination until gas lighting began to spread in the 1820s and 1830s. The combination of poor light, dangerous machinery, and exhausted workers made accidents inevitable. Children were a significant part of the factory workforce. Their small fingers could reach into machinery to clear jams or tie broken threads, and their small bodies could crawl under machines to sweep up debris or perform maintenance. Children as young as 5 or 6 worked the same long hours as adults, often for pennies a day. By 1800, an estimated 20% of the workers in Britain's cotton mills were under the age of 13. The living conditions in these industrial cities matched the harshness of factory work. Housing was built quickly and cheaply to accommodate the flood of workers. Rows of identical brick houses lined narrow streets, often built back-to-back with no rear windows or yards. In Manchester, Liverpool, and other industrial centres, whole families might live in a single room, with several families sharing an outdoor toilet and water pump. Sanitation was primitive or non-existent. Open sewers often ran down the middle of streets. Household waste was thrown into streets or alleys. Clean water was scarce, with many people relying on wells or rivers that were increasingly polluted by industrial and human waste. These conditions led to frequent outbreaks of diseases like cholera, typhoid, and tuberculosis that swept through working-class neighborhoods. The social geography of cities reflected the new class divisions of industrial society. Factory owners and the growing middle class of managers and professionals lived in newer neighborhoods upwind of the factory smoke. Working-class families crowded into cheaper housing near the factories where they worked. This physical separation reinforced the growing economic and social divide between classes. Despite these harsh conditions, people continued to migrate from rural areas to industrial cities. The enclosure of agricultural land had left many rural workers without means of support. Factory wages, while low, offered more regular income than seasonal farm work. And cities, for all their problems, offered opportunities that were unavailable in rural villages: shops, entertainments, schools, and the possibility of advancement for the ambitious or lucky. Migration to industrial cities wasn't always a simple matter of individual choice. In some cases, entire families or communities moved together, following a local employer who had shifted from cottage industry to factory production. In other cases, orphaned or poor children were sent from rural parishes to work in urban factories, essentially as indentured laborers. The flow of humanity from countryside to city created new social patterns and disrupted traditional relationships and communities. The rapid growth of cities created unprecedented challenges. Traditional forms of governance and social support were overwhelmed by the scale and speed of urbanization. New social problems required new solutions. The early industrial city became a laboratory for both the worst abuses of unrestrained capitalism and the beginnings of reform movements that would eventually create more livable urban environments. Factory work itself was transforming human relationships with time, nature, and each other. Before industrialization, work had followed natural rhythms: daylight hours, seasons, weather. Factory work was governed by the clock and the machine, continuing regardless of darkness, season, or weather. Workers' movements were synchronized not with nature, but with mechanical processes. Time became something to be measured precisely and used efficiently. This new relationship with time required new forms of discipline. Factory owners enforced punctuality with fines, lockouts, and dismissals. Workers who had grown up in rural settings where time was measured loosely by the sun and seasons had to adapt to a world where minutes mattered and tardiness meant lost wages. Pocket watches, once luxury items for the wealthy, became essential tools for workers who needed to arrive at the factory gate before it closed. The nature of factory work also changed family dynamics. In pre-industrial households, work and family life had been integrated, with production taking place in or near the home. Factory work separated these spheres. Men, women, and often children left home for long hours, returning exhausted. Meals became rushed affairs between shifts. Childcare became a challenge, with older siblings often responsible for younger ones, while parents worked. Women formed a significant portion of the early factory workforce, particularly in textile mills where their traditional spinning and weaving skills were valuable. Factory work offered women wages independent of their husbands or fathers, but also exposed them to harsh conditions and potential exploitation. As the 19th century progressed, gender divisions in factory work became more pronounced, with women increasingly concentrated in lower-paid positions. The social disruption caused by these new working and living patterns contributed to both social problems and social innovations. Alcoholism increased as workers sought escape from the harshness of their lives. Crime rates rose in overcrowded urban areas with limited policing. But new forms of mutual aid also emerged, friendly societies where workers pooled resources to help members in times of illness or injury, cooperative shops owned by workers, and early trade unions that sought to improve conditions through collective action. The factory system also created a new kind of economic vulnerability. When production was dispersed across many small workshops and homes, economic downturns affected communities unevenly and partially. When production concentrated in factories, entire communities could be devastated by a single factory closure or economic slowdown. The industrial boom and bust cycle created periods of mass unemployment and hardship that affected thousands of workers simultaneously. Religious institutions struggled to adapt to the new urban industrial reality. Traditional parish churches were overwhelmed by the influx of new residents. Working hours made Sunday attendance difficult for many factory workers. New religious movements arose that spoke more directly to working-class experiences, particularly Methodism with its emphasis on personal faith and moral discipline. Chapel communities provided social support and a sense of belonging for many migrants to industrial cities. Education was transformed by industrialization as well. Before factories, children learned skills through informal apprenticeships or from parents and relatives. The factory system disrupted these traditional methods of knowledge transmission. Basic literacy and numeracy became more important as factory work required workers to read instructions, keep simple records, and work with increasingly complex machines. Sunday schools, originally focused on religious instruction, began to provide basic education to working children who had no other opportunity to learn. As the 19th century progressed, reformers began to address the worst abuses of the factory system. The Factory Acts, beginning in 1833, gradually limited child labor and working hours. The Public Health Acts addressed sanitation and water quality in urban areas. Model housing developments, often led by enlightened industrialists like Robert Owen, demonstrated that worker housing could be decent and affordable. Labor unions grew stronger, giving workers collective power to negotiate for better conditions. By the mid-19th century, the industrial city was evolving from its early chaotic form. Parks provided green space amidst urban density. Public buildings like libraries and town halls created civic centers. Gaslighting made streets safer at night. Horse-drawn omnibuses and later trams provided public transportation. Water and sewer systems improved public health. These improvements came slowly and unevenly, benefiting middle-class neighborhoods before reaching working-class areas, but they began the long process of making industrial cities livable. The factory itself was evolving too. Early factories had been built with little consideration for worker comfort or safety. As the century progressed, more factories included better lighting, ventilation, and basic safety features. This wasn't just humanitarian progress. Factory owners realized that better conditions could reduce accidents, increase productivity, and reduce worker turnover. Still, conditions remained harsh by modern standards, and improvements came slowly and unevenly. The social tensions created by industrialization found expression in political movements. Chartism in Britain demanded political rights for working men. Socialism offered a critique of capitalism and a vision of worker control. Trade unions fought for specific improvements in wages and conditions. These movements gave political voice to the new urban working class and began to shape society's responses to the challenges of industrialization. By the 1860s, the industrial city had become the dominant urban form across much of Europe and parts of North America. The transformation from rural to urban society was well underway, creating both new problems and new possibilities. The harshest edges of early industrialization were beginning to soften through reform and regulation, but the basic structure of industrial capitalism, factories, wage labor, urban concentrations, was firmly established. The rise of the industrial city represented one of the most profound shifts in human living patterns since the adoption of agriculture, thousands of years earlier. In just a few generations, millions of people had moved from rural villages to urban centers, from agricultural to industrial work, from traditional to modern lifestyles. This massive social experiment was creating the world we still inhabit today, with its dense cities, complex economies, and constant technological change. A young boy stood transfixed at the Great Exhibition of 1851 in London. All around him, inside the massive glass and iron structure nicknamed the Crystal Palace, were wonders from around the world. Steam engines hissed and pounded. Telegraphs clicked with messages seemingly sent by magic. Machines spun cotton, cut metal, and performed tasks that would have required dozens of human hands just decades earlier. The Crystal Palace was a temple to human ingenuity, a showcase of what the combination of science, technology, and industrial might could achieve. The Great Exhibition captured the spirit of the age, a growing belief that through science and invention, humanity was entering a new era of progress and possibility. This was a profound shift from earlier times when change came slowly and traditions were valued above innovation. Now change itself was celebrated. New was better than old. The latest invention was superior to what had come before. The future promised to be brighter than the past. This spirit of innovation wasn't limited to technology. It extended to how people thought about nature, society, and humanity's place in the world. The scientific method, careful observation, hypothesis, experiment, and analysis was being applied not just in laboratories but to social problems, economic questions, and even religious beliefs. This was the age of reason, of empirical evidence, of facts over faith or tradition. The scientific revolution that had begun in the 17th century, with figures like Newton and Galileo, was now bearing practical fruit in the workshops and factories of the industrial age. Science was no longer just the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake. It had become the engine of technological and economic transformation. Theoretical discoveries quickly led to practical applications that changed how people lived and worked. Chemistry was one field that blossomed during this period. The understanding of chemical processes led to new industrial techniques and materials. In 1800, Humphrey Davy began using electricity to separate chemical elements, discovering several new ones including sodium and potassium. His assistant, Michael Faraday, would go on to make profound discoveries about electricity and magnetism that would form the foundation for later electrical technologies. The chemical industry grew rapidly, producing new dyes, explosives, medicines, and fertilizers. A German chemist named Justus von Liebig pioneered the use of chemical fertilizers in agriculture. The synthetic dye industry, beginning with William Perkins' accidental discovery of mauve in 1856, transformed textile production and eventually led to the pharmaceutical industry. Advances in medicine were changing human relationships with disease and death. Edward Jenner's smallpox vaccine, developed at the end of the 18th century, showed that deadly diseases could be prevented. Throughout the 19th century, medical knowledge expanded through careful observation and experiment. The stethoscope, invented by René Laennec in 1816, allowed doctors to listen to internal body sounds. Anesthetics like ether and chloroform, first used in the 1840s, made surgery less traumatic and more precise. The understanding of disease was transforming too. John Snow's investigation of a cholera outbreak in London in 1854 established that the disease was waterborne, not spread through miasma or bad air as previously believed. This discovery eventually led to improved water systems and sanitation that saved countless lives. Louis Pasteur's germ theory, developed in the 1860s, finally explained how diseases spread and led to antiseptic surgical techniques pioneered by Joseph Lister. Energy was perhaps the most transformative field of scientific and technological progress. The steam engine had already revolutionized production and transportation, but new forms of energy were emerging. Gas lighting, first demonstrated publicly in London in 1807, gradually replaced oil lamps and candles in homes, factories, and streetlights. This extension of the day beyond natural daylight changed social patterns and increased productivity. Electricity was moving from scientific curiosity to practical technology. Faraday's discoveries about electromagnetic induction in the 1830s laid the groundwork for electrical generators and motors. By the 1870s, arc lights were illuminating public spaces, and some factories with a brightness that made gas lighting seem dim by comparison. The development of the practical incandescent light bulb by Thomas Edison and others in the late 1870s would eventually bring electric lighting into homes and smaller spaces. Communication was being revolutionized by new technologies that conquered distance and time. The telegraph, developed in the 1830s and 1840s by inventors including Samuel Morse. By 1851, the first submarine telegraph cable connected England and France. The completion of the transatlantic telegraph cable in 1866 meant that messages that once took weeks to cross the ocean could now be sent in minutes. Samuel Morse's famous message, "What hath God wrought?" sent in the first public demonstration of the telegraph in 1844, captured the almost religious awe that these new technologies inspired. Human voices and thoughts could now travel at the speed of electricity. News that once took days or weeks to spread could now be known across continents within hours. Markets, governments, and military commands all operated on new timescales. The world was becoming smaller and faster. Transportation continued to evolve beyond the railway. The bicycle, developed in various forms throughout the 19th century, provided individual mechanical transportation for the first time. What began as the wooden running machine, or velocipede, in the 1810s evolved into the penny-farthing, high-wheel bicycle of the 1870s, and finally the modern safety bicycle with equal-sized wheels and chain drive in the 1880s. The bicycle gave people, especially women, new independence in travel and helped change social norms about clothing and female mobility. The internal combustion engine, developed in practical form in the 1860s and 1870s, pointed toward the next transportation revolution. Carl Benz's three-wheeled motor wagon of 1885, powered by a gasoline engine, is often considered the first true automobile. While still a curiosity at the end of the 19th century, the automobile would eventually transform cities, landscapes, and patterns of life even more profoundly than the railway had done. The spirit of invention extended to communications beyond the telegraph. Alexander Graham Bell patented the telephone in 1876, allowing voice communication over wires. Thomas Edison invented the phonograph in 1877, recording sound for the first time. These technologies began to bring the world's voices, music, and sounds into homes and businesses, creating new forms of connection and entertainment. Photography, invented in the early 19th century and steadily improved throughout the period, changed how people saw themselves and their world. For the first time, images could be captured exactly as they appeared, without the interpretation of an artist's hand. Family portraits, once a luxury for the wealthy, became accessible to the middle class. News events could be documented visually. The world's distant places and famous sites could be viewed by those who would never travel to see them in person. These scientific and technological advances were not just changing what people could do, they were changing how people thought about the world and their place in it. The success of the scientific method in explaining natural phenomena and creating useful technologies led to a belief that all problems, even social, political, and economic ones, could be solved through rational analysis and engineering approaches. This mindset produced social innovations as well as technological ones. Statistical methods were applied to social questions, creating the field of epidemiology that tracked disease outbreaks and demographics that quantified population changes. Charles Booth's maps of London poverty in the 1880s and 1890s used data to visualize social conditions, helping to make abstract problems concrete and visible. Education expanded to meet the needs of an increasingly technical society. Technical schools and institutes taught applied science and engineering. Public education gradually expanded, driven by the recognition that modern industry and society required a literate, numerate workforce. Libraries, museums, and public lectures made knowledge more accessible to those outside formal educational institutions. The culture of invention was supported by new legal and institutional frameworks. Patent systems protected inventors' rights to profit from their creations, providing economic incentives for innovation. Scientific societies and professional organizations allowed researchers and inventors to share knowledge and build on each other's work. Technical journals and magazines spread information about new discoveries and techniques. World's fairs and international exhibitions, like the Great Exhibition of 1851 in London, and later expositions in Paris, Chicago, and other cities, celebrated technological progress and spread knowledge of the latest innovations. These spectacular events drew millions of visitors and showcased everything from massive steam engines to tiny mechanical watches, from colonial resources to industrial products. The spirit of progress wasn't confined to the workshops and laboratories of Europe and America. It was a global phenomenon, though one that spread unevenly and often through colonial relationships. Telegraph lines soon connected major cities across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Railways penetrated continents. Western medicine, both beneficial and sometimes culturally disruptive, was introduced to societies with their own healing traditions. Not everyone embraced this culture of constant innovation and change. The Luddites, textile workers who destroyed machinery in the 1810s, represented an early resistance to technologies that threatened traditional livelihoods. Throughout the 19th century, artists, philosophers, and social critics questioned whether material progress equaled moral or spiritual improvement. Movements like the arts and crafts revival, led by William Morris, aimed to preserve handcraft traditions against industrial standardization. Religious thinkers struggled to reconcile traditional beliefs with scientific discoveries. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection, published in On the Origin of Species in 1859, challenged literal interpretations of creation stories and sparked debates that continue today. Some religious communities rejected aspects of modern science, while others sought to integrate scientific and spiritual understandings of the world. The environmental costs of industrial progress were becoming visible, though few recognized their full implications. Cities choked in coal smoke. Rivers became contaminated with industrial waste. Forests were cleared for timber and farmland. Wildlife diminished. The same scientific mindset that created new technologies was beginning to document these changes, laying the groundwork for later environmental awareness. By the end of the 19th century, the pace of scientific discovery and technological innovation was accelerating. Physicist J. Thomson discovered the electron in 1897, beginning the modern understanding of atomic structure. The Wright brothers were experimenting with flying machines. Guglielmo Marconi was developing wireless telegraphy. Marie and Pierre Curie were investigating radioactivity. Albert Einstein was a young student preparing to reshape physics. The industrial world stood on the threshold of another wave of transformative technologies. Electricity would soon replace steam as the dominant form of industrial power. The internal combustion engine would transform transportation. Radio, cinema, and later television would create new forms of mass communication and culture. Airplanes would conquer the sky as steamships had conquered the oceans. The scientific discoveries and technological inventions of the Industrial Revolution had set in motion forces that would continuously reshape human society. The belief in progress through reason and technology had become a central part of modern identity. The expectation that tomorrow would bring new discoveries and improved technologies was now embedded in how people understood the world. The boy standing in wonder at the Crystal Palace in 1851 would, as an old man at the dawn of the 20th century, have witnessed more technological change in a single lifetime than humans had seen in many previous centuries combined. That acceleration of change, driven by the systematic application of science to practical problems, remains one of the defining features of modern life, a legacy of the age of invention that grew alongside the factories, railways, and cities of the Industrial Revolution. The contrast could not have been more stark. In one part of Manchester, a factory owner's mansion rose in elegant splendor, its rooms filled with fine furniture, artwork, and the latest luxuries. Just a mile away, dozens of workers who operated the machines in his factory crowded into damp, dark rooms, sharing beds in shifts, their children hollow-eyed from hunger and exhaustion. Both scenes were products of the same industrial system, a system that was creating unprecedented wealth alongside unprecedented inequality. The Industrial Revolution transformed not just how goods were produced, but who controlled production and who performed the labor. Before industrialization, many craftspeople owned their tools and controlled their work process. A carpenter, weaver, or blacksmith might not be wealthy, but they had a measure of independence and dignity in their work. The new industrial system changed this relationship fundamentally, creating distinct classes with very different experiences and interests. At the top of this new industrial hierarchy stood the factory owners and industrialists, a new kind of wealthy elite. Unlike the landed aristocracy whose wealth came from agriculture and had accumulated over generations, these industrial capitalists often rose from humble beginnings. Richard Arkwright, who helped revolutionize textile production, began as a wigmaker's apprentice. Andrew Carnegie, who would build a steel empire in America, started as a bobbin boy in a cotton mill. These self-made men became the heroes of the new industrial order, living proof of the opportunities that industrial capitalism supposedly offered to anyone with ambition and ability. Their rags-to-riches stories were celebrated in the popular press and held up as examples for others to follow. The fact that for every successful industrialist, thousands of workers remained in poverty was rarely mentioned in these inspirational narratives. The wealth accumulated by successful industrialists was staggering. Families like the Rothschilds in banking, the Krupps in steel, and later the Rockefellers in oil amassed fortunes that dwarfed those of many traditional aristocrats. This new industrial elite built mansions, collected art, endowed universities, and sometimes even married into aristocratic families, blending the old and new forms of wealth and power. The factory owners were part of a larger bourgeoisie or middle class that expanded dramatically during the Industrial Revolution. This group included factory managers, engineers, merchants, bankers, doctors, lawyers, and other professionals whose services were increasingly in demand in the complex industrial economy. They lived in comfortable homes, employed servants, educated their children, and enjoyed many of the material benefits of industrial progress. The visible consumption of the wealthy fueled the consumer goods industries that were an increasingly important part of industrial production. Fine clothing, furniture, and household goods were manufactured not just for export but for domestic consumption by the growing middle class. Department stores began to appear in major cities, offering an ever-expanding array of products. Shopping became a leisure activity as well as a necessity, particularly for middle-class women. In sharp contrast to this world of comfort and consumption stood the lives of the working class. Factory workers typically worked 12 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week, in conditions that were often dangerous and unhealthy. Wages were low, barely enough for subsistence. When injuries, illness, or economic downturns occurred, workers had little or no safety net. Unemployment could quickly lead to destitution, homelessness, or the workhouse. Children formed a significant part of the industrial workforce. Their small size made them useful for tasks like cleaning machinery or crawling through narrow mine shafts. Their small hands were valued in textile mills for tying broken threads. Most importantly to factory owners, children could be paid less than adults, often just a fraction of an adult's already meager wage. By 1800, an estimated 20% of the workers in Britain's cotton mills were under the age of 30. Working conditions in early factories were brutal by modern standards. Workers had no protection from dangerous machinery. The air was often filled with lint, dust, or chemical fumes. Noise levels were deafening. Temperatures could be extreme, stifling in textile mills that needed warmth and humidity for the thread, or blazing hot near furnaces and metal works. Workers who complained or tried to improve conditions could be fired and replaced from the abundant pool of desperate job seekers. The power imbalance between employers and workers was enormous. Factory owners could set wages and conditions with little constraint. Workers could theoretically refuse to accept these terms, but with limited alternatives and pressing needs, most had little real choice. This unequal relationship was reinforced by laws that favored employers such as the Master and Servant Acts in Britain, which made breach of employment contracts by workers a criminal offence. Against these challenging odds, workers began to organize to improve their conditions. The earliest labor organizations in the industrial era were often informal groups of workers in a particular trade or factory who joined together to seek better wages or conditions. These early efforts faced significant obstacles, including laws that prohibited worker combinations as conspiracies to restrict trade. In Britain, the Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800 explicitly banned workers from organizing to seek higher wages or better conditions. Similar legal restrictions existed in other industrializing countries. Despite these barriers, workers continued to organize secretly, using friendly societies, funeral clubs, and other legal associations as covers for their labor organizing. Gradually, these restrictions eased. The Combination Acts were repealed in 1824, though other legal constraints on union activity remained. Throughout the 19th century, workers' organizations grew in size, strength, and sophistication, evolving from local trade clubs to citywide unions, then to national organizations representing workers across entire industries or trades. The tactics of these early labor organizations evolved as well. Strike Spot, the collective withholding of labor, became an important tool, though a risky one in an era when striking workers had no legal protection and could face not just dismissal but criminal charges. Mutual aid was another key function, with workers pooling resources to support members during illness, injury, or strikes. Some of the most dramatic moments in early labor history came when worker frustration erupted into direct action against the machinery that seemed to threaten their livelihoods. The Luddite movement of 1811 to 1816 saw textile workers in England smashing the mechanical looms that were replacing skilled handloom weavers. The government responded with harsh measures, eventually making machine breaking a capital offense. Many Luddites were executed or transported to penal colonies. While the Luddites are often portrayed as simple opponents of technology, their movement was more complex. They were not against machinery in general, but against specific uses of machinery that destroyed skilled jobs and the communities that depended on them. They also objected to the poor quality of machine-made goods compared to handcrafted items. The Luddites represented one strand of resistance to industrialization that continued in various forms throughout the industrial era. As the 19th century progressed, workers' struggles increasingly entered the political realm. In Britain, the Chartist movement of the 1830s and 1840s sought political reforms, including universal male suffrage, that would give working-class men a voice in government. Though unsuccessful in its immediate aims, Chartism represented an important development in working-class political consciousness and organization. The development of socialist thought provided a theoretical framework for workers' struggles. Early socialist thinkers like Robert Owen envisioned cooperative communities where workers would share the fruits of their labor more equally. Owen put his ideas into practice at his mill in New Lanark, Scotland, providing decent housing, education, and working conditions for his employees and their families. More radical critiques of industrial capitalism emerged from thinkers like Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Engels' The Condition of the Working Class in England, published in 1845, provided a devastating portrait of industrial poverty based on his observations in Manchester. Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto, published in 1848, called for workers of all countries to unite against a capitalist system that they argued inevitably exploited labor for the benefit of capital. The growth of the socialist movement varied across countries. In Germany, the Social Democratic Party became a significant political force by the late 19th century, winning seats in parliament and advocating for worker-friendly policies. In Britain, the Labour Party emerged later but would eventually displace the Liberal Party as the main opposition to the Conservatives. In the United States, where frontier expansion and greater social mobility provided some safety valves for discontent, socialist movements gained less traction. Reform came gradually and unevenly. Factory Acts in Britain beginning in the 1830s began to regulate child labor, limit working hours for women and children, and require basic safety measures in factories. Similar legislation followed in other industrializing countries, though enforcement was often weak. These reforms represented not just humanitarian concerns, but recognition by some members of the middle and upper classes that unregulated capitalism threatened social stability. Some industrialists themselves recognized the value of better conditions for workers. Robert Owen has already been mentioned. Later in the century, companies like Cadbury and Rowntree in Britain, Krupp in Germany, and National Cash Register in the United States built model worker housing, provided education and healthcare, and implemented enlightened labor practices. These efforts, while significant for the workers involved, remained exceptional rather than typical. The conflict between capital and labor was not the only social divide in industrial society. Divisions of gender, ethnicity, and skill level created complex patterns of advantage and disadvantage within the working class itself. Skilled male workers in trades like printing, metalworking, or construction often formed the backbone of early union movements and secured better wages and conditions than unskilled laborers or most women workers. Women's work in the industrial economy was often underpaid and undervalued. While women worked in factories, particularly in textiles, they were typically paid significantly less than men for the same work. As the 19th century progressed, industrial work became increasingly gender segregated, with women concentrated in lower-paid positions. Many women combined factory work with responsibility for household management and childcare, creating double burdens. Immigrant workers often faced discrimination and were frequently used as strikebreakers, creating tensions within the working class. In the United States, these divisions were particularly pronounced, with Irish, Italian, Eastern European, Chinese, and other immigrant groups often pitted against each other and against native-born workers. These ethnic and racial divisions sometimes prevented the development of working-class solidarity. The relationship between capital and labor was not static but evolved throughout the industrial era. Early industrialization was marked by extreme exploitation, with few constraints on employer power. By the late 19th century, a degree of balance was emerging in some industries and regions. Trade unions had gained legal recognition and sometimes significant power. Progressive reforms had addressed some of the worst abuses. Workers' living standards in some industrialized countries were beginning to improve, though very unevenly. The development of mass production techniques, exemplified by Henry Ford's automobile assembly line in the early 20th century, represented a new phase in this relationship. Ford famously doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day in 1914, arguing that workers should be able to afford the products they made. This concept, later known as Fordism, recognized that workers were also consumers, and that mass production required mass consumption to be sustainable. By the early 20th century, the most advanced industrial economies were beginning to see the emergence of what would later be called the consumer society, where rising wages allowed working-class families to purchase not just necessities, but some comforts and luxuries. This trend would accelerate dramatically after World War II, but its foundations were laid in the later phases of the Industrial Revolution. The legacy of the struggles between capital and labor during the Industrial Revolution continues to shape our world today. Modern labor laws, social safety nets, and collective bargaining rights all have their roots in the organized resistance of workers to early industrial exploitation. The political divides between left and right, socialist and capitalist, labor and conservative parties still reflect the fundamental tensions that emerged when industrial capitalism created new forms of wealth and new forms of deprivation. The dark satanic mills of Manchester cast long shadows. They stretched first across the English Channel to continental Europe, then across the Atlantic to North America, and eventually around the globe to Asia and beyond. What had begun as a British phenomenon was becoming a worldwide transformation. By the mid-19th century, the Industrial Revolution was breaking free of its island birthplace and reshaping societies across continents. Britain's early industrial dominance was no accident. A unique combination of factors had made it the perfect cradle for industrialization. Its political stability, growing colonial empire, strong banking system, and abundant coal and iron resources created ideal conditions for industrial growth. Britain also benefited from a head start of several decades, a period during which it jealously guarded its industrial secrets. The British government initially tried to prevent the spread of industrial technology to potential rivals. Laws prohibited the export of machinery and the emigration of skilled workers who might share their knowledge abroad. Industrial espionage became common as other nations sought to acquire British technical expertise. Samuel Slater, an apprentice in an English textile mill, memorized the designs of spinning machinery before leaving for America in 1789, where he helped establish the first successful water-powered cotton spinning mill in the United States. Despite these efforts at secrecy, industrialization began to take root in other countries by the early 19th century. Belgium, with its rich coal deposits and iron ore, became the first continental European country to industrialize, following a path similar to Britain's. French industrialization proceeded more slowly and unevenly, concentrated in regions like Alsace and around Paris, while much of the country remained agricultural. The German state, still politically fragmented until unification in 1871, saw industrialization begin in areas like the Ruhr Valley and Saxony. Each country's industrial revolution followed a unique pattern shaped by local resources, political systems, and cultural factors. France developed strengths in luxury goods and fashion alongside heavier industries. German industrialization, when it accelerated after unification, emphasized chemicals, electrical equipment, and precision engineering, supported by excellent technical education. The United States combined abundant natural resources with a vast internal market and a pragmatic culture of innovation to develop its own industrial style. Transportation played a crucial role in this global spread. Railways, which had transformed Britain's economic geography, did the same across Europe and North America. The first railway on the European continent opened in Belgium in 1835. By 1850, France had over 1,800 miles of track, and by 1870, Germany had over 11,000 miles. The United States, with its vast distances, embraced railway technology enthusiastically, building over 30,000 miles of track by 1860 and nearly 200,000 miles by 1900. These expanding railway networks created integrated national markets and spurred demand for coal, iron, and steel. They allowed raw materials to reach factories and finished goods to reach consumers more quickly and cheaply than ever before. Railways themselves became a major industry, requiring massive investments in infrastructure, equipment, and operations. They also served as symbols of national pride and technological progress, much as airports or space programs would in later eras. Government policies shaped how industrialization unfolded in different countries. While Britain had industrialized with minimal state intervention, later developers often took a more active approach. In France, the government built and owned railways and telegraph lines. In Germany, the state sponsored technical education and research. In the United States, high tariffs protected growing industries from foreign competition, while government land grants supported railway construction. Prussia, and later United Germany, developed a model of industrialization that featured close cooperation between government, banks, and industry. German banks took a direct role in industrial development, not just lending money but taking ownership stakes in companies and helping to coordinate their activities. This system helped Germany rapidly catch up to Britain in industries like steel, chemicals, and electrical equipment in the late 19th century. Japan offers perhaps the most dramatic example of state-led industrialization. After centuries of isolation, Japan was forced to open to Western trade in the 1850s. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 brought to power a government determined to modernize Japan and make it competitive with Western powers. The Meiji government sent students abroad to learn Western technologies, hired foreign experts, built railways and telegraph lines, and established model factories that were later sold to private entrepreneurs. Japan's slogan of "Rich Country, Strong Army" captured the dual goals of many late industrializing countries: economic development and military power. Industrial capacity became increasingly tied to military strength as warfare itself industrialized. Steel production, chemical industries, and railway networks were seen not just as economic assets, but as vital national security interests. This connection between industry and military power would reach its terrible culmination in the world wars of the 20th century. The global spread of industrialization created a new international division of labor. Britain, the first industrial nation, initially dominated manufacturing while importing raw materials from its colonies and other less industrialized regions. As other countries industrialized, they too sought sources of raw materials and markets for their manufactured goods, often through colonial expansion. This helped drive the scramble for Africa in the late 19th century, when European powers divided up the continent into colonies. Colonial relationships were fundamentally shaped by the industrial needs of European powers. Colonies became sources of raw materials like cotton, rubber, minerals, and agricultural products, while serving as markets for manufactured goods from the colonizing country. Colonial railways, ports, and telegraph lines were built primarily to serve these extraction and export functions, rather than balanced economic development. This created distorted economies dependent on a few export commodities and vulnerable to price fluctuations. India, as Britain's largest colony, illustrated these patterns clearly. Once a major producer of textiles, India was transformed into an importer of British cloth and an exporter of raw cotton. Indian handloom weavers were devastated by competition from British factory goods, while Indian agriculture was increasingly oriented toward export crops. Railways built by the British connected ports to interior regions rich in resources, but did little to connect different parts of India to each other. Even in formerly independent countries like China and the Ottoman Empire, European powers used their industrial and military advantages to secure trade privileges and economic concessions. These semi-colonial relationships allowed Western powers to exploit resources and markets without the cost and responsibility of formal colonial rule. The economic subordination of much of the world to industrial powers created patterns of development and underdevelopment that would persist long after the colonial era ended. Not all regions experienced industrialization in the 19th century. Large parts of Africa, Asia, and Latin America remained primarily agricultural, their economies oriented toward providing raw materials to industrial centers rather than developing their own manufacturing capacity. This division between industrialized and non-industrialized regions created economic inequalities between nations that in many ways paralleled the class divisions within industrial societies. The social impact of industrialization varied across countries but showed some common patterns. Urbanization accelerated as people moved from rural areas to industrial centers. New middle and working classes emerged, often with political aspirations that challenged traditional elites. Family structures and gender roles shifted as work moved from homes to factories. These changes often created social tensions as traditional values and ways of life clashed with the demands and opportunities of industrial society. Religion and culture responded differently to industrialization in different societies. Protestant countries like Britain, Germany, and the United States seemed to adapt more readily to industrial capitalism, perhaps reflecting what sociologist Max Weber called the Protestant work ethic. Catholic countries like France and Italy industrialized somewhat later and differently. Non-Western societies like Japan and later China faced the challenge of adapting industrial methods without wholesale adoption of Western cultural values. The environmental impact of industrialization became increasingly global. Coal smoke from factories darkened skies in Manchester, Pittsburgh, and later Tokyo and Shanghai. Forests were cleared for timber and fuel. Rivers were polluted with industrial waste. Mining left scars on landscapes from Wales to West Virginia to the Witwatersrand Rand. As industrialization spread, so did these environmental changes, creating the first truly global environmental transformations caused by human activity. Knowledge and technology transfer played a crucial role in the global spread of industrialization. Technical knowledge moved through multiple channels: published materials, training of foreign students, migration of skilled workers, purchase of machinery, and industrial espionage. The great international exhibitions, beginning with London's Crystal Palace exhibition in 1851, served as showcases for industrial technology and helped spread knowledge across borders. As industrialization spread, it accelerated. The time required for new industrial powers to emerge decreased with each generation. Britain's Industrial Revolution took decades to mature. Germany and the United States industrialized more rapidly in the mid-19th century. Japan transformed from a feudal society to an industrial power in a single generation at the end of the 19th century. This acceleration reflected both the growing pool of available knowledge and technology and the increasingly organized efforts of governments to promote industrial development. By 1900, the industrial landscape had changed dramatically from a century earlier. Britain, though still powerful, had lost its industrial dominance. The United States had become the world's largest industrial producer, with Germany close behind. Both were challenging Britain in industries where it had once led, like steel, shipbuilding, and textiles. New industrial powers like Japan were emerging in Asia. Russia, though still largely agricultural, had pockets of advanced industry, especially around Moscow and St. Petersburg. This changing industrial balance was reflected in the products that symbolized each industrial power. Britain had led with textiles, iron, and steam engines. The United States became known for mass-produced consumer goods, agricultural machinery, and later automobiles. Germany excelled in chemicals, electrical equipment, and precision instruments. These industrial specializations reflected each country's resources, educational systems, and cultural priorities. The global spread of industrialization was not simply a matter of other countries copying Britain's example. Each new industrial power adapted the process to its own circumstances and often improved upon earlier models. Germany's chemical industry, for example, quickly surpassed Britain's through superior technical education and research. American mass production techniques created new economies of scale beyond what European factories had achieved. By the early 20th century, industrialization was creating a more interconnected, but also more competitive world. Global trade had increased dramatically, linking producers and consumers across continents. Yet this growing interconnection was accompanied by rising economic nationalism as countries sought to protect their industries and secure resources. The competition for markets and raw materials contributed to the international tensions that would eventually explode in World War I. The industrial powers' quest for secure access to resources, markets, and transportation routes drove imperialism and colonialism to new heights in the late 19th century. The British Empire expanded to cover a quarter of the Earth's land surface, France, Germany, Belgium, and other European powers carved out colonial territories. The United States extended its influence in Latin America and acquired colonies in the Pacific and Caribbean. Japan began building its own empire in Asia. This imperial competition reflected the stakes of industrial development in an age when military power was increasingly tied to industrial capacity. Steel produced in the Ruhr Valley became German battleships challenging British naval supremacy. Coal mined in Pennsylvania powered American factories producing goods that competed with European products in global markets. The Industrial Revolution had become not just an economic transformation, but a geopolitical force reshaping the world order. As the 20th century dawned, the global pattern of industrialization was still highly uneven. Fully industrialized regions with diverse manufacturing sectors included much of Western Europe, the northeastern United States, and parts of Japan. Partially industrialized areas with significant industrial development alongside large agricultural sectors included southern and eastern Europe, the American South and West, and parts of Russia and Latin America. Much of Asia, Africa, and the Middle East remained primarily agricultural, though often integrated into the global industrial economy as suppliers of raw materials. This uneven development created hierarchies of economic power that would shape international relations throughout the 20th century. It also established patterns of economic specialization and dependency that many post-colonial nations would struggle to overcome after achieving political independence. The global spread of industrialization had created not only new productive capacities, but new forms of inequality between and within nations. A young clerk in a London office in the 1880s lived in a world profoundly different from that of his grandfather, who had been a rural craftsman. The clerk rode to work on an omnibus or underground railway, worked under gaslight in a large building with hundreds of other workers, read daily newspapers filled with telegraphed news from around the world, and returned home to a suburban row house where his family enjoyed factory-made furnishings and machine-produced food. His life, from his clothing to his entertainment to his sense of time and space, had been reshaped by the Industrial Revolution. The social and cultural changes brought by industrialization were as profound as the economic and technological transformations. Traditional social structures built around land, heredity, and custom gave way to new arrangements based on money, skill, and adaptability. A world once governed by the rhythms of nature and the authority of tradition now moved to the beat of factory whistles and the logic of scientific rationality. These changes affected every aspect of life, from family dynamics to education, from entertainment to identity. Among the most significant social developments of the industrial era was the rise of a new middle class. This group included a broad range of occupations: factory managers, engineers, accountants, shopkeepers, teachers, clerks, civil servants, and various professionals. What united them was their position between the wealthy elite of industrialists and the mass of manual workers. The middle class grew dramatically during the 19th century, becoming a major social and political force. This emerging middle class developed distinctive values and lifestyles. They emphasized hard work, thrift, self-improvement, and respectability. Family life became increasingly privatized and sentimentalized, with the home seen as a refuge from the competitive world of business. Middle-class women were often expected to create this domestic haven, while being excluded from many educational and professional opportunities. Middle-class identity was expressed through consumption, and the right clothes, furnishings, and social activities signaled one's place in society. Education expanded dramatically to meet the needs of this growing middle class and the increasingly complex industrial economy. Basic literacy, once limited to a minority, became nearly universal in the most industrialized countries by the late 19th century. Secondary education grew, and universities began to admit students beyond the traditional elite. Technical and professional education expanded to provide the specialized knowledge needed for engineering, accounting, medicine, and other fields. The content of education changed along with its reach. Scientific and technical subjects gained importance alongside classical learning. History, geography, and modern languages prepared students for a more interconnected world. Mathematics and accounting equipped future managers and clerks for business life. This shift toward practical education reflected the utilitarian values of industrial society, where knowledge was increasingly valued for its usefulness rather than for tradition or prestige. Family life and gender roles underwent significant transformations. The pre-industrial family had often functioned as an economic unit, with all members contributing to household production. Industrialization separated work from home for many people, creating a sharper division between public and private spheres. This separation often reinforced gender divisions, with men working outside the home for wages while women maintained the household and cared for children. Reality was more complex than this idealized division of spheres, especially for working-class families. Many women and children worked for wages out of economic necessity. Single women, widows, and wives of low-earning men had no choice but to seek employment, often in factories, domestic service, or informal sectors like taking in laundry or lodgers. Working-class family economics remained a complex balance of multiple income sources and careful management of limited resources. Middle-class women, while usually not employed in formal jobs, began to create new roles for themselves within the constraints of Victorian gender norms. Charitable work allowed them to enter public life under the guise of extending female nurturing beyond the home. Women's education improved, though often with an emphasis on accomplishments rather than careers. By the late 19th century, some pioneering women were entering professions like teaching, nursing, and eventually medicine, journalism, and social work. The women's rights movement emerged from these changing circumstances. Early feminists like Mary Wollstonecraft had argued for women's equality since the late 18th century, but organized movements for women's suffrage and legal rights gained strength in the industrial era. The Seneca Falls Convention in 1848 in the United States, and the formation of women's suffrage societies in Britain in the 1860s marked the beginning of sustained campaigns for women's political rights that would eventually succeed in the early 20th century. Children's lives changed dramatically. Child labor, while not new, took harsher forms in factories and mines. At the same time, a new concept of childhood as a protected period of development gained strength, first in the middle class and gradually extending to working-class children. School attendance gradually replaced work as the normal activity for children, with compulsory education laws passed in most industrialized countries by the late 19th century. Toys, books, and clothing specifically designed for children became common consumer items. Urbanization transformed how people lived and related to each other. By 1851, more people in Britain lived in cities than in rural areas, or the first in human history. Other industrializing countries followed this pattern. City life created new forms of social interaction and organization. People encountered more strangers and had to navigate more complex social environments than in village life. Urban anonymity could be both liberating and isolating, offering freedom from traditional constraints, but also weakening community bonds. New forms of urban entertainment emerged to serve city populations. Music halls and vaudeville theaters offered variety shows that appealed across class lines. Professional sports like soccer in Britain and baseball in the United States developed standardized rules and attracted large followings. Amusement parks, department stores, and later cinema provided new leisure experiences. These mass entertainments created shared cultural references across diverse urban populations. Improved transportation and communication enabled new patterns of tourism and migration. Working-class families could take day trips to seaside resorts on excursion trains. Middle-class travelers explored their own countries and ventured abroad in growing numbers. Guidebooks, travel agencies, and hotels catered to this new mobility. At the same time, millions migrated permanently from rural areas to cities, and from Europe to the Americas, Australia, and elsewhere, creating diasporic communities that maintained connections across vast distances. Religion faced new challenges in the industrial era. Traditional religious authorities had less direct control over urban populations than they had exercised in rural parishes. Scientific discoveries and rational thinking seemed to challenge some religious teachings. Many workers, especially men, drifted away from regular religious practice. Yet religion remained a powerful force, adapting to industrial conditions rather than disappearing. New religious movements, missionary work, and social gospel efforts to address industrial poverty all demonstrated religion's continued vitality. Architecture and urban design reflected the new industrial reality. Factory buildings with their distinctive chimneys dominated many urban landscapes. Railway stations became the new gateways to cities, often built on a grand scale. Housing showed sharp class divisions, from elegant terraces and garden suburbs for the middle class to overcrowded tenements for the poor. Public buildings like town halls, libraries, and museums expressed civic pride and the cultural aspirations of industrial cities. The arts responded to industrialization in complex ways. Some writers and artists celebrated industrial progress and modern urban life. Others criticized the harshness of factory conditions, the alienation of industrial work, or the environmental degradation caused by industry. The Romantic movement, with its emphasis on nature, emotion, and individual expression, can be seen partly as a reaction against industrial rationality and standardization. Later movements like realism and naturalism sought to depict the actual conditions of industrial society. Literature reflected these changing social realities. Charles Dickens, Elizabeth Gaskell, and Émile Zola depicted the conditions of industrial cities and the lives of both workers and the new middle class. Their novels made the abstract processes of industrialization concrete and human, helping readers understand the rapid changes transforming their world. Mass literacy and cheaper printing created a much larger market for books, newspapers, and magazines, allowing literature to reach unprecedented audiences. Visual arts underwent similar transformations. The literal and figurative darkness of industrial cities appeared in paintings by artists like Gustave Doré, whose images of London showed overcrowded slums in perpetual shadow. The Impressionists captured the new leisure activities and changing landscapes of industrial France. Photography, itself a product of industrial technology, documented social conditions and created a new visual language. As the 19th century progressed, art moved increasingly away from realistic representation towards styles that reflected the fragmentation and acceleration of modern experience. Science became increasingly professionalized and specialized. The gentleman amateur gave way to the professional scientist working in universities, government agencies, or industrial laboratories. Scientific disciplines became more clearly defined, with their own methodologies, journals, and professional organizations. The prestige of science rose as its practical applications in industry and medicine demonstrated its utility. Scientific thinking spread beyond technical fields, influencing how people understood society, the mind, and even art and literature. Medical knowledge and practice improved dramatically, though benefits were unevenly distributed. Anesthetics and antiseptic techniques made surgery less painful and dangerous. Vaccination reduced the impact of some infectious diseases. Understanding of germ theory led to improved sanitation and public health measures. These advances gradually increased life expectancy and reduced infant mortality, first in the middle class and eventually more broadly. Public health emerged as a major concern in industrial cities. The concentration of population in urban areas made disease outbreaks more devastating but also more visible to authorities. Cholera epidemics in particular spurred investigation and reform. Clean water supplies, sewer systems, garbage collection, building regulations, and food safety measures were gradually implemented, often after prolonged political struggles. These public health improvements probably saved more lives than direct medical care during this period. Political ideologies evolved in response to industrial conditions. Liberalism emphasized individual rights, free markets, and limited government, appealing to the middle class and some industrialists. Conservatism defended traditional institutions and sometimes the interests of the landed aristocracy against industrial change. Socialism in various forms advocated for worker control or state regulation of industry. Nationalism gained strength, often connected to industrial competition between countries. These ideological divisions still shape political landscapes today. Time itself was experienced differently in industrial society. Pre-industrial time had been marked by natural cycles of day and night, seasons, and agricultural tasks. Industrial time was mechanical, measured by clocks, and divided into standardized units. Factory whistles and punch clocks regulated the workday. Railway schedules required standardized time across regions. This shift from natural to mechanical time disciplined bodies and minds to the requirements of industrial production and created new forms of temporal consciousness. Space, too, was transformed. Railways and later automobiles compressed distances, making previously remote places accessible. Telegraph and telephone enabled communication across vast distances almost instantaneously. These technologies changed perceptions of geography and connection. Local identities remained important, but were increasingly complemented or challenged by national and sometimes international perspectives. The world became smaller and more interconnected, though still sharply divided by class, race, and national power. Identity itself took new forms in industrial society. Pre-industrial identities had been largely determined by birth, the family, village, and social station one was born into. Industrial society offered more fluid identities based on occupation, education, consumption patterns, and voluntary associations. People could reinvent themselves by moving to cities, acquiring new skills, or adopting new styles and behaviors. This fluidity created both opportunity and anxiety, as traditional markers of identity and status became less reliable. Consumer culture emerged as both an economic necessity and a new arena for identity formation. Mass production required mass consumption to be sustainable. Advertising, department stores, mail-order catalogs, and consumer credit all developed to encourage and facilitate consumption. People increasingly expressed their identities through what they purchased and displayed. Clothing, home furnishings, and leisure activities all became markers of taste and status in a more anonymous urban world. The pace of life accelerated noticeably. Transportation and communication happened at speeds unimaginable in pre-industrial times. News from around the world arrived daily rather than taking weeks or months. Fashion cycles shortened as mass production made new styles quickly and widely available. Technological innovation created a sense that the world was constantly changing, requiring continual adaptation. Many people experienced this acceleration as both exhilarating and disorienting. By the end of the 19th century, these social and cultural changes had created societies that would be recognizable to us today in many ways. Mass media, consumer culture, professional specialization, standardized education, organized sports and entertainment, public health systems, and many other features of modern life were established or emerging. The gulf between this industrial world and the pre-industrial past was enormous, comparable to the distance between our digital age and the industrial era. The transition was far from complete, however. Many aspects of pre-industrial life persisted alongside industrial innovations. Rural areas maintained traditional practices, even as they were increasingly integrated into industrial economies. Religious beliefs and family structures adapted but retained much of their traditional character. Class hierarchies were transformed but not eliminated. The Industrial Revolution had created a new kind of society, but one built upon and still connected to what had come before. The social and cultural changes of industrialization set the stage for the 20th century, when industrial technology would reach its zenith and then begin to give way to new forms of information technology and service economies. The institutions, identities, and cultural forms that emerged during the Industrial Revolution would continue to evolve, but much of their basic structure remains recognizable in our world today, testimony to the profound and lasting impact of this period of transformation. The smokestacks still rise above Manchester and Pittsburgh, Birmingham and the Ruhr Valley, but now they stand mostly silent. Industrial cathedrals transformed into museums and art spaces. The factory whistles no longer call workers to their shifts. The rhythmic pounding of steam-powered machines has faded, yet we still live in a world profoundly shaped by the Industrial Revolution, its legacy embedded in our cities, economies, environments, and even in how we think about ourselves and our future. As we step into the 21st century, looking back at the Industrial Revolution reveals not just a historical period, but the birth of the modern world. The processes set in motion by those early factories, railways, and telegraphs continue to unfold today in forms both familiar and new. Understanding this ongoing legacy helps us comprehend our own place in history, as both inheritors of the industrial past and creators of whatever comes next. The most visible legacy of industrialization lies in our physical environment. Urban landscapes across the globe bear the imprint of industrial development. Cities expanded horizontally through railway suburbs and later automobile-dependent sprawl. They grew vertically through new building technologies like steel frames and elevators. Industrial cities formed the template for modern urban life, with their commercial downtowns, residential neighborhoods, industrial districts, and public spaces. Many cities still struggle with the environmental legacies of their industrial past. Contaminated soil and water from factories closed decades ago require expensive cleanup. Former industrial sites, waterfronts, railway yards, manufacturing districts have been transformed into parks, cultural facilities, and mixed-use developments. The process of deindustrialization, as manufacturing moved to new locations or declined altogether, left many cities with challenges of economic transition and repurposing of industrial infrastructure. Transportation systems built during the industrial era continue to shape how we move and where we live. Railway networks, though often reduced from their peak extent, still form critical infrastructure in many countries. Road systems developed for early automobiles were expanded into highway networks that define metropolitan regions. Ports built for steamships were adapted for container ships. The geography of mobility created during industrialization still channels the flow of people and goods, though at greater speeds and volumes. Economically, we live in what might be called the late industrial or post-industrial age in developed countries. Manufacturing, while still important, employs a shrinking percentage of workers as automation increases productivity, and many jobs move to developing regions. Service sectors, information technology, finance and knowledge work have grown in economic importance. Yet these newer economic activities often build upon industrial foundations, physical infrastructure, organizational methods, and technological systems developed during the industrial era. The global economic geography established during industrialization continues to evolve, but maintains many of its basic patterns. The initial divide between industrialized and non-industrialized regions has shifted as manufacturing spread to previously agricultural economies. Countries once on the periphery of the industrial system like China, South Korea, and Brazil have developed their own industrial capacity. Yet disparities in wealth and development persist, often following patterns established during the colonial era when industrial powers dominated global trade and resource extraction. Technologically, we have moved beyond steam engines and mechanical looms, but the innovation systems developed during industrialization continue to drive technological change. Research and development has become more institutionalized in corporate laboratories, universities, and government agencies. The patent system has expanded globally. Technical education and engineering disciplines have grown in scope and specialization. The basic relationship between scientific knowledge, technological application, and commercial development established in the industrial era still characterizes innovation today. Our relationship with energy and resources remains profoundly shaped by industrialization's legacies. The fossil fuel economy, born with coal-powered steam engines, expanded with oil and natural gas, creating the carbon emissions now driving climate change. Extractive industries developed during the Industrial Revolution grew in scale and global reach. Patterns of high resource consumption established in early industrial societies spread worldwide as more countries industrialized. These embedded systems and habits now present challenges as we face resource limitations and environmental impacts. Climate change itself represents perhaps the most significant environmental legacy of industrialization. The burning of fossil fuels that powered industrial development has increased atmospheric carbon dioxide from about 280 parts per million before industrialization to over 410 parts per million today. The resulting warming of the planet threatens to disrupt agricultural systems, raise sea levels, increase extreme weather events, and harm biodiversity. Addressing this challenge requires fundamental changes to energy and transportation systems established during the industrial era. Socially and culturally, many patterns established during industrialization have become normalized features of modern life. The separation of work and home, the standardization of education, the emphasis on expertise and credentials, the dominance of clock time, and the centrality of consumption to identity. All these aspects of contemporary life have roots in the industrial transformation. They have become so familiar that we rarely question their historical origins or consider alternatives. Class structures created during industrialization have evolved but not disappeared. While the industrial working class has shrunk in developed economies, economic inequality persists in new forms. Knowledge workers, service employees, and the marginally employed have replaced factory workers in many economies, but divisions of wealth, opportunity, and power remain. The middle class, that distinctive creation of industrial society, faces new pressures from automation, globalization, and changing employment patterns. Gender roles and family structures continue to evolve from their industrial era forms. Women have gained legal rights and entered the workforce in large numbers, though gender inequality persists in pay, opportunity, and domestic responsibilities. Family forms have diversified beyond the nuclear family model that became dominant during industrialization. Childhood continues to be defined primarily through education, rather than work in developed countries, though child labor persists in less developed regions. Political systems established or reformed during the industrial era continue to shape governance today. Representative democracy, though often transformed in its specifics, remains the predominant political form in developed countries. Political parties with roots in industrial era ideological divisions Conservative, liberal, socialist continue to compete for power, though their positions have evolved. The nation-state, strengthened through industrial development and the standardization it enabled, remains the primary unit of political organization, despite pressures from both global and local forces. Intellectual frameworks developed to understand and manage industrial society still influence how we think today. Statistics, surveys, and other quantitative methods developed to measure industrial populations and economies have expanded to track almost every aspect of life. Management techniques created for factories have been adapted for schools, hospitals, and other institutions. Economic theories focused on growth, productivity, and market mechanisms continue to shape policy and planning. These ways of thinking have become so embedded that they often seem like common sense rather than historical products. The psychological impact of industrialization continues in our relationship with technology and change. The Industrial Revolution accustomed people to continuous technological innovation and the constant obsolescence of skills, products, and methods. This created both an expectation of progress and anxieties about keeping pace with change. Today's concerns about technological unemployment, digital disruption, and the need for lifelong learning echo similar concerns from earlier phases of industrialization. As we face the challenges of the 21st century, climate change, resource limitations, technological disruption, economic inequality, we are both enabled and constrained by the industrial legacy. The scientific knowledge, technological capabilities, and organizational systems developed during industrialization provide tools for addressing these challenges. Yet the habits of thought, institutional structures, and physical infrastructure inherited from the industrial era can make fundamental change difficult. Looking back at the Industrial Revolution from our current perspective, we can see both its achievements and its costs more clearly than those who lived through it. The material abundance, technological capabilities, and scientific understanding it created have improved many lives. Yet these benefits came with environmental damage, colonial exploitation, and human suffering that continue to shape our world. This complex legacy requires neither uncritical celebration nor total rejection, but thoughtful engagement with both its gifts and its burdens. Perhaps the most important lesson from the Industrial Revolution is that profound social and technological transformation is possible within a relatively short period of historical time. In just a few generations, humans fundamentally changed how they produced goods, organized communities, and related to the natural world. This capacity for transformation, for better and worse, remains with us today as we face our own era's challenges. The Industrial Revolution never really ended. It evolved, spread globally, and continued to unfold in new forms. The digital technologies that increasingly define our contemporary world build upon industrial foundations while transforming them. Artificial intelligence, robotics, biotechnology, and other emerging fields represent not a break with the industrial past, but its ongoing evolution. We are not post-industrial so much as differently industrial, still working through the implications of the transformation that began with steam engines and mechanical looms. For those born into the digital age, the Industrial Revolution might seem like ancient history, as distant and foreign as the Agricultural Revolution must have seemed to factory workers in Manchester or Pittsburgh. Yet its legacy surrounds us in the physical infrastructure of our cities, the organization of our workplaces and schools, the global networks of trade and communication, and the environmental challenges we face. Understanding this legacy helps us recognize both the possibilities and limitations we inherit. As new technologies and social arrangements emerge, they interact with industrial-era systems rather than simply replacing them. Electric cars run on road networks built for gasoline-powered vehicles. Digital platforms organize industrial-scale production and distribution. Remote work relies on communication infrastructure that evolved from industrial-era telegraphs and telephones. The future grows from the past rather than erasing it. The story of the Industrial Revolution reminds us that technological and economic systems are not separate from social, political, and cultural life, but deeply intertwined with them. The steam engine was not just a technical device, but part of a reorganization of work, a redistribution of economic power, a transformation of landscapes, and a shift in how people understood their relationship with nature and each other. Today's digital technologies similarly reshape not just how we communicate or work, but how we think, relate, and identify ourselves. It also reminds us that major transformations create both winners and losers, opportunities, and dislocations. The ability of societies to manage change, to distribute its benefits widely while mitigating its harms, depends on political choices and social values as much as on technical capabilities. The harsh conditions of early industrialization gradually improved not simply through market forces or technological progress, but through organized demands for reform, regulatory frameworks, and collective action. As we face our own era's transitions, whether called the digital revolution, the green transformation, or something else, the history of industrialization offers perspective. The scale of change we contemplate today, shifting from fossil fuels to renewable energy, or from material growth to sustainable prosperity, is comparable to the shift from agricultural to industrial society. The Industrial Revolution shows that such fundamental change is possible, though never simple or painless. The smoke has cleared from the industrial cities of the 19th century. The deafening noise of the factories has quieted, yet we still live in the world the Industrial Revolution created, still working through its consequences, still using its technologies in evolved forms, still organizing our lives according to patterns it established. Understanding this continuity helps us see our place in the ongoing human story of technological and social transformation, not as the end point of progress, but as one moment in a continuing revolution. The tale of the Silk Road begins in the shadows of ancient mountains, where caravans of camels once trudged through deserts and over peaks, carrying treasures more valuable than gold. This network of routes stretched across the vast expanse of Eurasia, connecting civilizations that had barely known of each other's existence. It was not a single road paved with stones, but rather a web of paths beaten by countless footsteps over thousands of years. The story of these paths is the story of human connection, of how people from different worlds found each other across seemingly impossible distances. 2,000 years ago, in the palaces of imperial China, emperors of the Han dynasty wore robes of a material so fine and lustrous that it seemed to glow with an inner light. This was silk, a fabric so precious that its production method was China's most closely guarded secret. The Chinese had discovered that the cocoons of certain caterpillars could be unwound to create threads of remarkable strength and beauty. For centuries they alone knew the art of silk making, carefully tending to the mulberry trees that fed the silkworms and developing looms to weave the delicate threads. Word of this magical cloth spread westward. Merchants would speak in hushed tones of a land far to the east where men wore garments that shimmered like water and felt softer than the finest wool. These stories reached the ears of nobles in Persia, India, and eventually the Roman Empire. In Rome, senators and their wives began to crave this exotic fabric, paying its weight in gold for even small pieces. Roman writers complained that vast fortunes were being drained from the empire to purchase what they considered an unnecessary luxury from the mysterious land they called Serica, the land of silk. The demand created opportunity. Bold merchants began to organize journeys eastward, while Chinese traders ventured west. They faced dangers that would terrify most: bandits hiding in mountain passes, deserts where the sun could kill as surely as any weapon, and foreign peoples with unfamiliar languages and customs. Yet the promise of wealth drove them forward, establishing routes that would bring not just silk but 1,000 other goods across continents. Under the Han dynasty of China, particularly during the reign of Emperor Wu in the 2nd century BCE, these trade connections gained imperial support. The emperor sent his trusted diplomat Jiang Qian on missions to the west, seeking to form alliances against common enemies and to learn about distant lands. Jiang Qian traveled for years, was captured and held prisoner, escaped, and eventually returned with valuable knowledge about Central Asia. His journeys opened diplomatic channels that would soon become trade routes. Caravans began to form, with merchants pooling their resources to hire guards and guides. They loaded their pack animals with silk, jade, and bronze from China. As they traveled west, they would trade these goods for new merchandise: spices from India, glassware from Rome, gold from Persia. Each item might change hands dozens of times before reaching its final destination, its price increasing with every transaction. Villages that once had been isolated specks on vast landscapes grew into wealthy cities as they became stopping points on the great trade route. The route itself was never fixed. Travelers would adjust their paths based on weather, political stability, and reports of bandit activity. Some sections became well established. The path through the Gansu corridor in western China, for instance, or the routes through the oasis cities of Central Asia. Other segments might shift with the seasons or as new powers rose and fell along the way. It was not until thousands of years later, in the 19th century, that the German geographer Ferdinand von Richthofen would give this ancient network of routes the name we now know it by, the Silk Road. This name captures the importance of silk in stimulating this trade, but in truth the routes carried much more than this single commodity. They transmitted ideas, religions, technologies, and even diseases across continents. The roads themselves were not paved or marked. They existed in the knowledge of guides, in the stories told by merchants, and in the growing connections between East and West. The earliest traders on these routes faced challenges we can scarcely imagine today. They navigated without maps, relying on landmarks and oral directions. They crossed the formidable Taklamakan Desert, a name that some claim means "go in and you won't come out" in the local language. They climbed mountain passes in the Pamirs and the Tian Shan that reached toward the heavens, where the air grew thin and the cold could freeze a man in his sleep. Yet they persisted, driven by the promise of wealth and adventure. As they traveled, they carried not just goods but stories, techniques, and beliefs. A Chinese merchant might return home with tales of the mighty Roman Empire far to the west. A Persian trader might bring back the secret of papermaking along with his bales of silk. These exchanges would reshape the world in ways that would outlast the trade routes themselves. As the 1st century CA approached, these once tenuous connections had grown into a complex network binding East and West. Regular caravans now made their way across Central Asia. Maps were crude but improving. Knowledge of what lay beyond the next mountain range or desert was spreading. The stage was set for the Silk Road to become one of history's greatest channels for the exchange of goods, technologies, and ideas between distant civilizations, a golden thread connecting worlds that had once seemed forever separate. Dawn broke over the watchtowers of the Great Wall as Han soldiers scanned the horizon for signs of nomadic horsemen. This massive barrier, stretching across northern China like a stone dragon, marked more than just a physical boundary. It represented the edge of the known world to many Chinese. Beyond lay mysterious lands of fierce warriors and untold riches. Yet under the ambitious Han dynasty, China would no longer remain isolated behind its protective walls. Instead, it would reach outward, establishing control over the vital eastern portions of what would become the Silk Road. The Han dynasty had risen to power in 206 BCE, after the fall of the harsh but short-lived Qin Empire. Under rulers like Emperor Wu, who reigned for an impressive 54 years, China grew in both military might and cultural sophistication. Emperor Wu was not content to simply defend China's borders. He dreamed of expansion and influence over the western regions now known as Xinjiang and parts of Central Asia. These lands were critical, for they formed the first steps of any journey between China and the distant Western civilizations. The push westward began in earnest with the journeys of Zhang Chan, a court official whose travels would change the course of history. In 138 BCE, Emperor Wu sent Zhang Chan on a diplomatic mission to seek allies against the Xiongnu, fierce nomadic warriors who threatened China's northern borders. What followed was an epic journey filled with hardship and discovery. Zhang Chan was captured by the very Xiongnu he hoped to outmaneuver, and spent 10 years as their captive before escaping and continuing his mission. When Zhang Chan finally returned to China in 126 BCE, he brought back not military alliances but something perhaps more valuable. He had traveled farther west than any Chinese official before him, reaching as far as the kingdom of Bactria in what is now Afghanistan. His reports described dozens of previously unknown kingdoms, strange customs, remarkable products, and most importantly, potential trade partners. He spoke of heavenly horses in Fergana, of jade in Khotan, and of curious foods and goods in lands with unpronounceable names. Emperor Wu listened with growing excitement. Here was an opportunity not just for trade but for expanding Chinese influence. He soon dispatched more missions westward, some diplomatic, some military. The Han armies pushed into the Tarim Basin, establishing garrisons and commanderies to secure the routes. Chinese farmers and merchants followed the soldiers, settling in these distant outposts and bringing Chinese culture with them. The challenges of controlling these distant territories were immense. The terrain itself was hostile in the fearsome Taklamakan Desert to the south, and the windswept steppes to the north, with only a narrow corridor of habitable land between. The local peoples were not always welcoming of Chinese authority, and always there were the Xiongnu and other nomadic groups, watching from the grasslands, ready to raid vulnerable caravans or settlements. To protect this vital corridor, the Han built a system of walls, watchtowers, and beacon fires that extended the Great Wall westward. Soldiers stationed at these remote outposts lived harsh lives far from the comforts of Chinese civilization. Yet their presence secured the routes that would bring silk and other Chinese luxuries to the West and Western goods and ideas back to China. One of the most important of these garrison towns was Dunhuang, established at the eastern edge of the Taklamakan Desert. Here all travelers heading west faced a crucial decision whether to take the northern route around the desert via Turfan and Kucha, or the southern route via Kutan and Yarkand. Both paths were perilous, but both led eventually to the great markets of Central Asia. Dunhuang became known as the Blazing Beacon, a last outpost of Chinese civilization before the unknown lands beyond. As Chinese control expanded, so did the flow of goods. Silk remained the most famous export, but it was joined by paper, bronze work, lacquerware, and fine porcelain. Chinese artisans had mastered techniques unknown in the West, creating objects of both beauty and utility. Imperial workshops produced silk specifically for export, with designs and colors tailored to Western tastes. The silk itself traveled in tightly packed bales protected from dust and moisture, each worth a small fortune. From the West came new goods that fascinated the Chinese elite: glassware that seemed as clear as water yet hard as stone, woolen textiles with vivid patterns, gold and silver work of exquisite craftsmanship, and strange plants that could be used as medicine or spice. Perhaps most valued were the heavenly horses of Fergannon, larger, stronger, and faster than Chinese breeds. They were said to sweat blood, likely due to a parasitic condition that caused blood to appear in their sweat. Emperor Wu was so determined to acquire these horses that he launched 2 military campaigns to secure them. Beyond physical goods, the routes enabled by hand control brought new ideas into China. Buddhist missionaries began to arrive from India, bringing their faith to Chinese soil for the first time. New musical instruments and styles reached the Chinese court. Astronomers exchanged knowledge of the stars, while physicians shared medical techniques. The Chinese calendar was refined with mathematical concepts from the West. This flow of people and ideas was not without controversy. Conservative Confucian scholars often complained about foreign influences corrupting Chinese culture. They saw the pursuit of Western luxury goods as decadent and wasteful. Yet the allure of the Silk Road proved too strong to resist. The Han emperors continued to support the Western trade routes, seeing in them both economic benefit and strategic advantage. By the 1st century CE, Chinese influence extended deep into Central Asia. Han coins have been found as far west as the Caspian Sea. Chinese-style artifacts appeared in tombs throughout the region. The routes became more established, with regular way stations and markets developing at key points. Maps were created, guides became more knowledgeable, and the dangers, while still real, became more predictable. This golden age of the early Silk Road would not last forever. The Han dynasty itself began to weaken in the later 1st century CE, with court intrigues and economic problems sapping its strength. Control over the distant western regions became more tenuous, yet the connections established during this period would endure. The pathways opened by Zhang Qian and secured by Han soldiers would remain vital arteries of commerce and communication, ready for the next powers to arise and claim control of the eastern gate to the Silk Road. A line of dark shapes moved slowly across the vast emptiness of the Taklamakan Desert. From a distance, they might have been mistaken for a mirage, wavering in the heat, rising from the sand. But as they drew closer, the shapes revealed themselves as a caravan of 2 humped Bactrian camels, their bodies swaying with a steady rhythm that had carried goods across Asia for centuries. Leading them were men with faces wrapped against the sun and sand, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon for landmarks, threats, or the welcome sight of an oasis. Life on the Silk Road was defined by movement and by the harsh realities of some of the most challenging landscapes on Earth. The caravans that traversed these ancient routes were marvels of human organization and endurance. A typical trading caravan might consist of anywhere from a dozen to several hundred camels, each capable of carrying up to 500 pounds of merchandise. These patient beasts were the true heroes of the Silk Road, uniquely adapted to survive in both the scorching deserts and the freezing mountain passes that marked the journey. The Bactrian camel, with its 2 humps storing fat rather than water, could go for a week without drinking and withstand temperature swings from 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the day to below freezing at night. Their wide, padded feet prevented them from sinking into the sand. Even their nostrils could close against blowing sand, and their thick eyelashes protected their eyes from dust storms. The Arabs called them ships of the desert, and no more apt description existed. The humans who led these caravans were equally remarkable. Many were professional caravan leaders, men who had spent their entire lives on the road. They memorized routes across seemingly featureless deserts, knew which mountain passes would be blocked by snow in certain months, and could predict the weather by watching the behavior of birds or the color of the sunset. They spoke multiple languages, or at least knew enough words to trade and negotiate in the diverse lands they crossed. Some families had been in the caravan business for generations, passing down precious knowledge of routes and trading contacts from father to son. A typical day on the road began before dawn. Travelers would rise while the air was still cool, eat a simple meal of dried fruit, nuts and flatbread, then load the camels and begin walking. The caravan leader would set a careful pace. Too slow and they would run out of supplies before reaching the next settlement. Too fast and the camels would tire or be injured. By midday, when the sun was at its fiercest, they might stop briefly in whatever shade they could find, but usually they pressed on until evening. After making camp, they would eat, tend to the animals, and perhaps tell stories or sing songs around a small fire before sleeping under the stars. The dangers they faced were numerous. Sandstorms could arise suddenly, blinding travelers and burying their tracks. Bandits lurked in mountain passes, ready to raid unprotected caravans. In the deserts, water sources could dry up unexpectedly, dooming those who had counted on them. Winter snowstorms in the high mountains could freeze a caravan in place, while summer heat in the deserts could kill the unwary. Even in good conditions, accidents occurred. Camels might stumble and break legs, men might fall ill far from any healer, and loads could shift and be damaged. To minimize these risks, merchants rarely traveled the entire length of the Silk Road. Instead, goods changed hands multiple times, sold and resold at the markets of oasis cities that emerged like jewels in the harsh landscape. These cities were lifelines for travelers, places to rest, resupply, trade, and gather information about conditions ahead. They grew wealthy on the taxes and fees they collected from the constant flow of caravans passing through their gates. The most famous of these oasis cities dotted the rim of the Taklamakan Desert in what is now western China. Kashgar at the western edge was a major hub where routes from China, India, and Central Asia converged. Its Sunday market remains famous even today, a direct descendant of the trading traditions established thousands of years ago. Khotan on the southern edge of the desert was renowned for its jade, while Turfan to the north was famous for its fruits, especially grapes and melons that thrived thanks to an ingenious underground irrigation system called Karez. Further west lay Samarkand, perhaps the greatest of all Silk Road cities. Located in modern Uzbekistan, Samarkand sat at a crucial crossroads where routes from China, India, Persia, and the steppes of Central Asia met. Its markets overflowed with goods from across the known world: Chinese silks, Indian spices, Persian carpets, Russian furs, and Byzantine glassware. Its architecture blended styles from many cultures, and its streets echoed with dozens of languages. At the heart of these oasis cities were the caravanserais, combination inn, warehouse, and trading post. These structures usually followed a standard design, a large rectangular building with a single fortified entrance, leading to an open courtyard surrounded by 2 levels of rooms. The ground floor held stables for animals and storage for goods, while the upper floor provided sleeping quarters for travelers. The thick walls offered protection from both bandits and the elements, while the central courtyard served as a meeting place where merchants could negotiate deals. Inside a caravanserai, a weary traveler could find basic but welcome comforts: a place to sleep out of the wind and sand, food and water, perhaps a bath, and the company of fellow travelers. News and information were traded as eagerly as goods, with merchants sharing tales of road conditions, political changes, or market prices in distant cities. Many caravanserais also included small prayer rooms, accommodating the spiritual needs of travelers from various faiths. The diversity of people found in these way stations was remarkable. A visitor might encounter Han Chinese merchants with their precious silk, Sogdian traders from Central Asia, dark-skinned merchants from India, bearded Persians, fair-skinned Byzantines, and nomadic Turkic or Mongol travelers from the steppes. Some were regulars on certain sections of the route, recognized and welcomed year after year. Others were making once-in-a-lifetime journeys, perhaps as pilgrims or as representatives of distant rulers. Alongside the merchants traveled other characters who made the Silk Road a channel not just for goods but for ideas and culture. Buddhist monks from India headed east to spread their faith in China. Nestorian Christian missionaries journeyed to Central Asia. Scholars sought ancient texts or new knowledge. Musicians and entertainers found appreciative audiences in distant lands. All relied on the same network of routes and rest stops that served the trade caravans. Languages blended at these crossroads, creating unique pidgins that allowed basic communication between people with no common tongue. Money changers did brisk business, as different regions used different currencies: Chinese copper coins with square holes, Persian silver coins, or even paper money in some periods. Goods were carefully weighed on standardized scales to ensure fair trades. Translators and middlemen made themselves indispensable, facilitating deals between merchants who could not directly understand one another. Life in the oasis cities had a rhythm dictated by the seasons and by the coming and going of caravans. Spring and fall saw the busiest traffic, as travelers avoided both the winter cold in the mountains and the summer heat of the deserts. The arrival of a large caravan was cause for excitement. New goods would appear in the markets, news would spread of distant events, and the city's coffers would fill with taxes and fees. Then the caravan would depart, perhaps with new members or with a different mix of goods, and the city would await the next arrival. These cities were not just commercial centers but cultural melting pots. In Dunhuang, cave temples were carved into cliffs and filled with Buddhist artwork showing a unique blend of Indian, Central Asian, and Chinese influences. In Bukhara and Samarkand, architecture combined Persian, Turkic, and Chinese elements. Foods, music, clothing, and customs all reflected the mix of peoples who passed through or settled in these crossroad communities. This cultural fusion was perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Silk Road, new ideas and arts that transcended the boundaries of any single civilization. A monk walked alone along the dusty path, his orange robes bright against the desert landscape. In one hand he carried a walking stick, in the other, a bundle of precious manuscripts wrapped in oiled cloth to protect them from the elements. His head was shaved, his feet were bare, and his face showed the determination of a man on a sacred mission. He was one of thousands of spiritual travelers who used the same roads as the silk merchants, but sought treasures of a different kind. For while the Silk Road carried precious goods from east to west and back again, perhaps its most lasting cargo was invisible: the ideas, beliefs, and faiths that transformed civilizations. Buddhism was among the first major religions to travel the Silk Road, making its way from its birthplace in India toward China and beyond. The journey began around the 1st century CE, when Buddhist monks began to venture northward out of India into Central Asia. They traveled light, carrying little more than their robes, begging bowls, and sacred texts. Their goal was not personal wealth but the spread of the Buddha's teachings to new lands. These early Buddhist missionaries faced enormous challenges. Many did not speak the languages of the lands they entered. The harsh conditions of the road claimed the lives of some, others disappeared into the vastness of Central Asia, never to be heard from again. Yet enough succeeded to plant the seeds of their faith in the oasis cities along the route. In Kutan, Kucha, and other towns on the edges of the Taklamakan Desert, Buddhist communities took root, building monasteries that served both as spiritual centers and as shelters for traveling monks. From these Central Asian bases, Buddhism moved eastward into China. The Chinese, initially suspicious of this foreign faith, gradually became more receptive. By the 4th and 5th centuries CE, Buddhist temples were rising across the Chinese landscape. Pilgrimages between China and India became common, with Chinese monks traveling west to study Buddhism at its source, while Indian teachers journeyed east to spread their knowledge. The most famous of these pilgrims was Xuanzang, a Chinese monk who set out in 629 CE on an epic 16-year journey to India. Traveling westward along the Silk Road, he studied in the great Buddhist centers of learning, collected hundreds of texts, and returned to China as a hero. His detailed account of his travels, Great Tang Records on the Western regions, became not only a spiritual text but also a practical guide for later travelers. Buddhism was not the only faith to travel these ancient routes. Christianity reached China via the Silk Road as early as the 7th century CE, though in a form that might seem strange to modern Christians. Nestorian Christianity, declared heretical by the main churches of the West, found new life in the East. Nestorian missionaries established churches in oasis cities and eventually reached the Chinese capital. A stone stele discovered in Xi'an, dating from 781 CE, bears inscriptions in both Chinese and Syriac describing the arrival of Nestorian Christianity in China. Manichaeism, a now extinct religion founded in Persia by the prophet Mani, also spread along the trade routes. claiming to be the completion and fulfillment of several earlier faiths, including Zoroastrianism, Buddhism and Christianity. Manichaeism appealed to traders who encountered many religions in their travels. Its stark dualism, the eternal battle between light and darkness, good and evil, offered a simple framework for understanding a complex world. Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest continuously practiced religions, also spread from its Persian homeland along the Silk Road. With its emphasis on the moral choice between truth and lie, good and evil, it influenced other faiths and left its mark on communities from the Mediterranean to China. But perhaps the most dramatic religious transformation along the Silk Road came with the spread of Islam. Beginning in the 7th century CE, Arab armies carried their new faith eastward through conquest. Yet the deeper penetration of Islam into Central Asia, China, and Southeast Asia owed as much to merchants as to warriors. Muslim traders, known for their commercial skills and connections across vast regions, established communities and cities along the routes. Local rulers often found it advantageous to convert to Islam to facilitate trade with these merchants. By the 14th century, many of the great Silk Road cities had become predominantly Muslim. Magnificent mosques replaced or stood alongside older Buddhist temples. Islamic art, architecture and scholarship flourished in places like Bukhara and Samarkand. The Arabic script spread widely, used for writing languages from Persian to Uyghur. What made the Silk Road such a powerful conduit for religious ideas? Part of the answer lies in the nature of the road itself. Unlike modern highways that allow travelers to speed through regions with minimal interaction, the Silk Road forced slow, extended contact between different peoples. Merchants might spend weeks or months in an oasis city waiting for the right season to travel or for new trading partners to arrive. During these long stays, they observed local religious practices, listened to sermons or teachings, and engaged in conversations about faith and philosophy. The physical evidence of this religious exchange remains visible today in the archaeological sites along the ancient routes. In the Mogao caves near Dunhuang, China, thousands of Buddhist paintings and sculptures span a period of 1,000 years, showing the evolution of religious art as different influences met and merged. Earlier caves show strong Indian and Central Asian styles, while later ones reflect increasing Chinese aesthetic sensibilities. Perhaps the most remarkable testament to the Silk Road's role in religious transmission was discovered in 1900 when a Taoist monk named Wang Yuanlu stumbled upon a sealed cave at Mogao. Inside was a library of some 50,000 manuscripts in multiple languages: Chinese, Tibetan, Sanskrit, Sogdian, Uyghur, and more. There were Buddhist texts, of course, but also Nestorian Christian prayers, Manichaean hymns, Jewish texts, and Taoist writings. This library cave had been sealed around 1000 CE, preserving a snapshot of the religious diversity that flowed along the Silk Road. Beyond organized religions, other ideas and philosophies traveled these same routes. Medical knowledge passed between China, India, and the Islamic world. Doctors in different traditions exchanged information about herbs, surgical techniques, and diagnostic methods. The Persian scholar Ibn Sina's Canon of Medicine, written in the early 11th century, incorporated elements of Greek, Indian, and Chinese medical thinking, and later influenced European medicine through Latin translations. Mathematical concepts also moved along the trade routes. The Indian numerical system, including the concept of zero, traveled to the Islamic world and then to Europe, revolutionizing calculation and commerce. Astronomical observations were shared among Chinese, Indian, Persian, and eventually European stargazers, improving calendars and navigation. Even artistic ideas flowed along with the traders and pilgrims. Greco-Buddhist art from Gandhara in modern Pakistan and Afghanistan showed the Buddha in flowing robes reminiscent of Greek statues of Apollo. This artistic style traveled eastward, influencing depictions of the Buddha in China, Korea, and Japan. Musical instruments and playing techniques passed from culture to culture, creating new harmonies and rhythms at each stop along the way. As these diverse ideas met and mingled in the oasis cities, something remarkable happened. Rather than simple replacement of one set of beliefs with another, the result was often syncretism, the blending of different traditions. A traveler might encounter a Buddhist temple with architectural elements reminiscent of Persian designs, or hear a sermon that incorporated concepts from multiple faiths. People found ways to combine new religious ideas with older local traditions, creating unique variations of major religions. This exchange was rarely without tension. Religious conflicts erupted at various times and places along the Silk Road. Buddhist monasteries were destroyed during periods of persecution in China. Nestorian Christians sometimes faced hostility from both mainstream Christians and from followers of other faiths. As Islam spread, adherents of older religions sometimes found themselves marginalized or pressured to convert. Yet overall, the story of religion on the Silk Road is one of remarkable adaptation and coexistence. In many oasis cities, multiple faiths flourished side by side for centuries. Travelers describe cities with mosques, Buddhist temples, Christian churches, and Zoroastrian fire temples, all within the same walls. This religious diversity reflected the cosmopolitan nature of these crossroad communities, where pragmatic tolerance often prevailed over ideological purity. The market square in Samarkand buzzed with activity as merchants unveiled their treasures before eager crowds. A Chinese trader carefully unwrapped a bolt of silk, so fine it seemed to float on the air. Nearby, a Persian displayed glassware that caught the sun in colors never seen in local pottery. An Indian merchant measured fragrant spices into small cloth bags, the scents of cardamom, cinnamon, and pepper mixing in the air. This was the Silk Road at its most vibrant, a place where the rarest and most desired goods from across the known world changed hands, fueling a network of trade that stretched across continents. Silk was indeed the star attraction, the luxury good that gave the road its modern name. For centuries, China held a monopoly on silk production, keeping the process a carefully guarded secret. The Chinese knew that the fine threads came from the cocoons of silkworms, which fed on mulberry leaves. The worms were cultivated in specialized houses where temperature and humidity were carefully controlled. The process of unraveling the cocoons, treating the threads, and weaving them into fabric required tremendous skill and specialized knowledge. This Chinese monopoly made silk worth its weight in gold in distant markets. Roman senators and their wives paid enormous sums for silk garments, prompting complaints from moralists about wasted wealth and revealing clothing. According to legend, the Chinese secret was finally broken when two Nestorian monks smuggled silkworm eggs out of China in hollow walking sticks, bringing them to the Byzantine Emperor Justinian around 550 CE. Whether true or not, silk production did eventually spread to Persia, Byzantium, and later to the Mediterranean world. Yet even as the secret spread, Chinese silk maintained its reputation for superior quality. Different regions of China specialized in particular types of silk, brocades with intricate patterns, light gauzy silks for summer garments, or heavy silks for winter wear. Imperial workshops produced especially fine pieces reserved for the emperor and high officials, while commercial workshops created silk specifically for export, with colors and patterns designed to appeal to Central Asian, Persian, or Roman tastes. Though silk dominated the luxury trade heading westward, it was far from the only Chinese good in demand. Porcelain, with its glass-like finish and clear ring when struck, amazed those used to rougher earthenware. Fine Chinese paper, stronger and more suitable for writing than papyrus or parchment, gradually spread westward. Tea, originally consumed as medicine in China, became increasingly popular along the routes. Jade, especially the white jade from Khotan, was prized not only for its beauty but for its supposed spiritual properties. Moving eastward came a different set of treasures. Glassware from Rome, and later Byzantium, astonished the Chinese, who had not mastered the techniques of glass blowing and creating transparent vessels. Roman craftsmen could create glasses of remarkable thinness and clarity, often colored with minerals to produce striking blues, greens, or reds. These delicate pieces survived the long journey wrapped in soft materials and packed in wooden boxes. From the forests and mountains of Central Asia came furs that kept wealthy Chinese warm during cold northern winters. Sable, fox, and marten pelts softer and more luxurious than any local options. From the steppes came horses, particularly the famous blood-sweating horses of Fergana, larger and faster than Chinese breeds and highly valued for military purposes. The Chinese valued these horses so highly that they sometimes paid for them with silk equal to many times the horse's weight. India contributed luxury goods of its own to the Great Exchange. Spices like pepper, cinnamon, and cardamom transformed ordinary meals into exotic feasts. Fragrant woods like sandalwood were carved into decorative items or burned as incense. Cotton textiles, more comfortable in hot weather than silk or wool, moved both east and west from their Indian origin. Ivory from Indian elephants was carved into intricate figurines, combs, and game pieces by skilled artisans. Persian goods were equally coveted. Carpets woven with geometric or floral patterns in vibrant colors adorned the floors of palaces from Constantinople to Chang'an. Metalwork from Persian craftsmen, inlaid with gold or silver, etched with calligraphy, or scenes of hunters and animals, set the standard for luxury tableware. Persian glassmakers created their own styles to compete with Roman wares. Perhaps most valuable were Persian pearls from the Persian Gulf, which adorned the jewelry of elites across Eurasia. From the Mediterranean world came olive oil and wine, flavors unknown in East Asia, but gradually appreciated by cosmopolitan elites along the route. Perfumes and unguents, often containing amber or myrrh from Arabia, traveled in small precious containers. Coral, rare in eastern waters, was fashioned into jewelry or used in medicine. Amber from the Baltic region, having already traveled across Europe to reach Mediterranean ports, continued eastward as decorative pieces believed to hold magical properties. Not all trade goods were luxuries for the elite. Ordinary people along the routes participated in trade for practical items that improved daily life. Iron tools made in certain regions were known for their durability. Medicines from various healing traditions traveled along with the caravans, as did dyes for textiles, alum for treating leather, and seeds for new food crops. The movement of everyday technologies, better irrigation methods, new types of water wheels, improved harnesses for draft animals, may have had a greater impact on ordinary lives than all the silk and spices. Food crops deserve special mention, as their movement along the trade routes gradually transformed diets across Eurasia. Peaches and apricots, originally from China, spread westward. Walnuts and other nuts moved from Central Asia in multiple directions. Vegetables like spinach traveled from Persia toward both east and west. Citrus fruits spread gradually from their Southeast Asian origins. These new foods enriched cuisine and improved nutrition in regions far from their native lands. The list of goods that traveled the Silk Road is nearly endless, but the mechanics of their movement requires explanation. Few merchants traveled the entire length of the routes from China to the Mediterranean. Instead, goods changed hands multiple times at the markets of oasis cities. A bolt of silk might start its journey in a Chinese workshop, be carried by Chinese merchants to Dunhuang, sold to Sogdian traders who took it to Samarkand, then purchased by Persian merchants who carried it to Baghdad, where it was bought by Arab traders who sold it in Damascus, where Byzantine merchants acquired it for resale in Constantinople. At each exchange, the price increased to cover the costs and profits of the middlemen. By the time Chinese silk reached Rome, its price had multiplied many times from its original value. This system of relayed trade explains why luxury goods dominated long-distance exchange. Only items with a high value-to-weight ratio could absorb the costs of multiple transactions and still find willing buyers at the far end of the routes. The physical movement of these goods required careful packing and protection. Silk traveled in tightly wrapped bales, often coated with wax for waterproofing. Porcelain was nested in straw or other soft material inside wooden crates. Spices were sealed in leather bags to preserve their aromas. Glassware was wrapped in soft textiles and packed in boxes filled with straw or wool. Despite these precautions, breakage and damage were common. Merchants factored these losses into their prices, and buyers understood that goods that had traveled thousands of miles might bear the marks of their journey. Beyond the legitimate trade in desirable goods, the Silk Road also saw commerce in more controversial items. Slaves were transported in many directions. Fair-skinned people from the Caucasus region were particularly valued in the Islamic world and China, while specialist craftsmen or performers might be sold to distant courts regardless of their origin. Opium moved eastward from its sources in the Middle East, initially as medicine but increasingly as an addictive substance. Weapons and military technology transferred between regions, sometimes changing the balance of power. Perhaps the most significant unintentional cargo of the Silk Road was disease. The same caravanserais and crowded markets that facilitated trade also allowed pathogens to spread. The most devastating example was the bubonic plague or Black Death of the 14th century, which likely originated in Central or East Asia and followed trade routes westward, killing perhaps a third of Europe's population. Earlier, smallpox, measles, and other diseases had moved along the same paths, causing similar if less documented devastation. Yet despite these darker exchanges, the overwhelming impact of Silk Road trade was positive. The movement of goods satisfied human desires for beauty, flavor, and comfort. New foods improved health and pleasure. Technologies spread that made life easier or more productive. Most importantly, the trade in physical goods facilitated the exchange of something even more valuable, knowledge and ideas that transformed societies far from their origins. The precious silks might eventually wear out, the spices be consumed, the porcelains break, but the exchange of innovations, beliefs, and cultural practices would leave a permanent mark on human civilization. The royal messenger galloped through the gates of the Tang dynasty capital of Chang'an, his horse lathered with sweat after days of hard riding. He carried news from the western frontiers. Tibetan forces had seized control of key mountain passes along the southern Silk Road routes. Within hours, court officials were debating their response. Should they dispatch troops to reclaim these vital arteries of trade, negotiate with the Tibetan king, or develop alternative northern routes that bypassed the troubled region entirely? Such was the constant struggle for control over the Silk Road, a contest of empires and kingdoms that shaped the destiny of Eurasia for over 1,000 years. The story of power over the Silk Road is in many ways the story of the great empires that rose and fell along its length. These massive states recognized that whoever controlled the trade routes controlled not just commerce but information, military access, and cultural influence. For ambitious rulers, the Silk Road was both a prize and a tool, a source of wealth and a means of projecting power far beyond their borders. The Chinese empires were among the most persistent in their efforts to secure the eastern portions of the routes. Under the Han Dynasty, 206 BCE to 220 CE, Chinese armies pushed westward into Central Asia, establishing garrisons and administrative centers in the Tarim Basin. They appointed officials to oversee trade, collect taxes, and maintain security along the roads. Chinese farmers were encouraged to settle in these distant regions, bringing their agricultural techniques and gradually extending Chinese cultural influence. This pattern of expansion, consolidation, and cultural diffusion would be repeated by later Chinese dynasties, most notably the Tang 618–907 CE. At its height, Tang control extended far into Central Asia, with Chinese authority recognized as far west as the borders of Persia. The Tang capital of Chang'an became the eastern terminus of the Silk Road and one of the world's greatest cities, home to over 1 million people, including thousands of foreign merchants, monks, and diplomats. The Tang established a system of post stations along the main routes, where official couriers could change horses and find shelter. This network allowed information to travel rapidly across vast distances. A military threat or diplomatic opportunity in the West could be reported to the imperial court within days. The same system facilitated trade by providing security and infrastructure for merchants. At key points, the Tang maintained garrisons whose soldiers patrolled the routes, protected caravans from bandits, and ensured that taxes were collected on goods passing through their territory. At the western end of the Silk Road, the Roman Empire and its successor, the Byzantine Empire, played similar roles. Roman demand for silk and other Eastern luxuries drove much of the long-distance trade, while Roman coins found as far east as China testify to the reach of Mediterranean commerce. Byzantine emperors attempted to break the Chinese silk monopoly by establishing their own silk industry, eventually succeeding when silkworm eggs were smuggled out of China in the 6th century CE. The Byzantines exercised control over their end of the trade routes through diplomacy, as much as military power. They negotiated agreements with Persian rulers to facilitate the movement of goods, established trading posts in Central Asian cities, and sent embassies to distant courts. When direct military control wasn't possible, they relied on alliances with local powers who could secure the routes in exchange for Byzantine gold or political support. Between these eastern and western anchor points stood the Persian empires, first the Parthians, then the Sassanids, who controlled the central portions of the Silk Road from the 3rd century BCE to the 7th century CE. The Persians were masters of the middleman position, profiting enormously from trade passing through their territory. They built caravanserais, maintained roads, and established a sophisticated system of customs posts. The Sassanid Persians were particularly adept at managing this central position. They developed agreements with the Chinese and Byzantines that allowed trade to flow, while ensuring Persian middlemen captured much of the profit. Their capital at Ctesiphon became a major commercial hub where goods from east and west were exchanged. Persian silver coins were accepted currency throughout much of the route, facilitating transactions across cultural and linguistic boundaries. This relatively stable system of divided control was shattered in the 7th century CE with the rise of Arab Muslim power. Within a century of the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632 CE, Arab armies had conquered the entire Sassanid Empire and much of the Byzantine territories in the Middle East and North Africa. This created a new imperial power stretching from Spain to the borders of China, united by religion and eventually by a common administrative language, Arabic. Under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates, Arab and Persian Muslims became the new masters of the Central Silk Road. The Abbasid capital at Baghdad replaced Caliphate as the great central marketplace where Eastern and Western goods were exchanged. Muslim merchants benefiting from networks of co-religionists across vast territories came to dominate much of the long-distance trade. Islamic legal codes provided a common framework for commercial transactions, while the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca created an annual gathering where merchants from across the Islamic world could meet and make deals. Control of the routes was never absolute or unchallenged. In Central Asia, local kingdoms like Sogdia maintained significant autonomy, even while acknowledging the suzerainty of larger empires. The Tibetan Empire periodically seized control of southern routes through the Himalayas. Turkic nomads from the steppes raided the northern routes when central authority weakened. The struggle for control was constant, with power shifting as empires expanded and contracted. This complex balance of power was transformed dramatically in the 13th century with the rise of the Mongol Empire, beginning with Genghis Khan's unification of the Mongol tribes in 1206 CE. The Mongols embarked on a campaign of conquest unparalleled in human history. Within decades, they had established control over territories stretching from Korea to Eastern Europe, including nearly all of the Silk Road routes. For the first time, the entire length of the Silk Road came under the rule of a single power. The Mongols understood the value of trade and took deliberate steps to facilitate it. They established a system called the Yam, a network of post stations similar to those of earlier empires, but on a much larger scale. Merchants carrying official passes could use these stations, finding fresh horses, food and shelter at regular intervals across the entire expanse of the Mongol domains. The Mongols also imposed a harsh but effective peace across their territories. Their reputation for brutally punishing banditry and their practice of holding local officials responsible for any crimes in their areas made the roads safer than they had been for centuries. Marco Polo, traveling from Venice to China in the late 13th century, marveled at the security of the routes, noting that merchants could travel vast distances without fear. This period, sometimes called the Pax Mongolica, Mongol Peace, represented the golden age of the Silk Road. Trade volume reached unprecedented levels, as merchants could now travel from China to the Black Sea without crossing a political boundary. Cultural exchange accelerated as well, with artists, scholars, and religious figures moving freely across Eurasia. The Mongols themselves, though relatively few in number, adopted and adapted elements from all the cultures they encountered, becoming transmitters of ideas and technologies. The Mongol Empire eventually fragmented into 4 major khanates, each controlling different sections of the Silk Road. Though they maintained familial ties and generally peaceful relations with each other, the unity of the routes was broken. By the mid-14th century, the decline of Mongol power was accelerated by the devastating impact of the Black Death, which likely spread along the very trade routes the Mongols had secured. As Mongol rule weakened, new powers emerged to contest control of the routes. The Ming dynasty reasserted Chinese authority in the east, while the Ottoman Turks gradually expanded their control in the west. In Central Asia, Timur Tamerlane built a new empire centered on Samarkand in the late 14th century, briefly reviving the glory of the Silk Road cities. His descendants, the Timurids, maintained control of key Central Asian segments of the route until the 16th century. The methods of controlling the Silk Road remained remarkably consistent across different empires and eras. Military force secured key choke points like mountain passes and desert oases. Administrative systems collected taxes and customs duties from merchants. Infrastructure investments, roads, bridges, caravanserais, water sources, made travel possible and attracted traders to certain routes over others. Diplomatic agreements between neighboring powers established frameworks for dealing with disputes and facilitating cross-border movement. The economics of controlling the Silk Road were straightforward but lucrative. Empires derived revenue in multiple ways: direct taxes on goods entering or leaving their territory, fees for protection and use of facilities, profits from state monopolies on certain high-value goods, and the general economic benefits of increased commerce within their domains. For cash-strapped rulers, the temptation to increase these levies was always present, but the savviest understood that excessive taxation would simply drive merchants to seek alternative routes. Beyond economic benefits, control of the Silk Road offered significant political advantages. Rulers could gather intelligence about distant regions from merchants and travelers. They could restrict the movement of potential enemies or control the flow of strategic materials like metals for weapons. They could project cultural and religious influence far beyond their borders through the movement of texts, art, and missionaries along the routes they controlled. The management of different cultural and religious groups along the routes posed challenges for every empire. The most successful adopted policies of relative tolerance, recognizing that diverse merchants and travelers were essential to the functioning of long-distance trade. The Tang Chinese generally allowed foreign merchants to maintain their own customs and religious practices in special quarters of Chang'an and other cities. The Mongols famously exempted religious leaders of all faiths from taxation and granted them various privileges. The Abbasid caliphs, while promoting Islam, allowed Christian, Jewish, and Zoroastrian communities to maintain their identities as people of the book. This pragmatic tolerance was never absolute. Even the most open empires imposed certain limits on foreign activities and maintained hierarchies that privileged their own people. During periods of political instability or religious fervor, tolerance could give way to persecution. Yet compared to the rigid exclusivity that would characterize many later imperial systems, the major Silk Road empires displayed remarkable flexibility in accommodating diversity, a necessity for controlling routes that inherently connected different worlds. The vast steppes of Central Asia turned from brown to white as winter descended. A lone rider appeared on the horizon, traveling at a pace that seemed impossible for the harsh conditions. He wore layers of furs and felt, carried minimal provisions, and rode a sturdy Mongol horse bred for endurance. Around his neck hung a metal tablet, marked with the seal of the Great Khan. This was a Mongol messenger, part of the remarkable communication system called the Yam, that connected the largest land empire the world had ever seen, and with it created the greatest flourishing of the Silk Road in its long history. The rise of the Mongol Empire began with a boy named Temujin, born around 1162 CE, to a minor Mongol chieftain who was murdered when the boy was still young. From these humble and desperate beginnings, Temujin would rise to unite the warring Mongol tribes and take the title Genghis Khan, universal ruler, in 1206 CE. What followed was one of history's most extraordinary stories of conquest. Within his lifetime, Genghis Khan would build an empire stretching from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe, and his descendants would extend it further still. The initial phase of Mongol expansion was driven by traditional steppe warfare, taken to new levels of organization and brutality. The Mongols were masters of cavalry tactics, able to coordinate complex maneuvers across vast distances, using a system of flags by day and torches by night. Their composite bows, shooting arrows that could penetrate armor at over 200 yards, gave them lethal striking power. Most importantly, they had a willingness to absorb and adapt the military technologies and administrative systems of conquered peoples. By 1227, when Genghis Khan died, the Mongols had conquered much of northern China, Central Asia, and parts of Persia. His sons and grandsons continued the expansion. Ogedai Khan took the rest of northern China and pushed into Russia and Eastern Europe. Mungke Khan completed the conquest of Persia and began the campaign against the Song dynasty in southern China. Kublai Khan finished the conquest of China, establishing the Yuan dynasty and moving the capital to what is now Beijing. At its height in the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire covered approximately 24 million square kilometers, or about 17% of the Earth's land area. It encompassed all of modern Mongolia, China, Korea, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, and parts of Russia, Turkey, and Eastern Europe. More significantly for our story, it controlled virtually the entire length of the Silk Road from China to the Black Sea, creating a unified political space across Eurasia for the first time in history. The Mongol conquests were initially devastating for the peoples and cities along the Silk Road. The Mongols were known for offering enemies a simple choice: surrender and be spared, or resist and face annihilation. Cities that resisted, like Merv and Nishapur in Central Asia, were systematically destroyed, their populations massacred and their irrigation systems ruined. Scholars estimate that the Mongol conquests may have resulted in the deaths of 30 to 40 million people, perhaps as much as 10% of the world's population at that time. Yet from this destruction emerged a new order that would enable unprecedented movement and exchange across Eurasia. Once their control was established, the Mongols shifted from conquerors to administrators. They had little interest in imposing their nomadic lifestyle or shamanic religion on subject peoples. Instead, they focused on maintaining order, collecting taxes, and facilitating trade across their vast domains. The Mongols recognized that their empire was too large to be micromanaged from a single center. They divided it into 4 major khanates, each ruled by a branch of Genghis Khan's family: the Yuan dynasty in China, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, the Ilkhanate in Persia and the Middle East, and the Golden Horde in Russia and Eastern Europe. Despite this division, the Khanates maintained close relations and a sense of common purpose as part of the larger Mongol family. This political unity created ideal conditions for trade. For merchants traveling the Silk Road, the fragmentation of political authority had always been a major challenge. Each border crossing meant new taxes, regulations, languages, and potential dangers. Under Mongol rule, a merchant could travel from Beijing to the Black Sea under a single political authority, using a single passport called a paisa, and enjoying the protection of Mongol law throughout the journey. The yam system mentioned earlier was perhaps the Mongols' greatest contribution to Eurasian exchange. This network of post stations, spaced about a day's ride apart along major routes, provided fresh horses, food, shelter, and guides to those traveling on official business. Merchants with special permits could also use this system, dramatically increasing the speed and safety of their journeys. According to contemporary accounts, an urgent message could travel from Mongolia to Persia about 4,000 miles in just 2 weeks, an astonishing speed for the medieval world. The Mongols invested heavily in the infrastructure of trade. They repaired roads, built bridges, and constructed new caravanserais. They cleared the routes of bandits with a ruthless efficiency that became legendary. According to travelers' accounts, a maiden carrying a sack of gold could walk alone from one end of the empire to the other without being molested. An exaggeration, surely, but one that reflected the remarkable security of the roads under Mongol rule. The Mongols also created a new merchant class that transcended traditional cultural boundaries. The most famous of these were the Ortak associations of Muslim Central Asian merchants, who acted as commercial agents for the Mongol elite. These merchants received capital from Mongol nobles, enjoying their protection and political connections while handling the actual business of trade. Many became enormously wealthy, building magnificent homes and patronizing arts and scholarship in cities like Samarkand and Bukhara. The consequences of this new trading system were profound. The volume of goods moving along the Silk Road reached unprecedented levels. Luxury items like silk, porcelain, and spices flowed westward in greater quantities than ever before. Gold, silver, and furs moved eastward. New products found wider markets: Persian carpets in China, Chinese paper in Europe, Central Asian cotton in both directions. The greater security and reduced transaction costs allowed lower-value goods to be profitably traded over long distances for the first time. Cultural exchange accelerated alongside commerce. The Mongol elite, pragmatic and generally non-ideological, employed talented individuals regardless of their ethnic or religious background. Chinese administrators served in Persia. Persian physicians practiced in China. European silversmiths worked in Mongol court workshops. This mixture of talents and traditions produced remarkable innovations in fields from astronomy to cartography, medicine to metallurgy. Religious ideas continued to move along the routes as they had for centuries, but now with fewer barriers. Nestorian Christianity experienced its greatest expansion under Mongol rule, establishing churches from China to Iraq. Buddhism found new patrons among the Mongol elite in China and Mongolia. Islam spread more deeply into Central Asia and began to make inroads into Western China. The Mongols themselves, originally shamanists, experimented with various faiths. Some converted to Buddhism, others to Islam or Nestorian Christianity, while many maintained traditional practices alongside elements of these world religions. The most famous account of this golden age comes from Marco Polo, a Venetian merchant who traveled to China in the 1270s and allegedly spent 17 years in the service of Kublai Khan. His book, The Travels of Marco Polo, described the wonders of the East to an astonished European audience: the vast cities of China, the wealth of the great Khan, the curious customs of distant peoples, and the remarkable goods available in Eastern markets. Though modern scholars debate how much of the book reflects Polo's actual experiences, and indeed whether he reached China at all, it nevertheless captured the spirit of an age when Eurasia was more interconnected than ever before. Less famous but equally significant were travelers moving in the opposite direction. Rabben Soma, a Nestorian Christian monk born in Beijing to Turkic parents, traveled westward in the 1280s, eventually reaching Europe as an ambassador from the Ilkhanate of Persia. His journey mirrored Polo's, providing a fascinating Eastern perspective on the medieval West. Persian astronomers and physicians traveled to the Yuan court in China, bringing Islamic scientific knowledge eastward. The cultural impact of this exchange extended to the arts. Chinese motifs appeared in Persian miniature paintings. Central Asian musical instruments and melodies found audiences in China. A distinctive Mongol international style emerged in arts and crafts, blending elements from all the cultures of the empire. The blue and white porcelain that would become synonymous with Chinese ceramics worldwide was developed during this period, using cobalt pigments imported from Persia. Perhaps the most significant but least visible exchanges involved technologies and ideas. Printing with movable type spread from China westward. New crops moved along the routes, changing diets and agricultural practices across Eurasia. Medical knowledge was shared among Chinese, Indian, Persian, and eventually European physicians. Astronomical observations made in observatories from Maragay in Persia to Beijing were compiled and compared. The Pax Mongolica also had darker consequences. The very connections that facilitated trade and cultural exchange also allowed diseases to spread more easily. The Black Death, which devastated populations from China to Europe in the mid-14th century, likely began in Central or East Asia and followed the trade routes westward. Contemporary accounts describe Mongol armies catapulting plague-infected corpses over the walls of Crimean cities, an early form of biological warfare that may have helped spread the disease to Europe. The Mongol Empire's unity began to fragment in the late 13th century. Succession disputes, the adoption of different religions by different branches of the family, and the natural challenges of governing such vast territories all contributed to the gradual dissolution of the unified Mongol state. The Yuan dynasty in China faced increasing resistance from the Chinese population, eventually being overthrown in 1368 by the native Ming dynasty. The Ilkhanate in Persia declined after converting to Islam, losing its connections with the other Khanates. The Golden Horde in Russia split into several competing states. Yet even as the political unity of the Mongol Empire dissolved, the commercial networks and cultural connections it had fostered remained active. Cities like Samarkand, Bukhara, and Tabriz continued to thrive as international trade centers. Merchant associations maintained their cross-cultural operations. Diplomatic and commercial missions still traveled the length of the old Silk Road, albeit with more difficulty than during the height of Mongol power. The legacy of the Mongol period for the Silk Road was complex. On one hand, the Mongols had provided a brief but spectacular demonstration of how much commerce and exchange could flourish under a unified political authority that prioritized trade. On the other hand, their initial conquests had destroyed many cities and irrigation systems that would never fully recover. Their empire had facilitated unprecedented exchange, but also spread devastating diseases. In the shadows of World War II, while much of the world focused on rebuilding, a small group of brilliant minds began quietly laying the groundwork for what would become the most transformative technology of our time. This is the story of the Internet, a tale of human ingenuity, collaboration across borders, and a vision that would ultimately connect billions of people around the globe. The story begins not with cables or computers as we know them today, but with ideas, revolutionary theories that emerged in laboratories and university halls during the 1940s and 1950s. In those early days, computers were massive machines that filled entire rooms, humming and clicking, as they processed basic calculations. They stood alone, isolated islands of technology, with no way to communicate with each other. It was in this environment that a young British mathematician named Alan Turing began exploring the theoretical limits of computation. Having helped crack the German Enigma code during the war, Turing turned his brilliant mind toward understanding what machines could potentially accomplish. In 1936, even before practical computers existed, he described a theoretical device, later known as the Turing machine, that could simulate any computer algorithm. This conceptual breakthrough suggested something profound: that information and logical processes could be universal, transferable, and not limited to human minds. As Turing's ideas spread through academic circles, another pioneer emerged across the Atlantic. In 1948, a researcher at Bell Laboratories named Claude Shannon published A Mathematical Theory of Communication, a paper that would become the foundation of information theory. Shannon showed how all information, whether text, audio, or images, could be broken down into the simplest possible form, binary digits or bits. This insight was revolutionary. It meant that any type of information could be encoded in the same language that computers understood. Shannon introduced the concept of the bit as the basic unit of information and developed mathematical formulas, showing how information could be accurately transmitted even through noisy or imperfect channels. His work gave engineers a framework for thinking about how data could move between locations while maintaining its integrity, an essential concept for any future network. While Turing and Shannon worked on theoretical foundations, practical computing began taking shape. The 1940s saw the development of ENIAC, Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer, one of the first general-purpose electronic computers, built to calculate artillery firing tables for the US Army. ENIAC weighed 30 tons and contained 18,000 vacuum tubes. Despite its size and limited capabilities by modern standards, it demonstrated that electronic computing was possible at a meaningful scale. In the following years, computers like UNIVAC made the leap from military to commercial applications, but these early machines were still primarily designed for batch processing, running one program at a time with results delivered hours or days later. The idea that computers might communicate with each other in real time remained distant. The Cold War, with all its tension and global anxiety, ironically helped push computer networking forward. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, the first artificial satellite, shocking the American scientific establishment. Government created the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA, to regain technological superiority. This agency would later play a crucial role in the birth of the Internet. By the late 1950s, more voices began advocating for connected computer systems. JCR Licklider, a psychologist and computer scientist, wrote about his vision of an intergalactic computer network, where people could access data and programs from anywhere. When he joined ARPA in 1962, Licklider began funding research into computer networking, setting the stage for later breakthroughs. Meanwhile, an American engineer named Paul Baran was developing ideas that would solve a critical problem in networking: vulnerability. Working at the Rand Corporation, Baran was tasked with designing a communication system that could survive a nuclear attack. His solution was revolutionary: a distributed network with no central hub that could be targeted. If some connections were destroyed, messages could automatically find alternative paths to their destinations. Baran proposed breaking messages into standardized chunks, what we now call packets, that could travel independently through the network before being reassembled at their destination. This concept of packet switching would become fundamental to the Internet's design, though it faced resistance from established telecommunications companies who were invested in existing circuit switching technology. While these technological developments were brewing, cultural visionaries began imagining how interconnected information might change society. Vannevar Bush, who had coordinated much of America's scientific research during World War II, wrote an influential essay called As We May Think in 1945. He described a theoretical device called the Memex, a desk-sized machine that could store and recall information through associations, similar to how the human mind works. Though purely conceptual, the Memex foreshadowed hypertext, search engines, and personal knowledge management systems. By the 1960s, the pieces were falling into place. Computer time-sharing systems allowed multiple users to access a single computer simultaneously from different terminals, hinting at the collaborative potential of connected systems. Researchers were developing the practical applications of packet switching, and funding from ARPA was fueling ambitious networking projects at major universities. The theoretical groundwork had been laid. Information could be digitized, processed algorithmically, broken into packets, and potentially shared across distributed networks. The next step would be to put these theories into practice, to create an actual network connecting distant computers. As the decade came to a close, a small team began working on an experimental network that would connect 4 major research computers across the western United States. They couldn't have known they were about to change the world. The age of isolation was ending, and the age of connection was about to begin. The year was 1969. While the world watched in awe as humans first set foot on the moon, another giant leap for mankind was taking place with far less fanfare. In university labs across America, a small team of researchers was about to send the first message between two computers, hundreds of miles apart, a moment that would mark the birth of what we now call the Internet. The project was known as ARPANET, named after its funding agency, the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA of the US Department of Defense. Unlike the space race, this technological breakthrough wasn't showcased on television or celebrated with parades. It happened quietly, in academic computer labs, led by scientists and engineers who were focused on solving practical problems rather than making history. By the late 1960s, ARPA had invested millions in university computer research, yet these expensive machines sat in isolation, unable to share resources or data. The vision for ARPANET was straightforward but revolutionary: create a network that would allow these computers to communicate, enabling researchers to share computing resources across long distances. The project was led by Larry Roberts, a soft-spoken but determined computer scientist who had been recruited from MIT to head ARPA's Information Processing Techniques Office. Roberts had the technical knowledge, the funding, and the authority to bring together the best minds in the field. He assembled a team that included institutions like UCLA, Stanford Research Institute, SRI, University of California, Santa Barbara, and the University of Utah. At the heart of ARPANET was packet switching, the concept Paul Barron and others had theorized years earlier. Unlike traditional telephone systems, which maintained a continuous open circuit during a call, packet switching broke data into small chunks that could find their own way through the network. If one path was congested or broken, the packets could reroute through another. This made the network both efficient and resilient. To make this work, the team needed to create special computers called Interface Message Processors (IMPs). These refrigerator-sized machines would serve as gateways between the host computers and the network itself. Built by a company called Bolt Beranek and Newman, BBN, the first IMP was delivered to UCLA in late August 1969, accompanied by a 40-page instruction manual. On the evening of October 29, 1969, the moment of truth arrived. A small group gathered in a lab at UCLA, where graduate student Charlie Klein sat at a computer terminal. Miles away at Stanford Research Institute, programmer Bill Duvall waited at another terminal. The plan was simple. Klein would type "login," and the system would echo these characters on Duvall's screen. Klein typed the letter "lol" and asked over the phone, "Do you see the L?" After a moment, Duvall confirmed he did. Next came the O. It also appeared successfully, but when Klein typed the G, the system crashed. The first message ever sent over what would become the Internet was just 2 letters. "Lol." As one researcher later joked, it was accidentally profound, like "Hello World" cut short. Despite this modest beginning, the importance of what had just happened was clear to those involved. Within an hour, the connection was restored, and the full login command was successfully transmitted. The first node-to-node communication on ARPANET was complete. By December 1969, all 4 of the initial sites were connected, creating the first true computer network. The original mapping of ARPANET looked like a diamond, with lines connecting UCLA to SRI, SRI to the University of Utah, Utah to UC Santa Barbara, and Santa Barbara back to UCLA. This simple diagram represented the beginning of a new era in human communication. Throughout 1970, the network grew. More MPs were installed at other universities and research centers, expanding ARPANET's reach. The engineers worked tirelessly to improve the reliability and functionality of the system. Sometimes they'd discover a problem only after a node went down at midnight, requiring emergency phone calls and late-night debugging sessions. This was uncharted territory. There were no instruction manuals for building a nationwide computer network. One of the key technical achievements came in 1970 when the Network Control Protocol (NCP) was finalized. This was the first standardized method for computers on ARPANET to communicate with each other. Before NCP, each computer might speak its own language, making communication difficult or impossible. The protocol established rules for how data should be formatted, transmitted, and received, creating a common language for the network. As the network grew, so did its capabilities. Scientists were no longer limited to the computing resources at their own institutions. A researcher at MIT could run a program on a specialized computer at UCLA without having to travel across the country. Data could be shared instantly, accelerating the pace of collaboration and discovery. In 1971, ARPANET took another giant step forward with the invention of electronic mail, or email. Ray Tomlinson, a programmer at BBN, created a simple program that allowed users to send messages to other users on the network. To separate the username from the host computer, Tomlinson chose the @ symbol, a character that was on the keyboard but rarely used in programming at that time. This seemingly minor decision created the username at host format still used in email addresses today. Email was not part of the original ARPANET plan. It was developed because Tomlinson thought it would be useful, yet it quickly became the network's most popular feature. Scientists who had been connected to share computing resources discovered they enjoyed communicating with each other even more. This pattern would repeat throughout the internet's history. The most transformative applications often came from unexpected directions. By 1972, ARPANET had grown to include 23 connected computers, or nodes. While this may seem tiny compared to today's billions of connected devices, it represented exponential growth in just 3 years. More importantly, it proved that large-scale networking was viable. The true coming-out party for ARPANET came in October 1972 at the International Conference on Computer Communications in Washington, D.C. Here, Roberts and his team conducted the first public demonstration of the network. Attendees could sit down at terminals and interact with computers hundreds of miles away in real time. They could run programs, transfer files, and send messages across the country as if the distant computers were in the next room. For many computer scientists attending the conference, this was the moment when the potential of networking became real. What had been theoretical or experimental was now a working system with practical applications. The demonstration generated excitement throughout the computer science community and inspired many to join the networking revolution. As 1972 drew to a close, ARPANET had evolved from an experimental project into a functioning network that was changing how research was conducted. The concept of the network began entering the vocabulary of computer scientists across America. The groundwork had been laid for an explosive period of growth and innovation in the coming years. The small team that had gathered in that UCLA lab in 1969 couldn't have fully imagined what their work would lead to. They were focused on connecting powerful research computers, not creating a global communication system. Yet the principles they established, decentralization, packet switching, open protocols, would shape the development of digital networking for decades to come. The successful public demonstration of Array Teams in 1972 marked the end of the beginning. What had started as an experiment connecting 4 computers at American research institutions was about to grow into something much larger. The 1970s would see the network expand, not just in size, but in purpose and reach, as more people recognized the transformative potential of connected computers. By 1973, Array had grown beyond its initial cluster of Western American universities. New nodes appeared at research centers and universities across the United States. Each new connection brought more users, more resources, and more possibilities to the network. Computer scientists who had previously worked in isolation could now collaborate easily with colleagues across the country. The community of networked researchers was growing, and with it, a shared culture of open communication and cooperation began to emerge. What made this expansion possible was the continued refinement of the technical foundations. The original Network Control Protocol, NCP, had served Array well in its early days, but as the network grew, limitations became apparent. The protocol had been designed for a small, trusted network of similar computers. It couldn't easily accommodate different types of networks or handle the growing complexity of connections. Enter 2 visionaries who would solve this problem, Vinton Cerf and Robert Kahn. Cerf, a computer scientist who had been involved with Array-Net since its UCLA origins, and Kahn, who had worked on the network's architecture at BBN, recognized the need for a more robust approach to networking. They set out to design a system that could connect not just individual computers, but entire networks of different types. In 1973, Cerf and Kahn began developing what would become the Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol, or TCP/IP. Their insight was both technical and philosophical. Rather than forcing all networks to operate the same way, they created a method for different networks to communicate while maintaining their own internal structures. Their approach embodied a crucial principle that would define the Internet: decentralized design with common standards. The TCP/IP protocols were like creating a universal translator that could work between any computer systems, regardless of their hardware or software. This approach meant that no single entity would control the entire system. Networks could join the larger interconnected system or Internet while maintaining their independence. While the TCP/IP protocols were being developed, ARPANET itself was growing beyond American borders. In 1973, the first international connections were established, linking ARPANET to the University College of London in England and the NORSAR seismic detection system in Norway. These connections, traveling through satellite links and undersea cables, transformed what had been an American research project into the beginning of a global system. The Norwegian connection was particularly significant. It had been established to transmit seismic data as part of nuclear test monitoring during the Cold War. Yet this military purpose soon gave way to scientific collaboration, showing how the network could transcend its original defense-related mission. Researchers in Europe could now access American computing resources, and vice versa, fostering international collaboration in ways that had never before been possible. As ARPANET grew, new applications beyond the original file transfers and remote computing continued to emerge. Email, which had been introduced in 1971, became increasingly popular. By the mid-1970s, it accounted for the majority of traffic on the network. The ability to communicate quickly and informally with colleagues across institutions was changing how research collaboration happened. In 1976, Queen Elizabeth II of England became one of the first heads of state to send an email when she inaugurated a new programming language facility. Although the message was largely ceremonial and prepared by technical staff, it symbolized how this new form of communication was beginning to enter public awareness. Even if most people still had no direct access to the technology, the culture of the early network was markedly different from today's Internet. The users were primarily researchers, engineers, and computer scientists, a relatively homogeneous group with shared professional interests. Commercial activity was prohibited on the government-funded ARPANET, and security concerns were minimal since users generally knew and trusted each other. This created an atmosphere of open collaboration that shaped many early Internet traditions. By the mid-1970s, other networks began to appear alongside ARPANET. In 1976, UUCP, Unix-to-Unix copy, allowed Unix computers to connect and share data via regular phone lines. This was significant because it provided networking capabilities to institutions that weren't connected to ARPANET. Another major development came in 1979 with the creation of Usenet, a distributed discussion system created by graduate students at Duke University and the University of North Carolina. Usenet allowed users to post messages to news groups organized by topic. Unlike ARPANET, which required a dedicated connection, Usenet could operate over standard phone lines, making it accessible to a much wider audience, including home computer enthusiasts. These parallel networks reflected growing interest in computer communication beyond the original ARPANET community. People were finding ways to connect computers even without access to the expensive infrastructure of ARPANET. The desire to share information electronically was spreading beyond government-funded research projects. By 1979, ARPANET had grown to include more than 60 nodes, but it was still primarily a research network. However, its success was inspiring others to build similar systems. CompuServe, the first major commercial online service for the public, launched in 1979, offering email, technical support, and message boards to anyone with a computer and modem who could pay the hourly fees. As the 1970s turned into the 1980s, the concept of interconnecting these various networks gained momentum. The term Internet began to appear in technical documents around 1974, when Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn published their paper on TCP/IP titled A Protocol for Packet Network Intercommunication. However, it would take time for the term to enter common usage. The early 1980s saw the formation of BATnet because its time network, which connected academic mainframe computers primarily for email and file transfers. Unlike ARPANET, BATnet was not funded by the government but by the institutions that joined it. This marked an important shift in how networks were funded and governed, moving away from centralized government control. CSNet Computer Science Network was established in 1981 with National Science Foundation support to provide networking services to computer science departments that didn't have access to ARPANET. This further expanded the community of networked researchers and laid groundwork for later NSF involvement in Internet development. Throughout this period, the various networks existed as separate entities, though with growing connections between them. The adoption of TCP/IP would eventually allow them to function as parts of a unified network of networks, the true Internet. But in the early 1980s, this integration was still in progress. Despite these advances, the network remained largely unknown to the general public. In 1982, a typical American would never have heard of ARPANET or the emerging concept of an Internet. Computers themselves were still primarily found in businesses, universities, and government facilities, not in homes. The personal computer revolution was just beginning, with the introduction of machines like the Commodore 64 in 1982 making computers more accessible to ordinary people. As 1982 drew to a close, the stage was set for a pivotal moment in Internet history. ARPANET had proven the value of networked computing. Multiple networks existed and were growing. The technical foundations for connecting these networks had been developed with TCP/IP. What remained was to implement these protocols across the entire system. The researchers, engineers, and visionaries who had built these early networks were about to take the next critical step, one that would transform their collection of specialized research networks into the foundation of a global communication system. The true Internet was about to be born. The morning of January 1st, 1983, seemed like any other New Year's Day. While many Americans were recovering from celebrations or watching college football bowl games, something momentous was happening behind the scenes. On that day, with the flip of a digital switch, ARPANET officially transitioned from its original Network Control Protocol, NCP, to the new Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol, TCP/C. This technical change, invisible to most of the world, would later be recognized as the true birth date of the Internet, as we know it today. The transition was years in the making. Vint Cerf, Bob Kahn, and their colleagues had developed TCP/C in the mid-1970s, but implementing it across an already functioning network was no simple task. John Postel and Joyce Reynolds at the University of Southern California's Information Sciences Institute led the massive effort to coordinate the switchover. For months, they had worked with network administrators across dozens of sites, preparing for what some called Flag Day, the moment when the old protocol would be permanently disabled. The change was not merely technical but philosophical. TCP/C was designed with a fundamentally different vision than the original ARPANET protocols. Where NCP had been created for a single closed network, TCP/C was built for an open system of interconnected networks, an Internet. Any network could join this system if it implemented the standard protocols. No central authority would control who could connect or what they could do with their connection, as long as they followed the basic rules of the protocols. This design embodied what would later be called the end-to-end principle, the idea that the network itself should be as simple as possible, with intelligence residing in the devices at either end of a connection. The network's job was simply to carry packets from source to destination. What those packets contained, how they were used, and what happened to them when they arrived was not the network's concern. This principle would allow for tremendous innovation at the edges of the network without requiring changes to its core. The transition to TCP/C was not without challenges. Some computers weren't ready on January 1st and had to scramble to implement the new protocols. Others experienced temporary problems that required quick fixes. But remarkably, given the scale and complexity of the change, the transition was largely successful. By the end of January, the entire ARPANET was operating on TCP/IP. This change meant that ARPANET was now just one network among potentially many in the broader Internet. Other networks could connect to it as equals through gateways that spoke the common language of IP. The architecture was in place for the explosive growth that would follow. With the foundational protocol in place, other crucial elements of modern Internet infrastructure soon followed. One of the most important came later in 1983 with the introduction of the domain name system DNS. Before DNS, every computer on the network was identified by a numeric IP address, a string of numbers that computers could easily process but humans found difficult to remember. Hostnames existed, but they were managed through a single file called hosts.txt that had to be manually updated and distributed across the network. As the network grew, this centralized approach became increasingly unwieldy. Paul Mockapetris, working at USC's Information Sciences Institute, developed DNS as a distributed, hierarchical system for translating between human-readable domain names and machine-readable IP addresses. Instead of a single file containing all host information, DNS distributed this information across multiple servers organized in a tree-like structure. The DNS design introduced the now familiar domain suffixes like .com, commercial.edu, educationalinstitutions.org, organizations.gov, government, and .mil, military. These top-level domains created a logical organization for the growing network. Country-specific domains like UK for the United Kingdom or FR for France acknowledged the increasingly international nature of the Internet. The first domain ever registered under this new system was Symbolics.com, claimed by the Symbolics Computer Corporation in March 1985. While few could have predicted it at the time, domain names would eventually become valuable digital real estate, with some selling for millions of dollars decades later. Another significant development in 1983 was the split of ARPANET into two separate networks, EARPANET for research purposes and MULNET, military network for non-classified military communications. This division reflected the growing recognition that different user communities had different needs and security requirements. MILNET eventually became part of the Defense Data Network, while ARPANET continued as the backbone for civilian research. This splitting of networks was an early example of how the Internet would evolve, not as a single monolithic system, but as a diverse ecosystem of interconnected networks serving different purposes, yet able to communicate through common protocols. The academic community also expanded its networking presence in 1983. CSNet, Computer Science Network, which had been established in 1981, continued to grow, providing network services to computer science departments that didn't have access to ARPANET. BitNet, because its time network connected academic mainframe computers, primarily for email and file transfers. These networks, along with others like USNet, formed a patchwork of connectivity. They didn't all use TCP/IP initially, but the protocol's flexibility eventually allowed them to interoperate. The result was a growing network of networks, the literal meaning of the term Internet. For users of these early networks, the experience bore little resemblance to today's Internet. There was no World Wide Web, no browsers, no social media. The primary applications were email file transfers and remote login to other computers. Access was typically through text-based terminals, black screens with green or amber text, and a blinking cursor. Graphics, when they existed at all, were crude by modern standards. Despite these limitations, the impact on research and collaboration was profound. Scientists who had previously communicated through postal mail or occasional conferences could now exchange ideas daily. Software could be shared instantly across continents. Problems that might have taken months to solve through traditional correspondence could be addressed in days or hours. The physical infrastructure of this early Internet was also evolving. The original ARPANET had used dedicated phone lines leased from telephone companies, with data transmitted at speeds that would seem glacial today, typically 56 kilobits per second. By 1983, plans were already underway for faster backbone networks that would eventually reach speeds of 1.5 megabits per second. Still slower than a modern home connection, but a massive improvement at the time. For all its technical advances, the Internet of 1983 remained largely unknown to the general public. Access was limited to those affiliated with participating research institutions, government agencies, or a handful of private companies involved in network research. Home computer ownership was growing with popular models like the Commodore 64 and Apple IIe, but these machines typically weren't connected to any network. Commercial online services like CompuServe and The Source offered some network features to consumers, but they were closed systems, not part of the open Internet. They provided email, chat rooms, forums, and access to certain databases, all for hourly fees that could quickly add up. Connecting typically required a telephone modem, a device that converted digital computer data into audio tones that could travel over standard phone lines, usually at speeds of 300 to 1200 bits per second. Despite being largely invisible to the public, the developments of 1983 made the Internet infinitely more scalable than it had been before. The combination of TCP/IP and DNS created a system that could theoretically grow to connect billions of devices a possibility that few considered realistic at the time. What made these protocols so powerful was their simplicity and flexibility. TCP/IP didn't care what type of computer you were using, what operating system it ran, or what you wanted to do with your connection. It simply provided a standard way for packets of data to find their way from source to destination across multiple networks. This simplicity allowed for incredible diversity in both the devices that could connect and the applications they could run. As 1983 drew to a close, the foundations were firmly in place for what would become a global communications revolution. The technical community had created a system with the capacity to grow far beyond its current boundaries. What remained to be seen was how that growth would happen, who would drive it, and what new applications would emerge to harness the power of a truly global network. While engineers and scientists were building the technical infrastructure of the internet, something equally important was happening on screens across America and beyond. In living rooms, college dorms, and small offices, people were discovering the magic of connecting with others through technology. The mid to late 1980s marked the rise of the first true online communities, digital gathering places where people came together, not just to share files or send messages, but to build relationships, exchange ideas, and create culture. These early online communities took many forms, but few were part of the official internet with its TCP/IP protocols. Instead, most existed on parallel systems that were more accessible to everyday computer enthusiasts. The most popular were bulletin board systems, or BBSs, electronic message boards run by hobbyists using personal computers and phone lines. To access a BBS, you needed a computer, a modem, and the phone number of the system you wanted to call. Your computer would dial the number, the modem on the other end would answer, and suddenly you were connected to another computer that might be across town or across the country. Unlike the internet, which allowed many users to connect simultaneously, most BBSes could host only one user at a time. When you connected, the phone line was busy for anyone else trying to call. Despite these limitations, BBSes fostered vibrant communities. A typical BBS might offer message boards, file sharing areas, and games. Users would leave messages for each other, upload and download software, and participate in ongoing discussions on topics ranging from computer programming to science fiction. Some BBSes specialized in particular topics or communities. There were boards dedicated to music, gaming, politics, religion, and countless other interests. The sysops system operators, who ran BBSes, were like digital community managers, maintaining the hardware and software, setting rules, and often creating a distinctive atmosphere for their electronic gathering places. Some BBSes charged fees, but many were passion projects run by enthusiasts eager to create digital spaces for like-minded people. As personal computing grew more popular, so did BBSes. By the late 1980s, thousands of these systems were operating across the United States alone, with many more internationally. They represented a grassroots telecommunications revolution, ordinary people creating their own networks, independent of major corporations or government agencies. For many users, BBSes provided their first experience of online community. The excitement of connecting with distant strangers who shared your interests was powerful. People formed friendships, fell in love, debated politics, and exchanged knowledge all through text on a screen, often at the glacial pace of 1200 or 2400 bits per second. While BBSes flourished in local communities, other systems were creating larger, more connected networks. One of the most influential was USNet, which had been established in 1979 but grew substantially in the late 1980s. Unlike BBSes, which were standalone systems, USNet was a distributed network of servers that exchanged messages, creating discussion forums called newsgroups. USNet was organized into hierarchies: Compay for computer topics, Sci for science, Rec for hobbies and recreation, Seg for social issues, and so on. Within these categories were thousands of specific newsgroups covering nearly every imaginable topic. Want to discuss Star Trek? Join rec.arts.startrek. Interested in artificial intelligence? Compayf. I was the place for you. These newsgroups created global communities of interest long before social media platforms existed. The content on USNet reflected the demographics of early network users, predominantly college-educated, technically inclined, and based at universities or technology companies. Discussions could be scholarly and detailed, but USNet also had its share of arguments, jokes, and social bonding. It was here that many internet traditions began, including emoticons like the smiley face, to convey tone in text-only communications. Another significant development in this period was Internet Relay Chat, IRC, created in 1988 by Jarkko Okarinen, a Finnish student. Unlike the asynchronous communication of BBSEs and Usenet, IRC allowed users to chat in real time. Participants would join channels dedicated to various topics and converse as if they were in the same room, despite being scattered across the globe. IRC quickly became popular, especially among the technical community. During major world events like the Gulf War in 1991, IRC channels became improvised news networks, with participants sharing information and first-hand accounts faster than traditional media. This foreshadowed how social media would later transform news consumption and reporting. While these various systems were growing, a remarkable experiment in online community was unfolding in the San Francisco Bay Area. The Whole Earth Electronic Link, launched in 1985, became one of the most influential early online communities. Founded by Stuart Brand of Whole Earth Catalog fame and Larry Brilliant, the Well attracted an eclectic mix of technologists, journalists, Grateful Dead fans, and counterculture figures. The Well charged for access but fostered exceptionally thoughtful discussions through its conference system. It became famous for its sense of community and the quality of conversation. As journalist Howard Riesingold, a Well member, would later write in his book The Virtual Community, these online spaces were places where people gathered for intellectual fellowship, emotional support, companionship. What made the Well special was not its technology, which was relatively simple, but its community norms and the diversity of its participants. It demonstrated that online communities could foster meaningful relationships and substantive intellectual exchange. Many Well members formed real-world friendships, gathering at parties and events organized through the system. For businesses and organizations, email was becoming an essential tool during this period. By the late 1980s, email was no longer confined to research networks. Commercial email services allowed businesses to communicate electronically, both internally and with external partners. Companies like MCI Mail and CompuServe offered email addresses to paying customers, and gateways between different email systems were established. Email was transforming workplace communication, though not without resistance. Many executives initially viewed electronic messages as less important than paper memos or phone calls. Some refused to use computers altogether, having assistants print out emails for them and type their responses. Despite this resistance, the efficiency of electronic communication was undeniable, and email adoption steadily increased. The physical infrastructure connecting these various communities continued to evolve. By the late 1980s, modems had become faster and more reliable, with speeds reaching 9,600 bits per second in more advanced models. This was still painfully slow by modern standards. Downloading a single high-resolution photograph could take minutes, but it represented significant progress. For those lucky enough to be at major universities or research institutions, direct internet connections offered much higher speeds. The National Science Foundation Network (NSFNet) had been established in 1985 to connect university supercomputing centers, and by 1988 its backbone had been upgraded to T1 lines running at 1.5 megabits per second, roughly 50 times faster than the fastest consumer modems of the era. Throughout this period, the official internet remained largely a tool for research and education. Commercial use was still restricted by the National Science Foundation's acceptable use policy, which prohibited use for commercial activities by for-profit institutions. This policy reflected the internet's origins as a government-funded research network. However, these restrictions were increasingly at odds with the growing commercial interest in networking. Businesses were establishing private networks using the same TCP/IP technology, and entrepreneurs were beginning to see the potential for commercial services delivered over internet-like infrastructure. By 1990, the landscape of online communication was diverse and expanding. The official internet connected thousands of research institutions and universities. USNet reached tens of thousands of computers worldwide. Hundreds of thousands of people used commercial online services like CompuServe, Prodigy, and the rapidly growing America Online (AOL), and countless local communities formed around thousands of BBSEs. These various systems weren't yet integrated into a single seamless network. Moving information between them often required gateways or manual intervention. Each had its own interface, culture, and rules, but collectively they were teaching a generation of users the value of electronic communication and community. The users of these early systems were pioneering a new form of human interaction. They were learning how to express themselves through text alone, how to form relationships with people they might never meet in person, and how to collaborate across distance. They were creating the social norms and practices that would eventually shape life online for billions of people. As the 1980s came to a close, these online communities remained largely invisible to mainstream culture. Most Americans had never used a modem or sent an email. Newspapers and television rarely reported on developments in computer networking, except as occasional curiosities. But for those already participating in these digital spaces, it was clear that something transformative was happening. A new kind of public sphere was taking shape in the electronic ether. What none of these early online explorers could have predicted was how dramatically things would change in the coming decade. A new application was about to emerge that would make the internet accessible and appealing to the general public, transforming it from a specialized tool for researchers and enthusiasts into a mass medium with global reach. On a snowy day in December 1990, in a research laboratory near the Franco-Swiss border, a British computer scientist named Tim Berners-Lee completed work on a project that would transform the internet from a specialized tool for academics and researchers into a mass medium that would eventually touch every aspect of human life. His creation was deceptively simple, but its impact would be profound. He called it the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee had been working at CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, one of the world's largest physics laboratories. CERN employed thousands of scientists from across Europe and beyond, generating enormous amounts of data and research papers. Keeping track of all this information was becoming increasingly difficult. Scientists would arrive at CERN for a few months, create new documents and data, then leave, often with critical knowledge and connections lost in the process. In March 1989, Berners-Lee had submitted a proposal to his managers titled Information Management. A proposal. In it, he suggested creating a hypertext system that would allow researchers to share and link documents across the CERN network. Initially, the proposal received a lukewarm response. His supervisor wrote vague but exciting on the cover, but Berners-Lee persisted, refining his ideas and eventually receiving permission to pursue the project. What made Berners-Lee's vision revolutionary wasn't the concept of hypertext itself, which had been around since the 1960s. Computer pioneers like Douglas Engelbart and Ted Nelson had long advocated for interconnected documents with clickable links. What Berners-Lee did was combine hypertext with the existing infrastructure of the internet, creating a system that could work across different computers and networks worldwide. By the end of 1990, Berners-Lee had developed the three fundamental technologies that still form the foundation of today's web: HTML, hypertext markup language, the formatting language for web pages; HTTP, hypertext transfer protocol, the rules for how information passes through the web; and URLs, uniform resource locators, the unique addresses that identify each resource on the web. He also created the first web browser and editor, which he called World Wide Web, later renamed Nexus to avoid confusion with the abstract space World Wide Web. The first web server ran on a NeXT computer in his office, with a handwritten sign taped to the front reading, "This machine is a server. Do not power down." On August 6, 1991, Berners-Lee publicly announced the World Wide Web project on several internet news groups and made his code available for anyone to use. This decision to release the web as open, non-proprietary technology was crucial to its rapid adoption. Had Berners-Lee or CERN attempted to patent or license the technology, the web's growth might have been significantly stunted. The first website, hosted at info.cern.j, was simple by today's standards, mostly text with hyperlinks, explaining what the World Wide Web was and how to use it. There were no images, videos, or interactive elements, but the fundamental idea was revolutionary. Documents could be linked across the internet, creating a web of information that users could navigate by simply clicking. Initially, the web spread slowly, primarily among academic and research institutions. Early browsers were text-based and worked only on specific computer systems. For the web to truly transform the internet, it needed a more accessible, user-friendly browser that could work on common personal computers. That breakthrough came in 1993 with the release of Mosaic, developed by a team at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, NCSA, at the University of Illinois. Led by Mark Andreessen and Eric Benner, the Mosaic team created a browser that could display images in line with text rather than in separate windows, featured a graphical interface, and ran on widely used operating systems like Windows and Macintosh. Mosaic made the web visually appealing and dramatically easier to use. No longer did you need to remember cryptic commands or navigate through text-only interfaces. With Mosaic, you could simply point and click your way through the web's growing information space. This accessibility helped the web extend beyond the technical community to everyday users. The impact was immediate and dramatic. In 1993, the web accounted for just 1% of internet traffic. By 1995, that figure had grown to 30%. Websites were proliferating at an astonishing rate. In June 1993, there were approximately 130 websites in existence. By January 1996, there would be more than 100,000. As the web's popularity exploded, Andreessen left NCSA to co-found Netscape Communications with Silicon Valley entrepreneur Jim Clark. Their Netscape Navigator browser, released in late 1994, quickly became the dominant way people access the web. By mid-1995, Netscape controlled around 80% of the browser market and became a symbol of the emerging internet economy. The early web was notably different from today's version. Pages were simpler, dominated by text with limited graphics. Backgrounds were often gray, not white. There were no streaming videos, complex JavaScript applications, or sophisticated e-commerce systems. Navigation was simpler too. Many sites featured home pages with lists of links organized by topic. Web surfing meant following these links from site to site, discovering new content along the way. With the web's growing popularity came new ways to find information online. The first search engines began to appear, including Webcrawler, Lycos, and Alta Vista. These early search tools were primitive by today's standards, but they provided essential navigation aids as the web expanded beyond what any human-curated directory could cover. In April 1994, two Stanford graduate students, David Philo and Jerry Yang, created Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web, a hierarchically organized directory of websites. They soon renamed it Yahoo, and by the end of 1994, their site was receiving nearly 1 million hits per day. Unlike pure search engines, Yahoo combined human curation with search functionality, helping users make sense of the rapidly growing web. As the web became more accessible to non-technical users, commercial interest grew rapidly. The National Science Foundation, which had been operating the backbone of the US Internet since 1985, began transitioning control to commercial providers in 1993. By April 1995, the NSFNet backbone was decommissioned, marking the end of major US government control over the Internet's infrastructure. The Internet and the web were now open for business. Internet access for ordinary Americans was growing too. National services like America Online, AOL, CompuServe, and Prodigy, which had previously offered their own proprietary content and communication systems, began providing web access to their subscribers. Dedicated Internet service providers, ISPs, proliferated, offering dial-up connections in cities and towns across the country. The commercialization of the web happened remarkably quickly. In 1993, the first banner ads appeared. In 1994, Pizza Hut offered online ordering on its website. The first dedicated online merchant, Amazon.com, opened for business in July 1995, initially selling only books. eBay, founded in September 1995, originally as AuctionWeb, created a whole new way for individuals to buy and sell goods online. With commercialization came concerns about online security and privacy. The need to protect financial transactions led to the development of secure protocols like SSL, Secure Sockets Layer, introduced by Netscape in 1994. These technologies made it possible for users to share credit card information and other sensitive data with reasonable confidence that it wouldn't be intercepted by malicious actors. The mid-1990s also saw the beginning of what would become known as the domain name rush. As businesses recognized the importance of establishing an online presence, valuable domain names were quickly claimed. By 1995, companies were waking up to the value of having their brand name as a .com address. Some forward-thinking individuals registered generic domains like business.com and sex.com, which would eventually sell for millions of dollars. Behind the scenes, the web's infrastructure was evolving to handle its explosive growth. The initial protocol, HTTP Sales 09, was upgraded to HTTP Sales 1.0 in 1996, adding features needed for the increasingly sophisticated web. Tim Berners-Lee established the World Wide Web Consortium, DU3C, in 1994 to develop open standards for the web, ensuring its continued evolution as an open, accessible platform. As more people discovered the web, a new form of personal expression emerged, the personal homepage. Individuals created simple websites sharing their interests, experiences, and thoughts, the predecessors to blogs and social media profiles. Universities often provided web space for students and faculty, leading to URLs that typically ended with a tilde followed by a username. These personal pages reflected the democratic potential of the web. Anyone with internet access and basic HTML knowledge could publish content globally without needing permission from gatekeepers like publishers or broadcasters. This radically open publishing model would eventually transform media, politics, and culture. By 1995, the web had begun to enter mainstream awareness. Major newspapers and magazines launched online editions. Television shows started displaying URLs during credits. Companies added web addresses to their business cards and advertisements. The distinctive www prefix and .com suffix became part of everyday language. Yet even as the web grew in popularity, it remained unfamiliar to most Americans. A Pew Research survey in 1995 found that only 14% of US adults used the internet in any form. For many, the web was still something they had heard about but never experienced, a mysterious new technology covered in news stories, but not yet part of daily life. Those who did venture online often connected through painfully slow dial-up modems, typically running at 14.4 or 28.8 kilobits per second. At these speeds, a single image could take minutes to load. Users would start a download and then go make a sandwich while waiting for it to complete. The web's promise was evident, but the user experience remained constrained by the limitations of existing infrastructure. Despite these constraints, by the end of 1995, the foundation had been laid for a new era of communication, commerce, and culture. What had begun as a project to help physicists share research papers had evolved into a global information system accessible to anyone with a computer and a modem. The stage was set for the internet's transformation from a niche technology into a mainstream medium that would reshape modern life. In just 5 years, from 1990 to 1995, the web had gone from concept to cultural phenomenon. It had begun to fulfill the internet's long-promised potential to connect people and information across boundaries of geography and institution. But this was just the beginning. The coming years would bring even more rapid change, as investors, entrepreneurs, and the general public rushed to stake their claims in this new digital frontier. The morning sun cast long shadows across San Francisco's South Park as young entrepreneurs gathered at a local cafe. It was early 1996, and the air buzzed with excitement. Around tables scattered with napkin sketches and hastily scribbled business plans, 20-somethings in casual clothes discussed concepts that sounded more like science fiction than business. Online shopping malls, virtual communities, digital currencies. The words .com and IPO punctuated nearly every conversation. Money was flowing into the city at an unprecedented rate, all chasing the same dream, to stake a claim in the new digital frontier known as the World Wide Web. This scene played out daily across Silicon Valley as the internet entered its gold rush era. Between 1995 and 2000, the United States experienced one of the most remarkable investment booms in its history. Venture capital poured into internet startups at a staggering pace. Initial public offerings, IPOs of internet companies, routinely saw stock prices double or triple on their first day of trading. Young entrepreneurs became paper millionaires overnight. The internet had captured the imagination of Wall Street, and the resulting flow of capital would fundamentally transform the online landscape. The dot-com boom had its roots in the public recognition of the web's potential. Netscape's wildly successful IPO in August 1995 served as the opening bell. The company, barely 16 months old and not yet profitable, ended its first day of trading with a market value of $2.9 billion. This sent a clear message to investors and entrepreneurs alike. the internet represented an extraordinary financial opportunity. What followed was a period of intense innovation and competition as companies raced to establish themselves in this new medium. Some of today's most recognized internet brands emerged during this era. Incorporated in 1995, rapidly evolved from a simple web directory into a major portal, offering news, email, and other services. Amazon, also founded in 1995, began selling books online with the ambitious vision of becoming Earth's biggest bookstore before expanding into other product categories. eBay transformed person-to-person commerce after its 1995 launch, creating a global marketplace where individuals could buy and sell directly to one another. In 1998, two Stanford PhD students named Larry Page and Sergey Brin incorporated a company called Google, offering a search engine that used a revolutionary algorithm to rank web pages by relevance and popularity. Not all significant players from this era survived in their original form. Companies like Excite, Lycos, and AltaVista were once dominant search engines that eventually lost out to Google. GeoCities, an early platform for personal websites organized into virtual neighborhoods, grew to become one of the most visited sites on the early web before its eventual decline. The rush to digitize traditional businesses led to experimentation with online versions of almost every service imaginable. Pets.com sold pet supplies online, complete with a sock puppet mascots that appeared in Super Bowl commercials. Webvan attempted to revolutionize grocery shopping with online ordering and home delivery. Cosmo.com promised one-hour delivery of small items in major cities. These companies raised hundreds of millions of dollars despite unproven business models. The dot-com era was characterized by a business philosophy that prioritized growth and market share over profitability. The mantra was get big fast, acquire as many users as possible before competitors could establish themselves, then figure out how to monetize later. This approach was justified by references to network effects, the idea that certain online services become more valuable as more people use them. This strategy required enormous amounts of capital, which investors were eager to provide. Venture capital investments in internet companies rose from $250 million in 1995 to $10 billion in 1999. The Nasdaq Composite Stock Index, home to many technology stocks, rose from under 1,000 in 1995 to a peak of over 5,000 in March 2000, reflecting the market's exuberance for all things internet-related. Money flowed into advertising and marketing as companies competed for consumer attention. The 2000 Super Bowl featured commercials from 17 dot-com companies, each paying millions for 30-second spots. Lavish launch parties became standard, with companies spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on single events featuring celebrity performances and open bars. One infamous party for a now-defunct startup featured mist-spraying elephants and trapeze artists. The boom created a distinctive culture in technology hubs like Silicon Valley, Seattle, and New York City. Startups embraced casual dress codes, open office plans, and workplace perks like free food and games. 20-something programmers could command six-figure salaries plus stock options. The traditional boundaries between work and leisure blurred as employees worked long hours in pursuit of stock option, riches, and the thrill of building something revolutionary. For many Americans, this period marked their introduction to the internet. AOL America Online played a crucial role in bringing millions online through its user-friendly interface and aggressive marketing, including the ubiquitous free trial CD-ROMs that seemed to arrive weekly in mailboxes across the country. By 1997, AOL had more than 10 million subscribers, many accessing the internet for the first time through AOL's walled garden of content and services. Home internet access grew rapidly as dial-up service spread across the country. From 1995 to 2000, the percentage of US households with internet access jumped from about 14% to over 40%. Connection speeds improved too, as 56K modems replaced slower predecessors, though these dial-up connections still required tying up phone lines and produced the distinctive screeching sound of modems handshaking. The internet was becoming an everyday utility rather than a novelty. Email addresses began appearing on business cards alongside phone numbers. www prefixes showed up in television commercials and billboards. Schools started building computer labs with internet access. Public libraries installed web-connected computers for patrons. The internet was weaving itself into the fabric of daily life. New forms of online culture emerged. Chat rooms and instant messaging services like ICQ and AOL Instant Messenger created spaces for real-time conversation. Napster, launched in 1999, allowed users to share MP3 music files directly from their hard drives, attracting tens of millions of users before legal challenges from the recording industry shut it down. The open publishing model of the web enabled blogs, short for weblogs, to emerge as a new form of personal expression and alternative media. Behind the scenes, significant investments were being made in internet infrastructure. Telecommunications companies laid thousands of miles of fiber optic cable, greatly expanding network capacity. Data centers sprouted up to house the growing number of servers needed to power websites and services. Internet exchange points were established to handle the increasing flow of traffic between networks. As the 1990s drew to a close, the dot-com boom reached fever pitch. The fear of missing out drove investors to fund increasingly speculative ventures. Companies with little more than a business plan and a .com in their name could raise millions. Stock valuations became detached from traditional metrics like revenue and profit. Some observers warned of a bubble, but their cautions were largely dismissed as failure to understand the new economy. On March 10, 2000, the Nasdaq Composite Index reached its peak of 5,048.62. From there, it began a decline that would eventually erase nearly 80% of its value. The dot-com bubble had begun to burst. The collapse wasn't triggered by any single event, but rather a gradual recognition that many internet businesses weren't economically viable. As startup companies burned through their capital without achieving profitability, they returned to the market for additional funding. Investors, becoming more discerning, began to question business models that prioritized growth over revenue. When new funding dried up, many companies couldn't survive. The next 2 years saw a painful contraction across the internet economy. Pets.com, once valued at hundreds of millions of dollars, shut down just 9 months after its IPO. Webvan declared bankruptcy in July 2001 after burning through more than $800 million in funding. Thousands of other dot-coms disappeared, often with little to show for the millions invested in them. Major layoffs hit even the surviving companies. San Francisco office vacancy rates soared as once expanding startups downsized or disappeared. The streets of Silicon Valley, previously clogged with traffic, grew quieter. Countless six-figure jobs vanished. Used office furniture flooded the market as liquidated companies sold off their assets. The financial impact extended beyond the companies themselves. Venture capital firms took heavy losses. Individual investors who had bought into the hype saw their portfolios devastated. The Nasdaq wouldn't return to its 2000 peak for another 15 years. The crash contributed to the broader economic recession that began in 2001. The terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, which occurred during this already difficult period, further dampened economic activity and highlighted the vulnerability of highly networked systems. In the somber months that followed, the exuberance of the dot-com era seemed not just financially unsustainable, but culturally out of step with a nation facing serious threats. And yet, amid the wreckage of failed startups and devalued stocks, the fundamental transformation brought by the internet continued. The crash weeded out unsustainable businesses but didn't reverse the internet's integration into daily life. Email remained essential. E-commerce continued to grow, albeit at a more measured pace. Search engines became more sophisticated. The percentage of Americans online continued to increase. Some of today's most successful technology companies emerged stronger from this period of correction. Amazon, which saw its stock fall from $107 to just $7 per share, continued expanding its product offerings and improving its logistics. Google refined its search technology and developed its advertising model. eBay remained profitable throughout the downturn. These companies had sustainable business models that could weather the storm. The dot-com crash taught valuable lessons about the economics of online businesses. Investors became more focused on clear paths to profitability rather than merely user growth. The phrase burn rate, how quickly a company spends its capital, took on new significance, as startups were expected to be more frugal. The ability to generate actual revenue became more important than abstract concepts like eyeballs or mindshare. By late 2001, as the dust settled from both the crash and the 9/11 attacks, the internet landscape had been fundamentally altered. Gone were many of the excesses of the boom years, the lavish parties, the absurd valuations, the companies with more marketing budget than actual product. What remained was a more sober approach to internet business, focused on creating sustainable value rather than quick exits. The survivors of this period would go on to build the foundation for the next phase of internet development. The crash hadn't killed the internet revolution, it had simply ended its wild adolescence. The technologies, business models, and cultural practices that would define the next era were already taking shape, though few could yet see their full potential. As one era ended, another was beginning. The rapid rise and fall of the first internet boom had demonstrated both the transformative potential of the technology and the need for sustainable approaches to harnessing that potential. The stage was set for a new phase of internet development, one that would be more participatory, more mobile, and more social than anything that had come before. In the quiet aftermath of the dot-com crash, with investment capital scarce and public enthusiasm dampened, something remarkable was happening to the internet. Rather than retreating, the web was undergoing a profound transformation. The static pages of the early internet were giving way to dynamic, interactive platforms where users didn't just consume content, they created it. This shift would eventually be called Web 2.0, and it would fundamentally change our relationship with technology and each other. The term Web 2.0 inches was coined in 2004 by publisher Tim O'Reilly to describe emerging trends in web development and business models. It wasn't a new version of technical specifications, but rather a new approach to what the web could be. At its core was a simple but revolutionary idea: the web as a platform for participation rather than just publication. In the first iteration of the web, sites were primarily created by professionals and organizations. Users were mostly passive consumers of content, much like readers of magazines or viewers of television. Web 2.0 flipped this model on its head. Now, platforms were being built that allowed ordinary users to create, share, and comment on content without needing technical skills or special resources. This transformation didn't happen overnight. It began with modest innovations that made the web more interactive. Comment sections allowed readers to respond directly to articles. Rating systems let users express opinions on products and content. Forums evolved into more sophisticated discussion platforms. Simple tools for creating personal websites became more accessible. One of the earliest and most influential Web 2.0 platforms was the blog. Short for weblog, blogs emerged in the late 1990s but gained mainstream traction in the early 2000s. Unlike traditional websites, blogs were chronological journals that could be easily updated without technical knowledge. Services like Blogger, acquired by Google in 2003, and WordPress launched in 2003, made it possible for anyone to become a publisher with just a few clicks. Blogs democratized media in unprecedented ways. Political bloggers challenged traditional news outlets. Personal bloggers shared their lives with growing audiences. Corporate bloggers gave organizations more human voices. A culture of linking and commenting connected these individual voices into what became known as the blogosphere, a distributed conversation across the internet that bypassed traditional media gatekeepers. Another cornerstone of Web 2.0 was the wiki, a website that could be edited by its users. The most famous example, Wikipedia, launched in January 2001 and grew rapidly through the decade. Initially viewed with skepticism by educators and researchers, Wikipedia's community-driven approach to knowledge creation proved remarkably effective. By 2007, it contained over 2 million English-language articles and had become one of the most visited sites on the internet. Wikipedia demonstrated the power of collective intelligence, the idea that large groups of people working together could create something more comprehensive than any individual or small team could achieve. This collaborative approach to content creation became a defining feature of Web 2.0. As important as blogs and wikis were, the true social revolution of Web 2.0 began with the rise of social networking sites. While early online communities had existed since the beginning of the internet, the social networks that emerged in the mid-2000s took the concept to a new level of popularity and functionality. Friendster, launched in 2002, was among the first to gain significant traction, allowing users to create profiles and connect with friends. MySpace, which followed in 2003, quickly surpassed it, becoming the most visited website in the United States by 2006. MySpace's customizable profiles and focus on music made it especially popular with teenagers and young adults. Then came Facebook. Founded by Mark Zuckerberg and his Harvard classmates in 2004, Facebook was initially limited to college students. The requirement of a university email address created an exclusive atmosphere that helped drive its early adoption. In September 2006, Facebook opened registration to anyone over 13 with an email address, beginning its expansion to a global audience. Facebook's clean design and focus on real identities distinguished it from competitors like MySpace. Its news feed, introduced in 2006, transformed how users experience the site, presenting a constantly updating stream of friends' activities. Despite initial privacy concerns, the news feed became one of Facebook's most engaging features, keeping users coming back multiple times daily to see new updates. While Facebook was building the dominant social network, other platforms were exploring different aspects of social sharing. In 2005, 3 former PayPal employees launched YouTube, a video sharing platform that allowed users to upload, share, and view videos. The site's simple interface and embeddable player made it easy to integrate videos across the web. YouTube's growth was explosive. By July 2006, users were uploading more than 65,000 videos and watching over 100 million videos per day. The platform became a cultural phenomenon, creating new celebrities, viral sensations, and forms of entertainment. Google recognized YouTube's potential, acquiring the company for $1.65 billion in October 2006, a price that seemed staggering at the time, but would later prove to be a bargain. The year 2006 also saw the launch of Twitter, originally conceived as a platform for sharing short status updates via SMS. Twitter's 140-character limit, derived from SMS text message constraints, forced users to be concise, creating a unique communication style. Initially dismissed by some as trivial, Twitter would eventually become a powerful tool for real-time news, public discourse, and direct communication between public figures and their audiences. These platforms weren't just adding new features to the internet, they were changing how people interacted with each other and consumed information. Before social media, most online activity happened in relative isolation. You might send emails, read websites, or shop online, but these were largely private activities. Social networks made online activity inherently social, with likes, comments, shares, and friend requests creating a continuous feedback loop of engagement. The impact on society was profound. Long-lost friends reconnected after decades. Family members separated by oceans could share daily updates. Communities formed around niche interests that might be too specialized to sustain in any physical location. The definition of friend expanded to include people we might never meet in person, but with whom we shared interests or connections. For businesses, Web 2.0 created both opportunities and challenges. Direct engagement with customers through social media offered new ways to build brand loyalty and gather feedback. However, it also meant that companies had less control over their public image, as customers could publicly share negative experiences that might previously have remained private complaints. The rise of user-generated content also created new business models. YouTube's partner program, launched in 2007, allowed popular creators to earn money from advertisements shown on their videos. This created a new category of content creators who could build careers producing videos, blogs, or social media content, often with production values that rivaled traditional media, but with far lower costs. Another key development during this period was the concept of tagging content with keywords. Sites like Flickr for photos and Delicious for bookmarks allowed users to assign their own tags to content, creating what became known as folksonomies, classification systems that emerged organically from user behavior rather than being imposed by experts. This approach to organizing information was more flexible and responsive than traditional hierarchical categories. The mid-2000s also saw the emergence of mashups, web applications that combine data or functionality from multiple sources. Google Maps, launched in 2005, was particularly important in this regard. When Google released an API, application programming interface for Maps, developers could integrate mapping functionality into their own sites and applications, creating services that showed everything from crime statistics to restaurant reviews on interactive maps. This openness to third-party development became another hallmark of Web 2.0. Major platforms began offering APIs that allowed developers to build applications on top of their services. Facebook's platform, launched in 2007, enabled the creation of thousands of third-party applications and games like Farmville, which at its peak had over 80 million active users. This created ecosystems around major platforms, increasing their value and user engagement. While social networks and user-generated content defined much of Web 2.0, the period also saw important advances in web technology. AJX, asynchronous JavaScript and XML, allowed web pages to update content without reloading the entire page, creating more responsive and app-like experiences. CSS improvements gave designers more control over web page appearance. These technical advances made the web feel more like software and less like static documents. Everything changed again in 2007 when Apple introduced the iPhone. This wasn't just a new phone, but a paradigm shift in how people access the internet. The iPhone's full web browser, touch interface, and later its app store would eventually transform the internet from something we visited on computers to something always with us, accessible with a tap or swipe. Mobile internet usage grew steadily after the iPhone's introduction. Social media platforms quickly adapted with mobile apps that made sharing even more immediate. You could now post photos directly from where you took them, check in at locations you were visiting, and maintain continuous connection to your social networks throughout the day. The phone was becoming the primary internet device for many users. Cloud computing also gained significant traction during this period. Rather than storing data and running applications on local computers, users increasingly relied on servers accessed over the internet. Services like Google Docs, later Google Drive, allowed collaborative editing of documents, spreadsheets, and presentations through a web browser. Dropbox, founded in 2007, made file storage and sharing simple and reliable. The cloud model reduced the importance of specific devices, as your data could be accessed from anywhere with an internet connection. By 2010, the transformation was well underway. Facebook had over 500 million active users. YouTube was streaming more than 2 billion videos daily. Twitter was processing 65 million tweets per day. The web had become deeply social, mobile, and participatory. User-generated content wasn't just a feature of the internet, it was becoming its primary purpose. This evolution reflected broader cultural shifts. Hierarchy and authority were giving way to networks and collaboration. The line between creators and consumers was blurring. Information was becoming more abundant, but also more filtered through social connections. Our digital and physical lives were increasingly intertwined. The Web 2.0 era fundamentally changed our relationship with information and each other. It democratized publishing, amplified individual voices, and created new forms of community. It made the internet more personal, more social, and more essential to daily life. These changes came with both benefits and costs: greater connection, but also distraction, more voices, but also more noise, new opportunities, but also new vulnerabilities. As the decade ended, the foundation was being laid for even more significant changes. Smartphones were becoming ubiquitous. Social media was moving from novelty to necessity. Data collection was expanding exponentially. The internet was no longer just a technology or a medium. It was becoming the primary infrastructure of modern life, with implications that would unfold in the years to come. As the calendar turned to 2010, a young woman in Cairo pulled out her smartphone and opened Facebook. With a few taps, she joined a group called We Are All Colored Said, named after a man beaten to death by Egyptian police. Within months, this online community would help catalyze a revolution that toppled a government that had ruled for nearly 30 years. Halfway around the world, a college student streamed a movie on Netflix while ordering dinner through an app, never once leaving his dorm room. In a corporate office in London, security experts scrambled to contain a cyber attack that had breached their company's data servers, potentially exposing millions of customer records. These scenes, playing out simultaneously across the globe, represented the new reality of the internet in the 2010s. The network that began as a research project and evolved into a social platform had now become thoroughly embedded in the fabric of daily life, economic systems, and political structures worldwide. This deep integration brought unprecedented conveniences and connections, but also new vulnerabilities, challenges, and questions about the technology's impact on society. By 2010, the internet had achieved a level of penetration and importance that would have been hard to imagine in earlier decades. In developed nations, it had transformed from luxury to utility, as essential as electricity or running water. In the United States, internet access had reached 71% of households. Smartphones, led by Apple's iPhone and the growing number of Android devices, were putting the internet in people's pockets, making connectivity constant rather than occasional. This always-on connectivity changed patterns of daily life. Social media became a continuous presence, with the average user checking platforms like Facebook multiple times per day. Push notifications created a perpetual connection to online services, alerting users to new messages, updates and content. The distinction between going online and the rest of life was fading. For many, being online was the default state. The smartphone revolution accelerated dramatically through the decade. In 2010, about 20% of Americans owned a smartphone. By 2019, that figure had risen to 81%. This shift made the internet more personal, more localized, and more integrated with physical reality. Mobile apps knew your location, recognized your face, measured your steps, and monitored your heart rate. The phone became a constant companion, mediating more and more human experiences. With smartphones came the rise of the app economy. Apple's App Store and Google's Play Store offered millions of applications that extended the functionality of mobile devices in countless ways. Apps emerged for everything from meditation to dating, from ordering food to hailing rides. These applications often provided more streamlined, focused experiences than websites, leading some to predict that apps would eventually replace the open web entirely. The app ecosystem also created new business models. The freemium approach, offering basic services for free while charging for premium features, became common. So did monetization through targeted advertising based on user data. These models allowed services to scale rapidly by removing upfront cost barriers, but they also created incentives for aggressive data collection and attention-grabbing design. Beyond social media, the 2010s saw the rise of other digital platforms that transformed traditional industries. Netflix, which had begun as a DVD-by-mail service, pivoted successfully to streaming video, eventually producing its own original content and challenging the traditional television and film industries. Spotify did the same for music, offering unlimited streaming for a monthly subscription fee, changing how people consumed and discovered music. The sharing economy emerged as another disruptive force. Airbnb, founded in 2008, grew explosively through the 2010s, allowing people to rent out their homes or spare rooms directly to travelers. Uber and Lyft transformed urban transportation by connecting passengers with drivers through mobile apps. These platforms operated in the spaces between established regulatory categories, often generating controversy as they disrupted existing industries and labor relationships. Cloud computing continued its rapid expansion, moving from a novel approach to the dominant paradigm for software and services. Companies increasingly shifted from selling software packages to offering software-as-a-service SaaS applications accessed through the internet on a subscription basis. This model reduced upfront costs for users and allowed for continuous updates and improvements. For individuals, cloud storage became the norm for personal files, photos, and documents. Services like Google Drive, Dropbox, iCloud, and OneDrive made it possible to access personal data from any device with an internet connection. This convenience came with new dependencies. Your data was now stored on someone else's servers, subject to their terms of service and security practices. Social media platforms continued to grow and evolve throughout the decade. Facebook reached the milestone of 1 billion active users in 2012 and continued expanding globally. Twitter became an essential platform for breaking news, political discourse, and celebrity culture. Instagram, acquired by Facebook in 2012 for $1 billion, grew from a simple photo-sharing app to a cultural force that influenced fashion, travel, food, and retail through its visually focused approach. New platforms emerged to serve different needs and demographics. Snapchat, launched in 2011, pioneered ephemeral content that disappeared after viewing, attracting younger users looking for more spontaneous, less permanent forms of sharing. TikTok, which gained global popularity in the late 2010s, focused on short-form video content, often featuring music, comedy, and creative editing. These platforms reflected a shift toward more visual, immediate forms of communication. With the growing centrality of social media came increasing concerns about its effects. Studies began to examine links between heavy social media use and issues like anxiety, depression, and loneliness, particularly among young people. The design of these platforms, with their infinite scrolls, notification systems, and like buttons, came under scrutiny for intentionally maximizing engagement at the potential cost of user well-being. The business model of major internet platforms also faced growing criticism. Many operated on what Harvard professor Shoshana Zuboff termed surveillance capitalism, collecting vast amounts of user data to predict and influence behavior, primarily for advertising purposes. This approach raised questions about privacy, autonomy, and the concentration of power in the hands of a few dominant companies. Privacy concerns reached new heights in 2013 when former NSA contractor Edward Snowden leaked classified documents revealing extensive surveillance programs operated by US intelligence agencies, often with the cooperation of major technology companies. The revelations sparked global debate about the balance between national security and privacy rights in the digital age. These concerns were amplified in 2018 with the Cambridge Analytica scandal, which revealed that the personal data of millions of Facebook users had been harvested without consent and used for political advertising. The incident brought issues of data privacy and political manipulation into mainstream conversation and led to congressional hearings, regulatory actions, and a #delete Facebook movement. As social media platforms grew more influential, they also became battlegrounds for larger social and political conflicts. The 2016 US presidential election highlighted how these platforms could be weaponized for disinformation campaigns. Russian-linked accounts created fake personas, established polarizing social media pages, and spread misleading content designed to amplify divisions in American society. The problem of misinformation extended beyond politics. Health misinformation, conspiracy theories, and extremist content found fertile ground on platforms designed to maximize engagement. Content that triggered strong emotional responses, whether outrage, fear, or vindication, often spread faster than more nuanced or factual material. Platform algorithms, optimized for engagement rather than accuracy or social benefit, sometimes amplified these problematic patterns. In response to these challenges, platforms introduced various forms of content moderation and fact-checking. These efforts, however, raised their own difficult questions about free speech, censorship, and who should have the power to determine acceptable discourse. The major platforms found themselves in the uncomfortable position of making consequential decisions about expression and information access on a global scale. Cybersecurity emerged as another critical challenge of the decade. As more sensitive activities moved online, from banking to healthcare to government services, the potential damage from security breaches increased dramatically. Major cyber attacks like the 2017 WannaCry ransomware incident, which affected computers in over 150 countries, demonstrated the vulnerability of digital systems. Data breaches became distressingly common. Incidents at companies like Equifax, Yahoo, and Marriott exposed the personal information of hundreds of millions of people. These breaches highlighted the vast amounts of sensitive data being collected and stored, often with inadequate security measures. They also revealed the limited recourse available to individuals whose data had been compromised. State-sponsored hacking grew more sophisticated and consequential. Nations like Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran developed advanced cyber capabilities for espionage, sabotage, and influence operations. Targets included government agencies, critical infrastructure, major corporations, and political organizations. The line between cybercrime, espionage, and warfare became increasingly blurred. Despite these challenges, the internet continued to transform the world in positive ways throughout the 2010s. Remote work became increasingly viable as collaboration tools improved and high-speed internet expanded. Access to education expanded through online courses and learning platforms. Telemedicine began to break down geographic barriers to healthcare. Creative communities flourished across platforms, creating new art forms and opportunities for expression. The decade also saw important efforts to expand internet access globally. By 2019, approximately 59% of the global population had internet access, up from about 29% in 2010. Mobile networks brought connectivity to regions that had never had fixed-line telecommunications. Projects like Facebook's Internet.org and Google's Project Loon attempted to extend access to underserved areas, though not without controversy about their approaches. Regulatory responses to digital challenges evolved throughout the decade. The European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, implemented in 2018, established stronger privacy protections and gave users more control over their personal data. Antitrust investigations into major technology companies began in both the United States and Europe, examining whether their dominant market positions were harming competition and consumers. The net neutrality debate played out across the decade, particularly in the United States. This principle, that internet service providers should treat all online traffic equally, was established as FCC policy in 2015, then repealed in 2017. Reflecting deeper political divisions, about how the internet should be governed and regulated. By the end of the 2010s, the internet had become both a mirror and a driver of broader social dynamics. It reflected existing inequalities, with digital divides persisting along economic, geographic, and social lines. It amplified certain human tendencies toward connection but also tribalism, toward knowledge-seeking but also confirmation bias, and it concentrated tremendous power in the companies that controlled its most important platforms and services. As the decade drew to a close, there was growing recognition that the internet's evolution had reached a critical juncture. The early techno-optimism that had characterized previous eras had given way to a more nuanced understanding of both the technology's transformative potential and its problematic aspects. Questions about privacy, security, power, truth, and human well-being in digital contexts moved from the margins to the center of public discourse. The Internet of 2020 bore little resemblance to the ARPANET of 1969 or even the World Wide Web of 1995. It had evolved from an academic curiosity to a commercial space, to an essential and contested domain of human activity. What had begun as a technical project had become a social, economic, and political system of incredible complexity. The challenges that emerged in the 2010s would shape its continuing evolution and humanity's relationship with digital technology for decades to come. The early months of 2020 brought a global crisis that would unexpectedly accelerate the internet's integration into daily life. As the COVID-19 pandemic spread across the world, billions of people found themselves suddenly isolated in their homes, dependent on digital connections for work, education, healthcare, shopping, and human contact. What had been a gradual digital transformation became, almost overnight, an urgent necessity. The internet, built over decades as a resilient communication system, faced its greatest test and revealed both its extraordinary capabilities and its persistent limitations. As offices closed worldwide, remote work went from a growing trend to an immediate reality for hundreds of millions of workers. Video conferencing platforms like Zoom, previously used primarily in business settings, became household names. Zoom went from 10 million daily meeting participants in December 2019 to over 300 million by April 2020. The platform hosted everything from corporate meetings to family gatherings, from elementary school classes to religious services. Schools and universities moved online with unprecedented speed, creating virtual classrooms for students from kindergarten through graduate school. Telemedicine appointments replaced many in-person doctor visits. Online shopping, already popular, became essential for obtaining everything from groceries to medications. Streaming entertainment services saw surging viewership as people sought distraction during lockdowns. This massive shift revealed the internet's remarkable capacity to adapt and scale. Core infrastructure largely withstood the dramatic increase in traffic. Video conferencing, often involving multiple simultaneous high-definition video streams, became commonplace even as networks handled record volumes of data. The internet's distributed design, created decades earlier to survive potential nuclear attacks, proved well-suited to weathering a different kind of global crisis. At the same time, the pandemic highlighted digital divides that had persisted despite the internet's expansion. Students without reliable home internet access or appropriate devices struggled to participate in remote learning. Workers in jobs that couldn't be performed remotely faced both economic hardship and greater health risks. Rural areas with limited broadband infrastructure found themselves further disadvantaged in accessing essential services that had moved online. The crisis also accelerated existing digital trends. E-commerce adoption leaped ahead by years in just a few months. Digital payment systems became more widespread as people sought contactless options. Subscription services for everything from meal kits to streaming content saw surging growth. Many of these changes appeared likely to outlast the pandemic itself, representing a permanent shift in how people interact with digital services. As life moved increasingly online, questions about the power of major technology companies gained new urgency. Companies like Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Microsoft had already achieved unprecedented scale and influence before the pandemic. The crisis only strengthened their positions, as their services became more essential and their market values soared while many traditional businesses struggled. This concentration of power drew increasing scrutiny from regulators and lawmakers worldwide. In the United States, A 16-month congressional investigation culminated in an October 2020 report concluding that Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google had exercised monopoly power. Multiple antitrust lawsuits followed. The European Union continued aggressive regulatory action, including significant fines and new legislative frameworks aimed at curbing the dominance of these digital giants. Even as these regulatory battles unfolded, major technology companies were investing heavily in emerging technologies that promised to reshape the internet yet again. Artificial intelligence and machine learning advanced rapidly, powering everything from voice assistants to content recommendation algorithms to automated translation services. The capabilities of AI systems expanded dramatically. OpenAI's GPT-3, released in 2020, demonstrated remarkable ability to generate human-like text, raising both excitement about AI's potential and concerns about its possible misuse. Computer vision systems achieved new levels of accuracy in tasks like facial recognition and object detection. AI began moving from research labs into everyday applications, from smartphone features to business analytics tools. These advances in AI intersected with long-standing questions about privacy, bias, and power in digital systems. Facial recognition technology faced particular scrutiny for its potential use in surveillance and its documented accuracy disparities across demographic groups. Automated decision systems in areas like hiring, lending, and criminal justice raised concerns about transparency, accountability, and fairness. Another emerging technology with potential to reshape the internet was augmented reality, AR, and virtual reality, VR. After years of development and several false starts, these technologies began showing signs of mainstream potential. Facebook, renamed Meta in 2021, made substantial investments in VR, positioning it as the gateway to what CEO Mark Zuckerberg described as the metaverse, a more immersive, embodied version of the internet, where people could interact in three-dimensional virtual spaces. Both established companies and startups explored applications ranging from virtual offices for remote collaboration to immersive social spaces to new forms of entertainment and education. While mass adoption remained in the future, the vision of an internet that extended beyond screens into more spatial, embodied experiences gained momentum. The rollout of 5G networks promised to support these new applications with dramatically faster wireless connections and reduced latency. Major telecommunications companies invested billions in building these next-generation networks, which offered speeds up to 100 times faster than 4G in ideal conditions. Beyond supporting mobile devices, 5G was positioned as critical infrastructure for the Internet of Things (IoT), the growing network of connected devices embedded in homes, cities, factories, and transportation systems. The IoT continued its rapid expansion throughout the 2020s. Smart home devices became increasingly common, with voice-controlled speakers acting as hubs for managing everything from lights and thermostats to security systems and entertainment. Connected sensors transformed industrial processes, enabling preventive maintenance and more efficient operations. Cities deployed smart infrastructure to monitor traffic, air quality, energy usage, and other urban systems. This proliferation of connected devices expanded the Internet's reach from the digital into the physical world. The line between online and offline blurred further as everyday objects gained network connections and the ability to collect and transmit data. This created new conveniences but also new security and privacy challenges, as the potential attack surface for hackers expanded dramatically and intimate spaces became increasingly monitored. Security concerns extended beyond consumer devices to critical infrastructure. The May 2021 ransomware attack on Colonial Pipeline, which disrupted fuel supplies across the eastern United States, demonstrated the potential real-world consequences of digital vulnerabilities. Similar attacks targeted hospitals, government agencies, and corporations worldwide, highlighting the need for improved cybersecurity practices and infrastructure. These security challenges were complicated by the evolving landscape of global internet governance. The vision of a single, open, global internet faced growing challenges, from efforts to create national or regional versions with different rules and restrictions. China's Great Firewall had long limited what content citizens could access. Russia took steps to create a sovereign internet that could operate independently from the global network. The European Union established distinct regulatory frameworks around privacy and content. Even in more open societies, debates intensified about appropriate limits on online speech and behavior. Social media platforms faced pressure from various stakeholders to address problems like harassment, hate speech, misinformation, and extremist content. Their responses, including content removal, labeling, and account suspensions, sparked debates about free expression, corporate power, and who should make consequential decisions about permissible speech in digital public spaces. The issue came to a head in January 2021, when major platforms suspended then-President Donald Trump's accounts following the Capitol riot, citing concerns that his statements might incite further violence. The unprecedented action against a sitting president highlighted the immense power these private companies wielded over public discourse and raised questions about their roles as de facto gatekeepers of the digital public sphere. These tensions reflected a broader realignment in thinking about the Internet's role in society. The techno-optimism that had characterized much of its history, the belief that connecting humanity through digital networks would naturally lead to greater freedom, knowledge, and progress, had given way to a more complex understanding of both its benefits and its harms. The Internet had indeed created extraordinary opportunities for connection, access to information, and new forms of expression and commerce. It had empowered movements for social change, democratized publishing, and created economic opportunities that transcended geographic limitations. Remote work during the pandemic had demonstrated how digital connectivity could provide flexibility and resilience in crisis. At the same time, the Internet had enabled new forms of surveillance, manipulation, and harm. It had facilitated the spread of misinformation and conspiracy theories. It had created addictive products designed to maximize engagement at potential cost to well-being. It had concentrated tremendous economic power in a small number of companies, and it had often amplified social divisions rather than healing them. Addressing these challenges while preserving the Internet's benefits emerged as one of the defining tasks for technologists, policymakers, and citizens in the 2020s. Approaches varied widely across countries and contexts, reflecting different values, priorities, and political systems. Some focused on regulatory solutions, creating new legal frameworks to address issues like data privacy, algorithmic transparency, and market concentration. Others emphasized technical fixes such as better security protocols, privacy-enhancing technologies, or alternative social media designs that didn't depend on engagement-maximizing algorithms. Still others looked to educational approaches, helping users better understand digital systems and develop critical media literacy. These discussions unfolded against the backdrop of broader societal challenges, including climate change, political polarization, and economic inequality. The Internet's energy consumption, particularly from data centers and cryptocurrency mining, raised concerns about its environmental impact. Digital divides along economic, geographic, and social lines persisted despite expanded access, and questions about the future of work in an increasingly automated economy took on new urgency. Looking toward the future, several trends seemed likely to shape the Internet's ongoing evolution. Artificial intelligence would continue to advance, becoming more capable and more integrated into digital systems of all kinds. The boundary between physical and digital would blur further as more objects and environments gained network connections and computational capabilities, and immersive technologies might eventually transform how we experience and interact with digital content and each other. At the same time, the Internet's future would be shaped by human choices about values, governance, and design. Would privacy be preserved or further eroded? Would digital systems be designed primarily for engagement and profit, or for human well-being and social benefit? Would the Internet remain relatively open and global, or become increasingly fragmented along national or ideological lines? Would its benefits be distributed equitably, or would digital divides persist and deepen? These questions had no predetermined answers. The Internet, for all its technical complexity, remained fundamentally a human creation, reflecting human priorities, choices, and compromises. Its future would be determined not just by technological advancement, but by collective decisions about what kind of digital world we want to build. From the first message sent between two computers in a UCLA lab to the globe-spanning network of today, the Internet has evolved in ways its creators could never have fully imagined. Each era of its development has brought new capabilities, challenges, and questions. The network that began as a military-funded research project has become an essential infrastructure for modern life, a commons, a marketplace, a public sphere, and an extension of human cognitive and social capacity. The history of the Internet reminds us of both human ingenuity and human fallibility. It shows how technical decisions can have profound social implications, often unforeseen by their makers. It demonstrates how systems designed for one purpose can evolve to serve entirely different ones, and it reveals how the same technologies that connect us can also divide us, depending on how they're designed and deployed. As we navigate the internet's next chapter, this history offers valuable perspective. The challenges we face are complex but not insurmountable. The future remains unwritten, shaped by countless decisions made by developers, companies, policymakers, and users worldwide. Understanding where the internet came from, the visions that inspired it, the values embedded in its design, the human needs it serves, helps us make wiser choices about where it should go next. In the end, the internet is neither utopian nor dystopian. It is what we collectively make of it. Its story continues to unfold, a remarkable human achievement with chapters yet to be written. Picture yourself standing on the shores of a sun-drenched Mediterranean island. The year is roughly 2000 BCE. The sea stretches endlessly before you, its azure waters lapping against white stone harbours, where ships with colourful sails dock after long voyages. Behind you rise the walls of an intricate palace complex, a labyrinth of corridors, courtyards, and columns. This is Crete, home to Europe's first advanced civilization, the Minoans, and the cradle of what would become Greek civilization. The story of ancient Greece begins not on the mainland, but on these islands scattered across the Aegean Sea. The Minoans, named after their legendary king Minos, built a maritime empire based on trade rather than conquest. Their sailors navigated the Mediterranean, exchanging olive oil, wine, and exquisite pottery for metals, ivory, and exotic goods from Egypt and the Near East. In their palace at Knossos, walls were adorned with vibrant frescoes depicting dolphins, bulls, and elegant court figures. Women wore open-fronted dresses exposing their breasts, fashion choices that would shock later Greek societies. Unlike the warrior cultures that would follow, Minoan cities lacked defensive walls. The sea was their protection, their ships their strength. But around 1600 BCE, disaster struck. The massive volcano on the nearby island of Tira, modern Santorini, erupted with apocalyptic force. Ash darkened skies hundreds of miles away. Tsunamis battered coastal settlements. The Minoan civilization never fully recovered from this catastrophe, leaving them vulnerable to a new power rising on the Greek mainland, the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans were a warrior people, Indo-European speakers who had migrated into Greece around 2000 BCE, where Minoan palaces were open and airy. Mycenaean citadels perched on hilltops behind massive stone walls so impressive that later Greeks believed only the mythical Cyclops could have built them. From these fortresses, kings who called themselves Wainaks ruled over territories dotted with villages. Their tombs overflowed with gold masks, bronze weapons, and amber beads, testifying to their wealth and far-reaching connections. These Mycenaeans expanded throughout the Aegean, eventually taking control of Crete itself. Their powerful fleet dominated the eastern Mediterranean. Their merchants traded as far as Sicily and the Black Sea. Their warriors raided distant shores. Names of their kingdoms, Mycenae, Pylos, Thebes, Athens, would echo through Greek history for millennia to come. It was during this Mycenaean age that many of the stories later immortalized by Homer likely took place. The legendary Trojan War probably occurred around 1250 BCE, when a coalition of Mycenaean kings may have attacked the wealthy city of Troy on the coast of modern Turkey. Whether fought over trade routes, tribute, or a kidnapped queen named Helen, this conflict would be transformed by oral tradition into Greece's defining epic. But like the Minoans before them, the Mycenaeans faced their own collapse. Around 1200 BCE, a perfect storm of disasters struck the eastern Mediterranean. Drought, earthquakes, internal rebellions, and invasions by mysterious sea peoples unraveled the Bronze Age world. Mycenaean palaces burned. Their complex writing system, called Linear B, was forgotten. Trade networks shattered. Greece entered what scholars call a dark age, when population declined, villages shrank, and the art of writing disappeared. For nearly 4 centuries, Greece remained in this diminished state. Yet even in darkness, important developments were taking shape. Iron replaced bronze for tools and weapons. New peoples, including the Dorians, migrated into some regions, and most crucially, Greeks began to organize themselves around a new kind of community, the polis, or city-state. Unlike the palace-centered kingdoms of the Mycenaean age, these emerging city-states centered on a shared identity among their citizens. Each polis typically included an urban center with a fortified high point, the Acropolis, residential areas, public spaces, and surrounding countryside that provided food. Though small by modern standards, most had fewer than 10,000 citizens. These communities fostered intense loyalty and distinct local cultures. By the 8th century BCE, Greece was awakening from its long slumber. Population grew, farmers produced more food, craftsmen created new styles of pottery decorated with geometric patterns. Most significantly, Greeks adopted and adapted the Phoenician alphabet, creating the first truly accessible writing system in their history. No longer a specialized skill for palace scribes, writing could now be learned by merchants, aristocrats, and poets. This era of renewal also saw Greeks venturing outward again. Facing limited farmland and growing populations, communities sent out groups of citizens to establish colonies around the Mediterranean. From Spain to the Black Sea, these colonial foundations spread Greek culture, language, and trade networks. Some, like Syracuse in Sicily or Byzantium on the Bosporus, would become powerful cities in their own right. Meanwhile, on the Greek mainland, competition between emerging city-states drove innovation and cultural development. In some regions, aristocratic families dominated, creating oligarchies where power rested with the wealthy few. In others, individual leaders called tyrants seized control, often with popular support against entrenched aristocrats. And in a few places, particularly Athens, experiments with broader citizen participation planted the seeds of democracy. This age of formation witnessed the birth of distinctly Greek art forms. Epic poetry, preserved through oral tradition since the Mycenaean collapse, was finally written down. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey achieved their final form around this time, preserving not just the legendary Trojan War but an entire worldview. Sculptors began creating distinctive Kouros figures, nude male statues with rigid poses and mysterious smiles that show Egyptian influence but uniquely Greek aesthetics. Religion bound these scattered Greek communities together, despite their political independence. They shared a common pantheon centered on the Olympian gods and a belief that divine forces shaped human destiny. Great sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia became meeting grounds where Greeks from different city-states gathered for festivals, athletic competitions, and consultation with oracles. The Olympic Games, first recorded in 776 BCE, brought athletes from across the Greek world to compete for olive wreaths and glory. By 600 BCE, Greece had entered what historians call the Archaic period, a time of rapid development in art, architecture, economics, and politics. Black figure pottery depicted elaborate mythological scenes. Monumental stone temples replaced wooden shrines. Poets like Sappho and Archilochus explored personal emotions in their verses. And in Greek colonies in Ionia, western Turkey, thinkers began questioning traditional explanations about the natural world, seeking rational rather than mythological causes, the first stirrings of philosophy. Yet this cultural flourishing occurred against a backdrop of intensifying competition. City-states frequently warred with their neighbors over borders, water rights, and regional influence. Athens and Sparta emerged as particularly powerful, developing contrasting societies that would define much of later Greek history. Social tensions within cities increased as merchants and farmers demanded more rights from traditional aristocrats. The Greek world was about to face its greatest external challenge. To the east, the Persian Empire had risen to become the largest state the ancient world had ever seen. Stretching from India to Egypt, with unmatched wealth and armies, Persia began incorporating Greek cities along the Ionian coast into its vast domains. When these Greeks revolted in 499 BCE, Athens sent ships to support them, an act of defiance that would lead to the momentous Persian Wars and the dawn of Greece's Golden Age. As the 6th century BCE drew to a close, Greek civilization stood poised at a crucial moment. From humble beginnings on Aegean islands and mainland hilltops, through collapse and renewal, the Greeks had created a unique culture based on city-state independence, citizen participation, artistic innovation, and rational inquiry. Their greatest achievements and greatest conflicts still lay ahead. The Greek polis was far more than a dot on a map. It was a revolutionary concept that transformed human society. Unlike the vast empires of Persia or Egypt ruled by god-kings and sprawling bureaucracies, the Greek world fractured into hundreds of independent, self-governing communities. Each polis maintained its own government, laws, military forces, religious festivals, and fierce sense of identity. While sharing language, religion, and broader cultural practices, Greeks identified first and foremost as citizens of their particular city-state, as Athenians, Spartans, Corinthians, or Thebans. Most city-states followed a similar physical pattern, despite varying greatly in size and landscape. At the highest point stood the Acropolis, a fortified hilltop containing temples and religious sanctuaries, visible from miles around as the sacred heart of the community. Below stretched residential neighborhoods with narrow, winding streets and modest homes built around central courtyards for light and air. The Agora served as the civic center, a vibrant marketplace surrounded by government buildings, courts, and covered walkways called stoas where philosophers taught and citizens socialized. Beyond the urban core lay the countryside, the Chora, where farmers cultivated wheat, barley, olives, and grapes on terraced hillsides and fertile plains to feed the city. Yet the polis wasn't merely a physical space, but represented a profound political idea that a community should govern itself through the participation of its citizens rather than submit to the dictates of a distant monarch. This revolutionary concept of citizenship transformed those who held it. A citizen belonged to the polis, and the polis belonged to him, for it was almost exclusively men who held full political rights. This mutual relationship created obligations and privileges, unlike anything in earlier societies. No two city-states exemplified the different possibilities of the polis system better than Athens and Sparta, rival powers whose contrasting societies would fascinate Greeks of their time and observers ever since. Athens, nestled between mountains and sea in the region of Attica, evolved the world's first democratic government through a series of reforms. The pivotal figure in this transformation was Cleisthenes, who in 508 BCE reorganized Athenian society to break the power of aristocratic clans. He created artificial tribes that mixed people from different regions and social backgrounds, forcing citizens to identify with the polis as a whole rather than traditional family networks. The resulting Athenian democracy operated through three main institutions. The Assembly Ecclesia met on the Pnyx Hill, where any citizen could speak and vote on policies, wars, and treaties. A council of 500 bull, chosen by lot, prepared business for the assembly and handled day-to-day governance. Courts composed of citizen jurors, sometimes thousands for important cases, rendered verdicts without judges or lawyers. This system gave ordinary Athenians direct control over their city's destiny, though political rights remained limited to adult males born to Athenian parents, perhaps 30,000 men out of a total population of 300,000. Across the Peloponnesian Peninsula, Sparta developed a radically different society focused on military prowess. Following reforms attributed to the semi-legendary lawgiver Lycurgus, Sparta transformed itself into what historians call a garrison state. Male citizens, known as Spartiates, lived solely to fight. From age 7, boys were removed from their homes and subjected to a brutal training regimen called the agoge, where they learned warfare, endurance, and absolute obedience. They ate in communal messes, slept on reed mats, and received regular beatings to toughen them. At 20, they joined military barracks. Even after marriage, a Spartan man lived with his wife only occasionally until age 30. This extraordinary military focus required an unusual social structure. Sparta's agricultural land was divided among citizen families and worked by a subjugated population called helots, essentially state-owned serfs descended from conquered peoples. These helots vastly outnumbered their Spartan masters, creating constant fear of rebellion. Each year, Sparta's leaders formally declared war on the helots, allowing them to be killed without religious pollution. Young Spartans sometimes conducted night raids called the cryptia, murdering any helots found outside after dark to maintain terror and control. Between citizens and helots stood a middle class of perioikoi, dwellers around, who were free but lacked political rights. These craftsmen, merchants, and farmers provided essential economic services that citizen soldiers disdained. Sparta's government balanced elements of monarchy, 2 hereditary kings, oligarchy, a council of elders, and limited democracy, an assembly of citizens. 5 elected officials called ephors held extraordinary power, including authority over the kings themselves. While Athens celebrated artistic achievement, intellectual exploration, and the pleasures of private life, Sparta scorned luxury and individualism. When an Athenian noted that Sparta had no defensive walls, King Agesilaus pointed to his soldiers and replied, "These are the walls of Sparta." The great Athenian dramatist Euripides would never have flourished in Sparta, where poetry and music served only to glorify the state and inspire warriors. Even their currency, heavy iron spits rather than valuable silver, was designed to discourage commerce and accumulation of wealth. Between these extremes of Athens and Sparta, most Greek city-states developed mixed systems of government. Some remained under traditional aristocracies, where noble families dominated political life. Others experienced periods of tyranny, rule by individuals who seized power, often with popular support against entrenched elites. Though tyrant later acquired negative connotations, many early tyrants were reform-minded rulers who built public works, sponsored festivals, and expanded citizen rights. Regardless of government type, the economies of most city-states centered on agriculture. The typical citizen owned a small farm worked by his family, and perhaps a few slaves. He grew grains for bread, olives for oil, and grapes for wine, the Mediterranean triad that sustained Greek life. Many households maintained modest flocks of sheep or goats for wool, milk, and occasional meat. On market days, farmers brought surplus produce to the agora, trading for pottery, tools, and other necessities. Greek terrain, with its mountains and limited arable land, could not support large populations. This scarcity drove competition between communities and spurred maritime trade. By the 5th century BCE, Athens in particular had developed elaborate commercial networks, importing grain from the Black Sea region, timber from Macedonia, and luxury goods from throughout the Mediterranean. Specialized craftsmen produced fine pottery, textiles, and metalwork for export. Banking systems developed to facilitate long-distance trade, with money changers and lenders operating from tables trapeza in the agora, the origin of our word bank. Beneath the political and economic structures of the polis lay a complex social hierarchy. At the top stood adult male citizens with rights to vote, own property, and speak in courts. Below them were resident foreigners called metics, who paid special taxes for the privilege of living and working in the city, but held no political rights, despite their often substantial economic contributions. At the lowest levels were slaves, comprising perhaps 1/3 of the population in cities like Athens. These enslaved people served as household servants, agricultural laborers, and workers in mines and workshops. Women in most city-states, Sparta being a notable exception, lived highly restricted lives. Though not technically slaves, Athenian women were legal minors throughout their lives, always under the guardianship of a male relative. They could not vote, attend the assembly, serve on juries, or own substantial property. Their primary roles centered on household management and childbearing, producing sons who would become citizens. Respectable women rarely appeared in public spaces, instead occupying the women's quarters, gymnasium, within their homes. Outside this domestic sphere, religious festivals provided their main opportunity for public participation. Yet despite these limitations, the household oikos remained central to polis identity and success. The ideal citizen managed his household prudently, raised children who respected tradition, participated actively in civic affairs, and fought bravely when called to war. This integration of private and public virtue distinguished Greek citizenship from modern conceptions that separate family life from political engagement. Daily life in the polis followed rhythms dictated by season and custom. Citizens rose with the sun and conducted business in the cool morning hours. At midday, many returned home for the main meal, often a simple fare of bread, olives, cheese, and wine, followed by an afternoon rest during the Mediterranean heat. Early evening might find them at the gymnasium, originally training grounds for military service that evolved into centers for athletic practice, intellectual discussion, and male socialization. There, citizens exercised naked. The word gymnasium derives from gymnos, meaning naked, conversed on politics and philosophy, and strengthened the homosocial bonds that undergirded polis life. The Greek calendar overflowed with festivals honoring various deities, transforming routine urban existence with processions, sacrifices, athletic competitions, and dramatic performances. During the Great Dionysia in Athens, normal activities paused for days while citizens gathered in the theatre of Dionysus to watch tragedies and comedies exploring human nature, divine will, and political tensions. Such communal experiences reinforced shared identity and values, even as they provided opportunities to question traditional assumptions. This intricate balance between individual liberty and collective identity made the polis a uniquely dynamic form of human organization. Though small by modern standards, Athens at its height contained perhaps 300,000 people, including slaves and foreigners, while many city-states numbered only a few thousand citizens. These communities produced cultural, artistic, and intellectual achievements far beyond their size. Yet the same independence that fueled their creativity also prevented Greeks from uniting against common threats, leaving them vulnerable to eventual conquest. As the 5th century BCE dawned, the diverse city-states of Greece faced an existential challenge from the mighty Persian Empire to the east. Their response would define the classical age and set the stage for Athens' brief but extraordinary golden era. The Persian threat loomed not just over territory and resources, but over the very concept of citizen self-governance that made the polis unique in human history. The coming conflict would test whether these small, quarrelsome communities could set aside their differences long enough to preserve their revolutionary experiment in freedom. A lone traveler climbs the winding path toward Delphi, her sandals kicking up dust from the sacred way. She has journeyed for weeks to reach this place nestled on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, driven by questions only the oracle might answer. Will her family survive the drought? Should she arrange her daughter's marriage to the merchant's son? Might the persistent pain in her side eventually kill her? As she approaches the great temple of Apollo, she joins a line of fellow seekers, wealthy aristocrats, desperate farmers, curious philosophers, ambitious politicians, all awaiting their moment before the Pythia, Apollo's priestess, who will breathe in sacred vapors and transmit the god's cryptic wisdom. For the ancient Greeks, the gods were not distant abstractions but active participants in human affairs. Their presence permeated every aspect of daily life. Farmers made offerings to Demeter for bountiful harvests. Sailors prayed to Poseidon for safe passage. Women in childbirth called upon Artemis for protection. This intimate relationship between mortals and immortals formed the foundation of Greek religious experience. Gods might be powerful and unpredictable, but they were also accessible and deeply involved in human concerns. At the center of Greek religious belief stood the Olympian pantheon, 12 major deities who resided atop Mount Olympus, the highest peak in Greece. Zeus reigned as king of the gods, wielding thunderbolts and governing the order of the cosmos. His wife Hera presided over marriage and childbirth, though her own marital life was plagued by Zeus's countless infidelities. Their siblings and children comprised the divine family that ruled over nature and human institutions. Poseidon, Zeus's brother, commanded the seas with his trident, sending storms against those who offended him, and calm waters to his favorites. Another brother, Hades, ruled the underworld, not as an evil figure, but as the solemn administrator of the afterlife, where all souls eventually gathered. These three brothers had divided the world among themselves, after overthrowing their father Kronos, and the elder generation of gods known as Titans. Among Zeus's many children, several held prominent positions in the pantheon. Athena, born fully armed from her father's head, governed wisdom, strategic warfare, and crafts. Her city, Athens, took her name and built the magnificent Parthenon as her dwelling place. Apollo, radiant god of light, music, prophecy, and healing, spoke through oracles and inspired poets. His twin sister Artemis roamed mountain forests as goddess of the hunt, protecting wild creatures and young women. Ares embodied the brutal violence of war, while Aphrodite personified love, beauty, and passion. Hermes served as divine messenger, guide of souls to the underworld, and patron of travelers, merchants, and thieves. Two important Olympians maintained special connections to humanity. Hephaestus, the lame-smith god, represented the transformative power of fire and the dignity of skilled craftsmanship. Dionysus, youngest of the Olympians, presided over wine, ecstatic revelry, and the dissolution of normal social boundaries. His worship often involved frenzied rituals where participants achieved temporary communion with the divine through music, dance, and intoxication. Beyond the Olympians, innumerable lesser divinities populated the Greek cosmos. Nymphs inhabited springs, groves, and mountains. Heroes occupied an intermediate status between gods and mortals. Primordial forces like night, ocean, and earth maintained their ancient power beneath the Olympian order. Even concepts like victory Nike, justice Dike, and strife Eris took divine form. This rich theological landscape reflected the Greeks' attempt to make sense of existence in all its complexity and contradiction. Unlike modern religions centered on sacred texts and fixed doctrines, Greek religion focused on proper practice rather than correct belief. What mattered was observing rituals correctly and maintaining reciprocal relationships with the gods through sacrifices and offerings. The Greeks had no religious hierarchy comparable to a priesthood. Religious officials were ordinary citizens who temporarily assumed sacred duties, while professional seers interpreted omens and oracles conveyed divine messages. No authority dictated what individuals must believe about cosmic matters. Religious practice involved both public and private dimensions. Each polis maintained official cults honoring its patron deities, with elaborate calendars of festivals and sacrifices performed on behalf of the entire community. Magnificent temples housed cult statues and treasuries, but weren't primarily places of worship. Most religious activities occurred at outdoor altars where animals were sacrificed and partially consumed in ritual feasts. Major sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia served as pan-Hellenic centers where Greeks from all cities gathered to consult oracles, compete in games, and affirm their shared cultural identity. Within households, family members maintained small shrines honoring ancestral spirits, household gods, and Olympians with particular domestic connections. Daily prayers, libations, liquid offerings, and simple sacrifices marked meals and significant moments. Life cycle events, births, marriages, deaths, involved specific rituals, ensuring divine blessing and protection during vulnerable transitions. This integration of religion into everyday experience meant that ancient Greeks rarely distinguished between sacred and secular spheres of life. The gods revealed themselves to mortals through various channels. Dreams might carry divine messages, unusual natural phenomena, lightning strikes, sudden flights of birds, unexpected encounters with animals could indicate divine will. Professional seers examined the entrails of sacrificed animals for signs, while oracles at sacred sites provided cryptic prophecies requiring careful interpretation. These multiple avenues of communication reinforced the sense that divine presence suffused the world, available to those who paid proper attention. Greek mythology, the vast collection of narratives about gods, heroes, and primordial times, provided the framework for understanding this divine-human relationship. Unlike modern conceptions that might dismiss myths as mere fiction, these stories constituted a form of sacred history, explaining cosmic origins, divine hierarchies, and proper human conduct. Poets like Hesiod systematized this mythology in works like the Theogony, which traced divine genealogies from primordial chaos through successive generations of gods. According to these myths, the cosmos began in undifferentiated chaos, from which emerged Gaia, Earth, and other primordial entities. Gaia produced Uranus Sky, who became her mate. Their children, the Titans, overthrew Uranus when he imprisoned their monstrous siblings. Kronos, king of the Titans, later swallowed his own children to prevent them from overthrowing him. But his wife Rhea saved the youngest, Zeus, who eventually freed his siblings and led them in a 10-year war against the Titans. Victorious, the Olympians established the current cosmic order with Zeus as sovereign. Human beings entered this divine narrative through several contradictory creation accounts. Some myths described humans as springing from the earth itself. Others portrayed the Titan Prometheus shaping humans from clay and stealing fire from the gods to ensure their survival. Still others recounted successive races of humans, gold, silver, bronze, heroes, and finally the current iron race, each more debased than the last. These varied origin stories reflected the Greeks' ambivalent understanding of human nature as both godlike in potential yet fundamentally separate from divine perfection. The relationship between gods and mortals in Greek mythology was complex and often troubling. Gods might show favor to particular humans through gifts, protection, or divine offspring. Yet they also punished presumption and disrespect harshly. The beautiful weaver Arachne challenged Athena to a contest and was transformed into a spider for her arrogance. King Tantalus, invited to dine with the gods, attempted to serve them his own son and received eternal punishment in the underworld. Such stories warned against hubris, the dangerous pride that led mortals to forget their proper limitations. Despite these cautionary tales, Greek myths also celebrated human achievements and portrayed mortals occasionally outwitting divine powers. Prometheus tricked Zeus multiple times before stealing fire for humanity, an act of rebellion against divine authority that brought both advancement and suffering to the human condition. The clever Sisyphus twice escaped death before the gods finally confined him to his famous endless labor. This tension between submission to divine will and assertion of human agency ran throughout Greek culture, finding particular expression in tragic drama. Heroes occupied a special place in this mythological landscape. Born from unions between gods and mortals, figures like Heracles, Perseus, and Theseus embodied superhuman potential through their extraordinary deeds. Their adventures, slaying monsters, founding cities, establishing customs, formed a bridge between the age of gods and the historical present. Local communities traced their origins to these heroes and maintained cults at their supposed tombs. Hero worship provided another channel for divine interaction, with benefits more focused on specific locations than the universal cults of Olympian deities. The most elaborate cycle of heroic myths surrounded the Trojan War and its aftermath. Whether based on actual historical conflict or pure invention, this epic struggle between Greeks and Trojans provided a narrative canvas for exploring fundamental human questions. Why do we fight? What constitutes honor? How should we face fate? The wrath of Achilles, the wisdom of Odysseus, the tragic nobility of Hector, these characters expressed archetypes of human experience that transcended their specific stories. Greek mythology displayed remarkable flexibility, constantly evolving through local variations and poetic reinterpretations. The gods appeared differently in Homer's epics, Hesiod's theological works, tragic dramas, philosophical dialogues, and local cult practices. This adaptability allowed Greek religion to accommodate changing social conditions and intellectual developments without rigid orthodoxy. By the classical period, educated Greeks might simultaneously honor traditional rituals, enjoy mythological narratives as literary heritage, and speculate about divine nature in philosophical terms. As Greek culture matured, some thinkers began questioning traditional depictions of the gods as jealous, lustful, and capricious beings. The philosopher Xenophanes criticized anthropomorphic conceptions, noting that different cultures imagined gods in their own image and suggesting a single, more abstract divine principle. Plato argued that gods must be perfectly good and therefore could not be responsible for evil or immoral acts as portrayed in myths. These intellectual critiques coexisted with continued traditional worship. Most Greeks maintained conventional religious practices, even while entertaining more sophisticated theological concepts. The vast pantheon of Greek mythology reflected the culture's fundamental values and preoccupations. Zeus embodied political authority, but remained constrained by fate and cosmic justice. Athena represented the Greek ideal of balancing intelligence with practical skill. Apollo exemplified the harmony, proportion, and clarity Greeks celebrated in art and thought. Even troubling figures like Dionysus acknowledged the necessary role of ecstatic experience alongside rational order. Together, these divine personalities expressed the full range of human possibilities, elevated to immortal status. For ordinary Greeks, this mythology provided more than entertainment or abstract theology. It offered practical guidance for navigating a precarious world. Temple friezes depicting mythological scenes reminded viewers of proper behavior and potential consequences. Festival performances reinforced communal values through shared narratives. Even drinking songs and children's tales incorporated mythological references that transmitted cultural wisdom. The gods watched constantly, rewarding proper conduct and punishing transgression, thus providing divine sanction for social norms. When Greeks founded colonies across the Mediterranean, they carried their gods with them, establishing familiar cults in new lands. Contact with other cultures brought both conflict and syncretism, as Greek deities became associated with foreign gods possessing similar attributes. Egyptian Amun merged with Zeus, while Phoenician Astarte shared qualities with Aphrodite. This process accelerated dramatically following Alexander the Great's conquests, when Greek religion spread throughout the eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, blending with local traditions to create new hybrid forms of worship. The enduring power of Greek mythology extends far beyond its original religious context. These stories provided the foundation for Western literature, art, psychology, and even language. Renaissance painters depicted Zeus's affairs and Apollo's pursuits. Freud named psychological complexes after Oedipus and Electra. NASA missions bear names of Greek gods and heroes. This persistent influence testifies to how effectively these ancient narratives captured fundamental human experiences: love and hatred, ambition and fear, wonder and terror, in forms that continue to resonate across millennia. As Greek civilization moved toward its classical flowering, the relationship between mythology and rational inquiry grew increasingly complex. The same culture that maintained elaborate rituals honoring the Olympians also produced natural philosophers who sought material explanations for phenomena previously attributed to divine action. The tension between mythic and rational worldviews would become a defining feature of Greek intellectual life, generating both creative friction and profound insights into human understanding. Yet even as philosophical speculation advanced, the ancient gods maintained their hold on Greek imagination and daily practice, embodying truths about existence that transcended literal belief. Gather around as the blind poet begins his tale. His voice, weathered by years of wandering from court to court, still rings clear in the torchlit hall. Noble listeners recline on couches, wine cups in hand, as he invokes the muse to help him recall the ancient stories. His skilled fingers pluck the lyre, weaving melody with words. Tonight he will tell once more of godlike Achilles and his devastating wrath, of clever Odysseus struggling homeward across wine-dark seas. These are not mere entertainments but sacred cultural memories, chronicles of an age when heroes walked the earth and gods frequently intervened in human affairs. The epics attributed to Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, stand as the cornerstone of Greek literary tradition. Composed during the 8th century BCE, after centuries of oral transmission, they captured the collective memory of an earlier heroic age. For the ancient Greeks, these were not fictional fantasies, but semi-historical accounts of their ancestors from a time when men were mightier and closer to the gods. The heroes of these epics embodied both the highest virtues and the tragic flaws of human nature, providing models of conduct for later generations to admire, emulate, and sometimes question. The events described in Homeric epics supposedly occurred during the Late Bronze Age, around the 12th or 13th century BCE, when Mycenaean civilization dominated the Greek world. The Iliad tells the story of a few crucial weeks during the 10th and final year of the Trojan War. According to myth, this conflict began when Paris, Prince of Troy, abducted Helen, the extraordinarily beautiful wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. Bound by an oath to defend Helen's marriage, the kings and princes of Greece launched a massive expedition against the wealthy city of Troy on the northwest coast of Asia Minor, modern Turkey. After 9 years of inconclusive fighting, the Iliad opens with a quarrel between the greatest Greek warrior, Achilles, and the expedition's leader, Agamemnon. When Agamemnon takes a captive woman from Achilles, the enraged hero withdraws from battle, bringing disaster upon the Greek forces. The poem explores the terrible consequences of Achilles' wrath as his closest friend Patroclus dies in combat, prompting Achilles to return to the battlefield with unstoppable fury. The Iliad culminates not in the fall of Troy but in a moment of profound humanity. Achilles meeting with the Trojan king Priam to return the body of his son Hector, whom Achilles had killed and dishonored in his grief-fueled rage. The Odyssey picks up after Troy's eventual defeat, following the 10-year journey of Odysseus, as he struggles to return home to Ithaca. Where the Iliad explores themes of war, honor, and mortality, the Odyssey examines homecoming, identity, and the reintegration of the warrior into society. Odysseus faces fantastic obstacles, one-eyed Cyclops, enchanting sirens, divine obstacles sent by the vengeful Poseidon, while his faithful wife Penelope fends off aggressive suitors who assume her husband dead. Through cunning, endurance, and occasional divine help, Odysseus finally reclaims his household, re-establishing order in both family and kingdom. Beyond their narrative power, these epics established fundamental values for Greek culture. They portrayed an aristocratic warrior society where excellence RET in battle brought glory Cleos that survived beyond physical death. The hero's highest goal was to win imperishable fame through great deeds that would be celebrated in song for generations. This pursuit of glory could lead to both magnificent achievement and catastrophic hubris. The epics acknowledged human greatness while recognizing its limitations against fate and divine power, a tension that would later find its fullest expression in Greek tragedy. The Homeric heroes operated according to a complex honor code. They competed intensely for status and recognition, but remained bound by mutual obligations and guest friendship, xenia. They expressed emotion openly, weeping without shame yet controlling their passions when duty required. They faced death with clear-eyed courage, knowing that even the greatest must eventually yield to mortality. These values, excellence, honor, emotional authenticity, and dignified acceptance of fate, became central to Greek self-understanding, persisting even as their society evolved beyond the aristocratic model depicted in the epics. While Homer's works dominated the Greek imagination, they represented only part of a broader cycle of poems called the epic cycle. These now lost works narrated the complete Trojan War saga from its divine origins through its aftermath. The Cypria described events leading to the conflict, including the judgment of Paris, when the Trojan prince chose Aphrodite over Hera and Athena, after the goddess of love promised him the most beautiful woman in the world. The Aethiopus told of events after Hector's death, including the arrival of Amazon warriors and Achilles' final battle. The Little Iliad and Sack of Troy recounted the famous stratagem of the wooden horse that finally breached Troy's impregnable walls. The Returns and Telegony described the troubled homecomings of various Greek heroes and Odysseus's final adventure. Beyond the Trojan cycle, other epic traditions preserved tales of earlier generations of heroes. The Theban cycle related the tragic story of Oedipus and the War of the Seven against Thebes. The voyage of Jason and the Argonauts, in search of the Golden Fleece, featured prominently in both poetry and visual art. Most ambitious was Hesiod's catalogue of women, which systematically traced the divine ancestry of heroic lineages throughout the Greek world, providing a mythological framework for understanding relationships between different communities. Heroes were not merely legendary figures in Greek culture, but objects of religious veneration. Many communities maintained shrines at supposed graves of heroes, making offerings to secure their favor and protection. Excavations have revealed that some of these hero shrines were established at actual Bronze Age tombs, suggesting the persistence of cultural memory across centuries. Great pan-Hellenic sanctuaries like Olympia contain numerous monuments honoring heroes alongside temples to the gods, reflecting the hero's intermediate status between the divine and human realms. Of all Greek heroes, none achieved greater renown than Heracles, known to Romans and modern audiences as Hercules. Son of Zeus and a mortal woman, Heracles embodied superhuman strength and endurance, alongside very human weaknesses. His celebrated 12 labors, including slaying the Nemean lion, capturing the Erymanthian boar, cleaning the Ogoaean stables, and stealing the golden apples of the Hesperides, demonstrated his mastery over monstrous forces threatening civilization. Yet this paragon of heroic virtue also experienced madness sent by Hera, during which he murdered his own family. This tragic counterpoint to his triumphs made Heracles a complex figure embodying both human potential and vulnerability. Perseus exemplified a different heroic archetype, the clever champion who prevails through intelligence and divine assistance rather than brute strength. Armed with gifts from the gods, including winged sandals and a cap of invisibility, Perseus beheaded the Gorgon Medusa, whose gaze turned men to stone. Using her severed head as a weapon, he rescued the Princess Andromeda from a sea monster and established a royal dynasty. His story illustrated how mortal heroes could overcome seemingly impossible challenges by combining courage with divine favor and strategic thinking. Theseus served as the mythical founding hero of Athens, embodying that city's ideals of intelligence, justice, and civic responsibility. His adventures paralleled those of Heracles but emphasized city building over raw physical prowess. After slaying the Minotaur in the Cretan labyrinth, Theseus returned to Athens, where he unified scattered settlements into a single polis, established democratic institutions, and created religious festivals. As Athens rose to prominence during the classical period, its citizens increasingly emphasized Theseus as their patron hero, commissioning artwork and performances celebrating his exploits. Female heroes, though less numerous, played significant roles in Greek mythology. Atalanta outawed male suitors until tricked by Hippomenes with golden apples from Aphrodite. The Amazon warriors, female fighters who governed themselves without men, featured in myths of Heracles, Theseus, and the Trojan War. Most complexly portrayed was Helen of Troy, whose extraordinary beauty made her both victim and instigator of the greatest conflict of the heroic age. Later Greek literature explored her character from multiple perspectives, debating her culpability and agency in the events that unfolded around her. The heroic stories contained in epic poetry became the common cultural inheritance of all Greeks, regardless of their city-state loyalties. Even communities frequently at war with each other shared reverence for these ancestral figures and their exploits. When Greeks colonized new territories around the Mediterranean, They often justified their claims by connecting local landscapes to episodes from heroic mythology, finding the cave where Odysseus met the Cyclops, identifying the island where Calypso detained him, or establishing the route taken by Jason's Argonauts. These mythological associations help transform foreign shores into familiar Greek spaces. While originally transmitted through oral performance, heroic myths eventually appeared in every artistic medium. Vase paintings depicted key scenes from epic narratives, often adding details absent from surviving literary sources. Sculptural friezes on temples portrayed heroic exploits alongside divine activities. Tragedy adapted mythological material for dramatic performances exploring ethical dilemmas and political questions relevant to 5th century Athenian audiences. Even drinking vessels might be decorated with scenes from the Trojan War, bringing mythic exemplars into everyday social gatherings. The enduring influence of these hero tales extended beyond artistic representation to shape Greek conceptions of morality and conduct. When young Greeks asked how they should live, elders pointed to heroic examples: Achilles' courage, Odysseus's resourcefulness, Penelope's fidelity. Military commanders invoked heroic precedents to inspire troops before battle. Political leaders compared themselves to mythic founders and champions. The heroic paradigm provided a flexible ethical framework that encompassed seemingly contradictory virtues: competitive excellence alongside communal loyalty, clever deception alongside truthful speech, passionate intensity alongside stoic endurance. This heroic ideal underwent significant evolution as Greek society developed from the aristocratic world of the early archaic period toward the democratic polis of the 5th century BCE. The intensely personal honor code of Homeric warriors gradually incorporated more civic elements, emphasizing duties to the community alongside individual achievement. Philosophers questioned whether traditional heroes always exemplified true virtue, suggesting alternative models of excellence based on wisdom and self-control rather than battlefield prowess. Tragic playwrights explored conflicts between heroic values and civic necessities, between family loyalty and public duty. Archaeological discoveries in the late 19th and 20th centuries revealed surprising historical foundations for some heroic legends. Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Troy and Mycenae uncovered Bronze Age civilizations broadly consistent with the world described in Homeric epic, though differing in significant details. Massive fortifications, elaborate palaces, and rich grave goods confirmed that a wealthy warrior aristocracy had indeed ruled Greece before the Dark Age that followed the Mycenaean collapse. While this evidence didn't prove the historical reality of specific heroes like Agamemnon or Odysseus, it suggested that epic traditions preserved genuine memories of a vanished era, transmitted across centuries despite the loss of writing during the Greek Dark Age. This connection between myth and history highlights a crucial aspect of Greek heroic tradition: its role in bridging past and present. For classical Greeks, the Age of Heroes existed in an intermediate temporal space between the primordial time of the gods' origin myths and their own historical present. Heroes belonged to a past distant enough to possess supernatural qualities, yet recent enough to serve as ancestors for contemporary communities. This mythic historical dimension allowed Greeks to connect their present circumstances to sacred patterns established in ancestral times, lending divine significance to current conflicts and alliances. The heroic world depicted in epic provided not just role models, but cautionary tales. Alongside admirable qualities, heroes displayed dangerous flaws: Achilles' rage, Ajax's stubbornness, Agamemnon's arrogance. Their stories illustrated how even the greatest individuals remained vulnerable to fate, divine caprice, and their own weaknesses. When tragedy developed as a literary form in 5th century Athens, playwrights drew upon these inherent tensions in heroic mythology. Sophocles' Ajax portrayed the mental collapse of a mighty warrior unable to adapt to changing values. Euripides' Heracles showed the hero's devastating return home after completing his labors, culminating in madness and familial destruction. These complex explorations of heroic psychology transformed ancient legends into sophisticated examinations of human nature. By the classical period, Greek thinkers had developed multiple interpretive approaches to their heroic traditions. Some, like the logographer Hecataeus, attempted to rationalize mythic elements, suggesting that fantastic creatures and divine interventions were exaggerations of natural phenomena or misunderstood historical events. Others, like the tragedian Aeschylus, used heroic stories as vehicles for theological exploration, examining how divine justice operated across generations. Philosophers like Socrates questioned whether traditional heroes provided appropriate ethical models, while simultaneously employing heroic examples in their arguments. This interpretive multiplicity reflected the central but contested role heroic paradigms played in Greek cultural self-definition. As Greek civilization spread throughout the Mediterranean world following Alexander the Great's conquests, heroic traditions traveled alongside other cultural practices. Local elites from Egypt to Afghanistan adopted Greek heroic imagery and narratives, sometimes merging them with indigenous traditions. Roman culture enthusiastically embraced Greek heroic mythology, adapting the stories to reflect their own values, transforming clever Odysseus into the dutiful Aeneas, who embodied Roman pietas, devotion to family, gods, and state. Even as philosophical schools like Stoicism and Epicureanism proposed alternative ethical frameworks, heroes remained potent cultural symbols throughout the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The tales of Greek heroes have displayed remarkable resilience across 3 millennia, continuing to inspire art, literature, psychology, and popular culture into the present day. Hollywood films recreate the wrath of Achilles and the labors of Heracles for modern audiences. Contemporary novelists retell the Trojan War from previously marginalized perspectives. Psychological theorists draw upon figures like Oedipus and Narcissus to illuminate human development. This persistent relevance testifies to how effectively these ancient narratives captured fundamental patterns of human experience: the quest for identity, the struggle against limitations, the tension between individual greatness and social responsibility, the confrontation with mortality. For the ancient Greeks themselves, the Age of Heroes represented a lost golden era of greater possibilities and closer divine connection. Yet the stories also affirmed continuity between that mythic past and historical present. Heroic bloodlines flowed into contemporary aristocratic families. Heroic values, though evolved, still shaped civic ethics. Heroic achievements established patterns that current leaders might emulate, though never quite equal. As Greek civilization moved toward its classical flowering in the 5th century BCE, this rich heroic tradition provided both inspiration and material for its greatest intellectual achievements. This shaped philosophical investigations that would apply rational analysis to questions of virtue, knowledge, justice, and the good life previously addressed through mythic narratives. In the bustling port city of Miletus on the Ionian coast of Asia Minor, a man named Thales gazed at the world around him with questions burning in his mind. Unlike his predecessors who explained natural phenomena through myths of divine action, Thales sought explanations based on observation and reasoning. What fundamental substance, he wondered, might underlie the apparent diversity of nature? After careful consideration, he proposed water as the primal element from which all things derived. Though this conclusion may seem naive to modern minds, his approach, seeking natural rather than supernatural explanations, marked a revolutionary shift in human thought. With Thales and his intellectual heirs in 6th century BCE Aesonia, a new form of inquiry emerged that the Greeks would call philosophia, the love of wisdom. This novel approach to understanding reality would transform how humans conceived their place in the cosmos. By questioning traditional assumptions, proposing explanations based on observable evidence, and subjecting ideas to rational scrutiny, these early thinkers laid the foundations for both scientific investigation and abstract reasoning that continue to shape human knowledge today. What distinguished philosophical thinking from earlier modes of understanding? While myth explained the world through stories of divine beings acting from understandable motives, Zeus hurling thunderbolts in anger, Demeter withdrawing vegetation in grief, philosophy sought consistent principles operating independently of divine whim. Where religious tradition relied on ancient authority, philosophy demanded reasons and evidence. Where poetry evoked emotional response to life's mysteries, philosophy aimed for clarity through precise definition and logical argument. This critical, questioning stance toward received wisdom would become the hallmark of Greek intellectual culture. The earliest philosophers, known as pre-Socratics because they preceded Socrates, focused primarily on cosmological questions. What is the basic substance of reality? How did the ordered cosmos emerge? What causes natural phenomena like earthquakes, eclipses, or seasonal changes? Their theories, though often speculative, represented genuine attempts to discover regular patterns behind apparent chaos. the first steps toward what we would now recognize as scientific inquiry. Following Thales, his student Anaximander proposed an abstract principle called the apeion, the boundless or indefinite, as the source of all things, suggesting that particular substances emerge from and return to this unlimited origin. Another Milesian, Anaximenes, identified air as the fundamental element, capable of transforming into other substances through condensation and rarefaction. These thinkers sought not only to identify basic materials, but to understand processes of change and stability in the natural world. In nearby Ephesus, the enigmatic Heraclitus emphasized constant flux as a universal principle, famously declaring that one cannot step into the same river twice. He spoke of cosmic fire as both the primary substance and the driving force behind perpetual transformation. Yet within this ceaseless change, Heraclitus discerned an underlying pattern or principle he called logos, a rational structure governing all existence. This concept of an intelligible order beneath apparent chaos would become central to Western philosophical tradition. Taking a radically different approach, Parmenides of Elea in southern Italy developed the first purely abstract metaphysical system. Through rigorous logical argument, he concluded that true reality must be eternal, unchanging, and indivisible. The world of multiplicity and change that we perceive, he argued, cannot be fundamentally real but must represent some form of illusion. This stark opposition between appearance and reality would become a persistent theme in Western philosophy, influencing thinkers from Plato to modern times. Responding to Parmenides' challenge, later pre-Socratics developed more sophisticated theories to reconcile the evidence of change with logical demands for continuity. Empedocles proposed four eternal elements: earth, air, fire, and water, mixed and separated by cosmic forces of love and strife. Anaxagoras suggested infinitely divisible seeds containing all qualities in different proportions. Most influentially, Democritus and Leucippus developed atomic theory, positing that reality consists of indivisible particles moving through empty space, forming different arrangements to create the objects we perceive. Beyond these cosmological speculations, pre-Socratic thinkers explored mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and other fields. Pythagoras and his followers discovered mathematical relationships in musical harmonies and geometric shapes, leading them to believe that numbers constituted the fundamental reality behind appearances. Alcmaeon conducted anatomical dissections, identifying the brain rather than the heart as the center of sensation and thought. These diverse investigations shared a commitment to explaining nature through discoverable principles rather than mythological narratives. As the 5th century BCE progressed, philosophical attention began shifting from questions about the cosmos toward human concerns, ethics, politics, language, and knowledge. This transition reflected changing social conditions as Greek cities developed more complex political structures and engaged in wider cultural interactions following the Persian Wars. A group of traveling teachers called sophists emerged, offering practical education in rhetoric, politics, and culture to ambitious young men in democratic cities, particularly Athens. Though diverse in their views, sophists shared certain intellectual tendencies that challenged traditional certainties. Protagoras famously declared, "Man is the measure of all things," suggesting that truth might be relative to human perception rather than absolute. Gorgias employed sophisticated arguments to claim that nothing exists, or if it does, it cannot be known, or if known, cannot be communicated. Antiphon questioned whether conventional justice truly aligned with natural advantage. These provocative positions stimulated intense debate about the foundations of knowledge, ethics, and social institutions. Against this intellectual backdrop emerged the figure who would transform philosophy's direction, Socrates of Athens. Born around 470 BCE to a stonemason and a midwife, Socrates became the central personality in Athens' intellectual life, despite never writing any philosophical works. Our knowledge of his thought comes primarily through the writings of his students, particularly Plato, whose dialogues present Socrates engaging fellow citizens in probing conversations about virtue, justice, knowledge, and the good life. Unlike both pre-Socratics preoccupied with cosmology and sophists teaching practical skills, Socrates focused relentlessly on ethical questions. The unexamined life is not worth living, he insisted, challenging people to scrutinize their most basic assumptions about right conduct and human excellence. His method, known as elenchus, involved exposing contradictions in others' beliefs through persistent questioning, often leaving his conversation partners in a state of aporia, perplexity or confusion about concepts they had previously taken for granted. Socrates compared himself to a gadfly stimulating Athens, like a large but sluggish horse to greater awareness. He claimed to know only his own ignorance, distinguishing himself from those who believed themselves wise without justification. He described himself as a midwife of ideas, helping others give birth to their own insights rather than imposing doctrine. This Socratic approach, questioning rather than asserting, seeking clarity rather than victory in argument, acknowledging ignorance as the beginning of wisdom, would become a defining strand in Western philosophical tradition. Despite his intellectual brilliance and moral integrity, Socrates met a tragic end. In 399 BCE, following Athens' defeat in the Peloponnesian War and subsequent political turmoil, he was charged with impiety and corrupting the youth. Before a jury of 500 fellow citizens, he refused to compromise his principles or beg for mercy. Condemned by a narrow margin, he accepted the death sentence with philosophical composure, drinking hemlock while discussing the soul's immortality with friends. His execution represents one of history's most famous collisions between philosophical integrity and political authority. Socrates' death profoundly influenced his most brilliant student, Plato, who transformed his teacher's oral questioning into written dialogues of extraordinary literary and philosophical sophistication. Born to an aristocratic Athenian family around 428 BC, Plato established the Academy, history's first formal philosophical school, where students studied mathematics, astronomy, and dialectic as preparation for philosophical inquiry. During his long career, Plato developed complex theories about knowledge, reality, ethics, politics, and human psychology that would shape Western thought for millennia. Plato's most famous philosophical contribution, the theory of forms, responded to problems raised by both pre-Socratics and sophists. Against Heraclitus's flux and Protagoras' relativism, Plato posited unchanging, perfect forms or ideas as the ultimate reality behind physical appearances. The form of justice exists independently of particular just acts. The form of beauty transcends individual beautiful objects. These eternal forms provide both metaphysical stability and objective standards for knowledge and ethics. Our souls, Plato suggested, glimpse these forms before birth and can recollect them through philosophical reflection. This metaphysical vision informed Plato's political philosophy, developed most extensively in his dialogue Republic. Here Plato envisions an ideal city governed by philosopher kings whose education has lifted them from the cave of sensory illusion to contemplate eternal forms, particularly the form of the good. Such rulers would govern not from self-interest, but from genuine knowledge of justice and human flourishing. Though often misinterpreted as advocating totalitarianism, Plato's Republic actually explores the relationship between individual psychology and political order, suggesting that justice in both domains involves proper harmony among constituent parts. While Plato's philosophy emphasized abstract forms accessible to pure intellect, his greatest student took philosophy in a more empirical direction. Aristotle, born in 384 BCE in Stagira, joined Plato's academy as a young man, but eventually developed significantly different approaches to fundamental questions. After serving as tutor to Alexander the Great, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum, where he conducted research across an astonishing range of fields including logic, physics, biology, ethics, politics, psychology, and literary theory. Unlike Plato, Aristotle located reality primarily in particular objects rather than transcendent forms. While recognizing universal principles, he insisted these existed only as embodied in specific instances. Horseness exists only in actual horses. Form for Aristotle represented the organizing principle within substances rather than separate entities in another realm. This approach, balancing attention to particulars with recognition of intelligible patterns, made Aristotle the ancient world's greatest empirical scientist as well as systematic philosopher. Aristotle's logical works established formal reasoning methods that remained unsurpassed until the 19th century. His ethical writings explored virtue as a mean between extremes, developed through practical wisdom and habitual action rather than abstract knowledge alone. His political theory classified regime types, analyzed constitutional structures, and proposed moderate constitutional government as most stable. His poetics examined how tragedy produces emotional catharsis by representing universal human patterns through particular stories. Across these diverse investigations, Aristotle displayed remarkable attention to concrete details while seeking underlying principles. By the late 4th century BCE, Athenian intellectual vitality was producing additional philosophical schools responding to post-Socratic developments. Epicurus established a community called the Garden, where followers pursued happiness, eudaimonia, through moderate pleasures, freedom from fear, and withdrawal from political turbulence. Contrary to later misrepresentations, Epicurean pleasure meant not indulgence but tranquility achieved through simple living, friendship, and philosophical contemplation. Their materialist physics, based on modified atomic theory, aimed to dispel fears of divine punishment or supernatural intervention. Meanwhile, Zeno of Citium taught in the painted colonnade Stoa Poikile that gave Stoicism its name. Stoics identified virtue alone as the sole good, viewing external circumstances, wealth, health, reputation, as ultimately indifferent to true happiness. Their ethics emphasized living according to nature, accepting what lies beyond personal control while taking responsible action where possible. Stoic psychology analyzed how mistaken judgments cause harmful emotions, developing techniques for maintaining rational tranquility amid life's vicissitudes. Their physics envisioned the cosmos as a living, rational organism, permeated by divine reason logos. Other significant schools included the Cynics, whose founder Diogenes famously lived in extreme simplicity, rejecting social conventions to pursue virtue through self-sufficiency. Skeptics following Pyrrho suspended judgment about all beliefs, finding peace by acknowledging the limitations of human knowledge. The academy itself evolved through several phases, eventually adopting skeptical methods under leaders like Arcesilaus and Carneades. This proliferation of philosophical approaches gave educated Greeks multiple options for intellectual allegiance and personal guidance. What united these diverse schools despite their differences? All inherited Socrates' focus on ethics as central to philosophical inquiry. All developed comprehensive worldviews integrating theories about reality, knowledge, and proper human conduct. All established continuing traditions where teachers passed methods and doctrines to students across generations, and all aimed at eudaimonia, flourishing or happiness, through philosophical understanding rather than conventional success. Philosophy had become not merely an intellectual exercise but a complete way of life. As Alexander's conquests spread Greek culture throughout the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond, philosophical schools established branches in new cultural centers like Alexandria, Antioch, and Rhodes. These institutions facilitated cross-cultural intellectual exchange, bringing Greek philosophical methods into contact with Egyptian, Persian, Jewish, and eventually Roman traditions. Philosophical ideas circulated through an increasingly cosmopolitan Mediterranean world, influencing religious developments and providing intellectual frameworks for understanding an expanded cultural horizon. The profound legacy of Greek philosophy extends far beyond antiquity. When Romans adopted Greek learning, they transmitted philosophical ideas into Western European tradition. Early Christian theologians employed Platonic and Aristotelian concepts to articulate doctrinal positions. Medieval Islamic philosophers preserved and extended Aristotelian traditions during Europe's darkest periods. Renaissance humanists rediscovered original Greek philosophical texts, sparking intellectual revolutions. Modern scientific method emerged partly from Greek philosophical commitments to rational explanation and empirical observation. Contemporary discussions of ethics, politics, knowledge, and reality continue engaging questions first formulated by Greek thinkers. What made ancient Greek philosophy so remarkably fertile? Several factors converged to create this intellectual flowering. Political fragmentation into competitive city-states fostered diverse approaches rather than enforced orthodoxy. Relative freedom of speech allowed challenges to traditional views, especially in democratic Athens. Cultural confidence following the Persian Wars encouraged bold intellectual ventures. Literacy and prosperity provided leisure for abstract thinking, and the Greek language itself, with its rich vocabulary and flexible syntax, proved exceptionally well-suited for expressing subtle distinctions and complex arguments. Perhaps most fundamentally, Greek philosophy embodied a distinctive attitude toward understanding, a conviction that reality is intelligible through human reason rather than accessible only through revelation or tradition. This confidence in rational inquiry coexisted with recognition of reason's limitations, creating productive tension between skeptical questioning and systematic theory building. The resulting tradition balanced critical examination of assumptions with constructive development of comprehensive worldviews, establishing philosophy as autonomous from both mythology and specialized sciences. As the classical Greek world gave way to Hellenistic kingdoms following Alexander's conquests, philosophy continued evolving in new directions. Schools became more institutionalized with formal succession of scholastics, head teachers, and established curricula. Technical vocabulary and specialized debates increasingly restricted philosophy to educated elites. Yet simultaneously, philosophical ideas spread more widely through popularizing literature, influencing broader cultural attitudes about cosmos, divinity, and human nature. This twin movement toward greater technical sophistication and wider cultural influence characterized philosophy's development during subsequent centuries. The revolutionary thinkers who first asked what is reality made of, and later what constitutes a good human life, initiated an intellectual tradition that continues generating insights across millennia. From Thales contemplating water to Socrates questioning Athenian citizens, from Plato's eternal forms to Aristotle's empirical investigations, from Epicurean tranquility to Stoic resilience, Greek philosophy explored fundamental questions with remarkable originality and rigor. Their insights into reality, knowledge, ethics, and politics continue providing frameworks for understanding ourselves and our world, demonstrating how thoroughly contemporary thought remains engaged with questions first articulated on the shores of the Aegean.